where leadership is examined against the pressures of a changing world. So our theme this year, a decade of disruption, a century of change. And our theme reflects the magnitude of the moment that we're living through. Technology where is not simply advancing, it is restructuring power. Trade is not merely expanding, it is being renegotiated, and capital is not just flowing, it is recalibrating its priorities, Amita. So over the next 2 days, we are going to be setting the stage for the biggest brands, the who's who from the policy, the markets, and of course institutions who will be present here to take us through the dialogues, the key trends that are shaping this world.
Absolutely, because running through every session, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a defining question. What choices do we make today? That will actually determine the character of the century ahead. And all of these developments, as far as this summit is also coming at a time when the language of economics itself is now being rewritten. Growth is increasingly measured in resilience, prosperity is evaluated through inclusion, power is expressed through control over supply chains, and technology, energy, and data as well, because this world has moved from predictability to constant recalibration, where certainty is scarce, but opportunity belongs to those who think clearly and act decisively.
In fact, for India, this is both a test and a turning point. The country stands at the intersection of domestic dynamism and global realignment. So over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we will be examining not just where India stands, but how it intends to lead. And on that note, I'd also like to thank our partners for their support all of these past 10 years. The ET Now Global Business Summit is co-powered by Spark Capital and Bennett University, part of the Times Group. Our strategic partners include Elements Wellness, Jaro Education, Government of Maharashtra, and Government of Haryana.
Our media partners include Business Insights partner ET Edge, Insights radio partner Mirchi, and music streaming partner is Ghana. Our official outdoor media partner is Times OOH, network partner is Times Network, and conceptualized and executed by ET Edge and the Times Group.
And on that note, and with that spirit, we begin the 2026 edition of the Global Business Summit. I thank you all once again for attending this mega event and for supporting us through all of these past 10 years.
So a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for taking out your time once again as we welcome you to the latest edition there. Because now what we are going to talk about is economic transformation. That is not just built in financial markets alone. It is built in factories, in logistics corridors, in cold storage networks, and in the value addition that connects farmers to global supply chains, food processing that remains central to India's manufacturing depth, export ambition, and also rural prosperity.
And as India strengthens its industrial base, value addition in agriculture becomes critical because it determines the income stability for farmers, competitiveness for exporters, and resilience for supply chains. It shapes employment generation across states. And, all right. Put your hands together for the Union Minister Chirag Paswan. Thank you very much, sir, for attending this summit.
So we're going to talk about in a world where food security and supply chain integrity continues and has the strategic consideration because this sector carries out enormous weight. It speaks of domestic capacity and global participation, and to share his perspective on strengthening this vital pillar of India's economic architecture, please welcome once again a big round of applause to Shri Chirag Paswan, Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries, Government of India.
Thank you, sir. Please take the stage.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for giving me this platform. Today, when I stand here and in this Global Business Summit, this is something which makes us think for the future, the economy of the country, and a target of Viksit Bharat, a target given by my Prime Minister that when we celebrate 100 years of our independence, वो एक ऐसा समय होना चाहिए when हमारा देश एक विकसित देश बने. Of course, we have done in the past 1 decade We have taken a lot of decisions, lot of policy changes, reforms, which make sure कि हम लोग अपने उस लक्ष्य के हम लोग करीब पहुंचे। ऐसे में आज जब मैं यहाँ आप लोग के बीच मौजूद हूँ, मैं ये मानता हूँ कि पिछले 11 साल मेरी सरकार, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक के बाद एक हम लोगों ने कई ऐसे फैसले लिए जिसने भारत की इकोनॉमी को, हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती देने का काम किया। कई बार इन विषयों के ऊपर सवाल उठे। जब हम लोगों ने गांव-गांव जाकर बैंक में खाते खुलवाने का हम लोगों ने काम किया, उस वक्त कई लोगों ने सोचा कि ये क्या मतलब है इसका, जनधन योजना, गांव में आप खाते खुलवा रहे हैं, बैंकों में आप इतने लोगों को आप लेकर जा रहे हैं, बैंकिंग व्यवस्था के साथ आप उनको जोड़ रहे हैं। बट आज एक दशक के बाद मुझे लगता है इन तमाम चीज़ों के परिणाम, वी आर विटनेसिंग द रिजल्ट्स ऑफ द डिसीजन टेकन बाय माय गवर्नमेंट, बाय माय प्राइम मिनिस्टर इन द पास्ट 1 decade। और मुझे लगता है इन तमाम फैसलों ने हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती देने का काम किया। यूपीआई से जोड़ना हो, डिजिटलाइजेशन की तरफ जाना हो, एक करके हम लोगों ने देश की एक बड़ी आबादी को इस व्यवस्था के साथ जोड़ा, जिसने लीकेजेस कम किए, करप्शन को कम किया। एक ऐसा दौर होता था जब हमारे देश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री गर्व से इस बात को कहते थे कि दिल्ली से जब 1 रुपया निकलता है तो सही में बेनिफिशियरी के पास पहुंचते पहुंचते उस कुछ पैसों का रह जाता है। बट आज की तारीख में डीबीटी के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने इस लीकेज को पूरी तरीके से कंट्रोल करने का काम किया। हम लोगों ने जीएसटी के माध्यम से अर्थव्यवस्था को और सिंप्लीफाई करने का काम किया। और यही कारण रहा है कि भले आज ग्लोबली समय समय पर कितने चैलेंजेस क्यों ना आए हों, बट भारत, हमारा देश, उन चैलेंजेस के बाद भी आज भी सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था के तौर पर उभर कर आ रहा है। उसके कारण ही ये तमाम फैसले रहे। कोरोना का वो काल, कोविड का वो समय, हम सब ने देखा कि कितना चैलेंजिंग अक्रॉस द ग्लोब फॉर ऑल द कंट्रीज, सबके लिए ये रहा। पर उसके बावजूद उस समय में भी भारत अगर अपने आप को संभाल पाया, नॉट ओनली इन द सेंस ऑफ प्रोवाइडिंग हेल्प to a huge population, but also फाइनेंशियली जिस तरीके से हम लोगों ने ना सिर्फ अपने आप को संभाला बल्कि ग्लोबली भी जिस तरीके से हम लोग देश की, दुनिया की हम लोग मदद कर पाए, ये तमाम चीज़ें दर्शाती हैं कि पिछले 10-11 साल में मेरी सरकार, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक के बाद एक जो योजनाएं हम लोग लेकर आए, एक के बाद एक जो रिफॉर्म्स हम लोग लेकर आए, जो पॉलिसीज़, जो नीति हम लोगों ने निर्माण की, उसने कहीं ना कहीं हमारी इस व्यवस्था को और ज़्यादा सशक्त करने का काम किया। हमारा देश एक कृषि प्रधान देश है। भारत की एक बड़ी आबादी किसानी से जुड़ी हुई है। ऐसे में, एंड ऑफ कोर्स देयर वाज अ पॉइंट इन टाइम व्हेन वी हैड फूड डेफिसिट, हम लोग के पास उतना अनाज ही नहीं होता था एक बड़ी आबादी को भरपेट खाना देने के लिए। हम लोगों ने हरित क्रांति देखी, विद ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन वी मेड श्योर कि हमारे पास खाने की कोई कमी नहीं हो। बट हम लोगों ने जब एक तरफ लंबे समय तक प्रोडक्शन पे ध्यान दिया, वॉल्यूम पे ध्यान दिया, पर वॉल्यूम के साथ कभी हम लोगों ने वैल्यू पे ध्यान नहीं दिया। पिछले एक दशक में हम लोगों ने वैल्यू पे कंसंट्रेट करना हम लोगों ने शुरू किया। हम लोगों ने इस बात को सुनिश्चित किया कि अलग अलग मंत्रालयों के माध्यम से, मैं जिस मंत्रालय का प्रतिनिधित्व करता हूं, फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, हम लोगों ने अलग से फिशरी का, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री का, ये तमाम विभाग ऐसे होते थे जो कि एक बड़े अम्ब्रेला एग्रीकल्चर के नीचे आते थे और इनको जो इंपॉर्टेंस मिलनी चाहिए थी वो नहीं मिलती थी। आज जब मैं फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज की मैं बात करता हूं, मैं मानता हूं कि टुडे व्हेन वी हैव दैट वॉल्यूम, वी नीड टू ऐड वैल्यू टू इट, एंड एडिंग वैल्यू टू इट, देयर आर मल्टीपल वर्टिकल्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ चैलेंजेस जिसको हम लोग केटर कर सकते हैं, जिस समस्या का हम लोग समाधान कर सकते हैं। पहला चैलेंजेस, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री किसानों की आर्थिक सशक्तता की बात करते हैं, उनको फाइनेंशियली और ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग करने की बात करते हैं। उसमें फूड प्रोसेसिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। जब तक किसानों के पास वो होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी नहीं आती है कि वो अपने उत्पादन को लंबे समय तक होल्ड कर सकता है, उसको औने पौने दामों पे बेचना ना पड़े, जब बाजार में उसके सही दाम मिले तब वो उसको बाजार में निकाल पाए, ये तब संभव होगा जब वो होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी रखेगा। होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी कैसे आएगी? जब आप उसको प्रोसेस करेंगे, आप उसकी शेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाएंगे और या फिर उसमें और वैल्यू ऐड कर कर उसको किसी और फॉर्म में उसको लेकर आप बाजारों तक लेकर जाएं। मैं मानता हूं जितना ये सेक्टर मजबूत होगा उतना किसानों की मजबूती हम लोग देख पाएंगे। जितना ये सेक्टर मजबूत होगा, हम लोग जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज को क्रिएट करने की बात करते हैं थ्रू कारपेट बॉम्बिंग ऑफ एन नंबर ऑफ प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स। जहां पे खेत हो वहां पे जब प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स आएंगे, वहां पे रोजगार के अवसर और ज्यादा बढ़ेंगे। वहां के युवा, वहां के अगल बगल के लोग उस व्यवस्था के साथ जुड़ेंगे। तो जहां एक तरफ किसानों की ये मदद करता है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट करता है, वहीं तीसरी तरफ थर्ड चैलेंज जो कि सबसे बड़ा चिंता का विषय हम लोग ले रहा है, फूड वेस्टेज। फूड वेस्टेज, जिस तरीके से हम लोग अनाज जब खराब होता है, ये हर किसी को ये बात चुभती है, उसमें भी इस सेक्टर की एक बहुत अहम भूमिका है। जब आप प्रोसेसिंग करते हैं, आप कहीं ना कहीं उसकी शेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाते हैं, आप उसको जो पेरिशेबल फूड आइटम्स हैं, वेजिटेबल्स हों, फ्रूट्स हों, आप उसको खराब होने से आप रोकते हैं। तो मैं मानता हूं कि ये एक सेक्टर, और जिस तरीके से मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने इस सेक्टर पे इन द पास्ट 10-11 ईयर्स ध्यान देने का काम किया है, इसके माध्यम से मैं मानता हूं कि आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को और ज़्यादा मजबूती देने का काम करेंगे एंड ऑल्सो ग्लोबल पेनिट्रेशन थ्रू दिस। भारत में वो क्षमता है, वी हैव दैट पोटेंशियल, वी हैव दैट कैपेबिलिटीज, जहाँ पे हम लोग इसके माध्यम से दुनिया के सामने अपने आप को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पर हम लोग प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। हम लोगों में वो क्षमता है, हमारे पास अबंडेंस है, हमारे पास वॉल्यूम है। इस वॉल्यूम को हम लोग सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं कि ना सिर्फ भारत की खाद्य ज़रूरतों को पूरा करते हुए हम लोग दुनिया के कई ऐसे देश हैं जहां पे उनकी खाद्य ज़रूरतों को भी हम लोग पूरा कर सकते हैं, फूड सिक्योरिटी उनकी भी हम लोग सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं। ऐसे में हम लोगों ने पिछले 10-11 सालों में मेरे मंत्रालय की अलग अलग योजनाओं के माध्यम से प्रयास किया है कि हम लोग इस सेक्टर को मजबूत करें, वॉल्यूम को हम लोग वैल्यू तक लेकर जाएं। बट आज भी मैं मानता हूं कि एक लंबा रास्ता अभी भी हम लोगों को तय करना बाकी है। हम लोग में जितना पोटेंशियल है, इसके थ्रू उस पोटेंशियल को हम लोग अभी ना के बराबर टैप कर पाए हैं। धीरे धीरे हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि कैसे हम लोग प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट, प्रसंस्करण को हम लोग गांव तक लेकर जाएं, ताकि गांव और शहर के बीच की दूरी को कम किया जा सके। और इसी सोच के साथ मेरी सरकार आगे बढ़ने का काम कर रही है। हम लोगों ने अलग अलग सेक्टर में कैसे उसको और ज़्यादा मजबूती देकर दुनिया के सामने हम अपने आप को एक मजबूत अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ हम लोग खड़ा करें, उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पिछले 11 सालों से हम लोगों ने हर क्षेत्र में प्रयास किया कि कैसे हम लोग रिफॉर्म्स लेकर आएं, ताकि उन रिफॉर्म्स के माध्यम से हम उस सेक्टर को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकें और उस सेक्टर में हम लोग परफॉर्म करके दिखाएं। निरंतरता में हर सेक्टर ने पिछले 10-11 सालों में हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया कि कैसे हम लोग ईज ऑफ बिजनेस दें, बॉटल नेक्स उसको कैसे हम लोग क्लियर आउट करें, जो चैलेंजेस हैं हमारे सामने उसको हम लोग कैसे ईज करें, ताकि न सिर्फ इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए लोगों को ईज ऑफ बिजनेस मिले, बल्कि जो आम नागरिक हैं उनको भी ईज ऑफ लिविंग मिले, ताकि उनकी जीवन शैली और ज़्यादा आसान हो। छोटी छोटी बातें, बट जब आप फॉर्म भरते हैं, दुनिया भर के सवाल पूछे जाते हैं, उसको हम लोगों ने सरल करने का काम किया। नागरिकों पे भरोसा हम लोगों ने बढ़ाने का काम किया। पहले आपको किसी IAS सर्विस वाले ऑफिसर से आपको अटेस्ट कराना पड़ता था। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये विश्वास अपने नागरिकों पे रखा कि भाई तुम सेल्फ अटेस्ट करके दो, तुम पे मुझे भरोसा है, तुम हमारे देश के नागरिक हो। ये तमाम चीज़ें इस सोच के साथ की गई हैं ताकि हम लोग मजबूती से देश की एक बड़ी आबादी को व्यवस्था का हिस्सा बनाकर, ताकि इसमें कोई छूटे नहीं, ऐसे सेक्टर्स को भी हम लोगों ने जोड़ने का काम किया है इस व्यवस्था के साथ, जो लंबे समय तक अपने आप को इससे बाहर मानते थे। और यही कारण है जब हम लोग आज की तारीख में टैक्स देखते हैं, जो इनकम टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उसकी संख्या ओवर द ईयर जिस तरीके से बढ़ी है, चीज़ें और ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइज हुई हैं। मैं मानता हूं मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अभी एक लंबा रास्ता हम लोग को तय करना है, जहां एक तरफ भारत की आबादी हमारी ताकत है तो वहीं वो चैलेंज भी बनता है। 1.4 बिलियन पीपल, इस आबादी को साथ लेकर चलना और ऐसे में वैश्विक चुनौतियों का भी सामना करना, उसमें भी मुझे लगता है जिस तरीके से हमारी सरकार ने आगे आकर उसको भी मजबूती से फेस कर उसमें भी रास्ते निकालने का काम किया। लंबे समय से जो FTAs पेंडिंग पड़े हुए थे, आज हम लोगों ने अलग अलग देशों के साथ वो एग्रीमेंट साइन करने का काम किया। एंड इन वर्ड्स ऑफ माय प्राइम मिनिस्टर, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील, EU के साथ एक साथ हम लोगों ने 27 देशों के साथ जिस तरीके से FTA साइन किया, ये दर्शाता है कि आज की तारीख में दुनिया भी भारत को एक डेस्टिनेशन के तौर पर देख रही है। एंड डेस्टिनेशन नॉट ओनली इन टर्म्स ऑफ मार्केट, ऑफ कोर्स विद द पॉपुलेशन ऑफ 1.4 बिलियन पीपल इट इज़ अ ह्यूज मार्केट, बट आज की तारीख में इनोवेशंस को लेकर, रिसर्च को लेकर जिस तरीके से ग्लोबल कंपनियां भारत में आने के लिए उत्सुक हैं, और यही कारण है एक के बाद एक जो हम लोगों ने तमाम FTA साइन किए। आज US के साथ जो हम लोग की डील हुई है, स्वाभाविक है कि उसको लेकर बहुत चर्चाएं हुई हैं। विपक्ष ने अपनी बातों को रखा है, विपक्ष है, उनका काम है कि वो आपको क्रिटिसाइज करें, भ्रमित करें। पर मैं ये मानता हूं कि आज की तारीख में ये एक ऐसी डील है जो हमारी व्यवस्था को और ज़्यादा मजबूत करेगी, भारत भारतीयों के लिए नए बाज़ारों को खोलने का काम करेगी। आज की तारीख में जो उत्पादन हमारा है उसको हम लोग कैसे विदेशों के बाजार तक लेकर जाएं, इन तमाम एग्रीमेंट्स के माध्यम से वो रास्ते खुलेंगे। ओवर द ईयर्स हम लोगों का एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा है। मैं खुद अपने मंत्रालय की मैं बात करूं, प्रोसेसिंग में हम लोगों ने 100% FDI लाकर इन द पास्ट 1 डेकेड ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 7.33 बिलियन का हम लोगों ने बिजनेस किया है इसमें। आज जब और नए एग्रीमेंट्स हुए हैं नए देशों के साथ, ये हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स को और ज़्यादा बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे। और यही कारण रहा है कलेक्टिवली कि हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था आज वन ऑफ द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है। हम लोग आज दुनिया की चौथी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ तो हम लोग सही कर रहे हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि कई सवाल हमारे ऊपर उठाए जाते हैं, हम लोगों की पॉलिसीज़ को बहुत सी बार चैलेंज किया जाता है, बट मैं इतना मैं ज़रूर मानूंगा कि मेरे प्रधानमंत्री और उनके नेतृत्व में जिस संयम के साथ, जिस धैर्य के साथ प्रश्न उठे, समय पर हम लोगों ने हर सवाल का जवाब देने का काम किया। US डील को लेकर भी दुनिया भर के भ्रम फैलाए गए। हम बहुत सी चीज़ों को एंटिसिपेट किया गया कि ऐसा हो जाएगा, वैसा हो जाएगा। एग्रीकल्चर आपने खोल दिया, डायरी आपने खोल दिया, इस सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए हमारे किसानों का क्या होगा। हम लोग भी जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, आज नहीं तो कल हमें भी चुनाव में जाना है वापस। आज से 3-3.25 साल के बाद फिर से देश में चुनाव होंगे। क्या कोई सरकार, कोई प्रधानमंत्री देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी किसानों की, उनका अहित सोच सकती है? क्या उनके हितों के साथ किसी तरीके का कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता, और ये नहीं होगा। ये विश्वास भी मैं मेरे प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से देश की एक बड़ी आबादी को दिलाना चाहता हूं। बल्कि हम लोग तो और ज़्यादा इस बात को सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि इसको कैसे हम लोग और ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में लेकर आएँ। बाय बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस, FPOs के माध्यम से कैसे हम लोग किसानों तक इस बात को पहुंचा सकें कि प्रसंस्करण के माध्यम से वो अपने आप को और ज़्यादा सशक्त कर सकते हैं। इस सोच के साथ मेरी सरकार काम कर रही है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि हम लोगों ने पिछले 10-11 सालों में करके दिखाया है। हर सेक्टर में ग्रोथ, अगर आपकी पॉलिसी सही नहीं, अगर आपके रिफॉर्म सही नहीं है तो ये कतई संभव नहीं होता। अगर आज की तारीख में हर सेक्टर में हम लोग ग्रोथ देख रहे हैं तो मैं मानता हूं कि इस सरकार ने पिछले 10-11 साल में करके दिखाया है। और आने वाले सालों में 2047 तक जब हम भारत को एक विकसित देश के तौर पर देखेंगे तो उसमें भी हमारी आज की नीतियों की एक बड़ी भूमिका होगी। इस बार के बजट में जब हमारी वित्त मंत्री ने इस बजट को पेश किया, इस बजट में अगले 25 साल का विजन है। अगला 25 साल हम लोग के लिए महत्वपूर्ण क्यों है? क्योंकि ये इस सदी का सेकेंड क्वार्टर है। हम लोगों ने 2000 से लेकर 2025 तक का एक क्वार्टर देखा। अब 2026 से 2050 का ये क्वार्टर हम लोग के लिए और ज़्यादा मायने रखता है। क्यों? क्योंकि इस क्वार्टर में ही 2047 भी आता है। और 2047 जब हम एक विकसित देश के निर्माण का लक्ष्य रखकर जब हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो ऐसे में ये उसका पहला बजट था इस बार जो बजट पेश हुआ। तो इस बजट में जहां अगले 25 सालों का विजन है, तो अगले 5 साल की प्लानिंग है और 1 साल का इसमें बजट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की इसमें व्यवस्था की गई है। लंबी सोच के साथ, बड़े लक्ष्यों के साथ, चीज़ों को कंसोलिडेट करते हुए मेरी सरकार आगे बढ़ने का काम कर रही है। हम लोगों ने नीति इसलिए नहीं निर्माण की कि हम लोग आज उसकी घोषणा करें और कल उसको भूल जाएं। आज जब हम लोग मेड इन इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हम लोग इसमें अड़िग हैं। आज जब फॉरेन कंपनीज आती हैं, हम लोग एक ऐसी व्यवस्था उनको देने का काम करते हैं कि वो हमें सिर्फ मार्केट के तौर पे नहीं देखें, बल्कि अपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यहाँ पे करें। ये व्यवस्था उनके लिए तैयार की जा रही है। जिस ईज ऑफ बिजनेस की मैं बात कर रहा था, भारत में जब हम लोग स्वदेशी की हम लोग बात करते हैं, स्वदेशी का मतलब सिर्फ इंडियन ब्रांड्स का ही आगे बढ़ना नहीं है। स्वदेशी का मतलब जिसमें भारतीयों का पसीना जुड़ा हो, जिसमें उनका पैसा लगा हो। फॉरेन ब्रांड्स भी जब इंडिया में आके मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं, उस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग व्यवस्था को मजबूत करने की हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं। हम लोग एक ऐसे दिन का कल्पना करते हैं जब देश दुनिया की बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनी भारत में आए और यहाँ पे आके इन्वेस्ट करे, यहाँ पे आकर अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को मैन्युफैक्चर करने का काम करे। और आज की तारीख में दुनिया देख रही है हम लोग को ऐसे। लास्ट ईयर व्हेन आई वाज एट डावोस वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम के लिए मैं वहाँ पे गया हुआ था, and the kind of engagement that I had with some of the top brands across the globe, और वो जिस तरीके से भारत को एक डेस्टिनेशन के तौर पर देखते हैं। अगेन मैं बार बार बोलूंगा कि विद अ पॉपुलेशन ऑफ 1.4 बिलियन पीपल, डेफिनेटली वी आर अ ह्यूज मार्केट, बट उसके साथ साथ यहाँ पर आकर इन्वेस्ट करना, यहाँ पर अपने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स खोलना, यहाँ पर आकर R&D करना, इन तमाम चीज़ों में जो उत्साह मैंने ग्लोबल ब्रांड्स को में देखा है, मैं ये मानता हूं कि आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग ज़रूर इस व्यवस्था को और ज़्यादा विस्तृत कर पाएंगे। आखिर में बस मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि मेरी सरकार, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग हर संभव प्रयास कर रहे हैं ताकि हम लोग अपने उस लक्ष्य को हम लोग हासिल कर सकें। ऐसे में देश की एक बड़ी आबादी का समर्थन मिलना, उनका सहयोग निरंतरता में, ये सुनने में शायद छोटी बात लगती हो, बट इतना आसान होता नहीं है। होता तो शायद कई और सरकारें कर लेती। निरंतरता एंड स्टेबिलिटी भी हम लोग की बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। 3 बार से एक ही सरकार, एक ही प्रधानमंत्री का चुनकर आना, ये सामान्य नहीं है। अगर इतना ही आसान होता तो इतिहास में ऐसे कई उदाहरण हम लोग के पास होते। एंड एट द सेम टाइम वन फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर 9 बार लगातार वो ही बजट पेश कर रही हैं। ये शायद पहले भी हुआ होगा कि किसी ने पेश किया होगा, बट एक ही प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में वो बजट पेश किया जा रहा है निरंतरता में 9 साल। ये हमारी देश की स्टेबिलिटी को दर्शाता है, कंटिन्यूटी को दर्शाता है। और मुझे लगता है जब कोई भी ग्लोबली आपको एज अ डेस्टिनेशन देखता है, तो सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी होती है स्टेबिलिटी इन पॉलिसी। अगर आपकी नीतियां ही बार बार सरकारों के साथ बदलती रहें, तो कोई आकर इन्वेस्ट करना नहीं चाहेगा। उनको हमेशा इस बात का संदेह होगा कि चलो आज तो इन्होंने मार्केट खोली, कल को दूसरी सरकार आएगी, बंद कर दिया। आज इस बात की नीति बनाई, कल को कोई दूसरी सरकार आएगी, उस पॉलिसी को बदल देगी। तो ये स्थिरता, ये स्टेबिलिटी, ये कंटिन्यूटी भी हम लोगों की बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। मैं अंत में बस इतना कहूँगा कि हम लोग एक बहुत सकारात्मक सोच के साथ, विद अ लॉट ऑफ पॉजिटिव एनर्जी, हम लोग आगे बढ़ने का काम कर रहे हैं। एक के बाद एक मेरी सरकार बड़े फैसले ले रही है। आज जब मैं यहाँ आप लोगों के बीच मौजूद हूँ, इससे कुछ घंटे के बाद हम लोग नए ऑफिशियल यूनिट का हम लोग उद्घाटन करेंगे। पीएमओ जिसे हम लोग कहते थे, आज सेवा तीर्थ के नाम से एक नया पीएमओ, भारतीय पीएमओ, विदेशी अंग्रेज़ों के बनाए हुए ज़माने का नहीं, हमारा अपना स्वदेशी पीएमओ, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत खूबसूरत नाम दिया है, सेवा तीर्थ के नाम से। वहाँ पर आज हम लोग शिफ्ट करेंगे। आज हम लोग की आखिरी कैबिनेट साउथ ब्लॉक में होगी, जो उस वक्त का बना हुआ था। आज के बाद अब हम लोग नए पीएमओ में शिफ्ट करेंगे। काफ़ी मंत्रालय, उसके साथ कर्तव्य भवन का निर्माण किया गया है, वहाँ पर हम लोग जाएंगे। एक के बाद एक ये फैसले इसीलिए लिए जा रहे हैं ताकि सिस्टम को और ज़्यादा हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकें, चैनलाइज कर सकें, ताकि देश विदेश से आने वाले लोग उनको किसी तरीके की कठिनाई सिस्टम व्यवस्था से ना हो। और इस दिशा में पिछले 11 साल हम लोगों ने काम किया, आने वाले सालों में भी उतनी ही मजबूती से हम लोग काम करेंगे। आप सबको ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि एक्सपेंशन प्लान्स, उस पे आप लोग काम करें, जितना विस्तार हो सकता है जिस जिस क्षेत्र से आप जुड़े हुए हैं। एंड इवन ऑल माय फ्रेंड्स विजिटिंग अस, उनसे भी मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि दिस इज द डेस्टिनेशन एंड मी एंड माय गवर्नमेंट वी आर कमिटेड to give you everything possible to have your business well settled here in our country and you don't face any challenges when it comes to your functioning. Me and my government will make sure of that. आप आएँ, एक्सपेंशन पे काम करें। बस अंत में इतना ज़रूर बोलूँगा, क्वालिटी पर भी हम लोग उतना ही ध्यान दें। सुनिश्चित करें कि हम लोग जिस क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए हैं, क्वालिटी से किसी तरीके का कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ ना हो। मैं तो उस दिन की कल्पना करता हूं जब हमारे इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स बने। आज एज फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्टर, ये बातें मुझे परेशान करती हैं जब मैं देखता हूं कि कोई कंसाइनमेंट हमारे किसी दूसरे देश के पोर्ट पे अटका हुआ है, उसको क्लियरेंस नहीं मिल रहा है, उसकी गुणवत्ता को चैलेंज किया जा रहा है। गुणवत्ता के साथ कभी कोई समझौता नहीं होना चाहिए, क्वालिटी के साथ कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारी क्वालिटी वर्ल्ड लेवल की क्वालिटी होनी चाहिए, इस बात को हम लोग को सुनिश्चित करना है। जब हम लोग क्वालिटी से कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करते हैं, संभवतः क्षणिक लाभ हम लोग को मिल जाएगा, बट इवेंचुअली लॉन्ग टर्म में हम लोग उस रेस में हार जाएंगे। क्वालिटी से बिना कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ किए हुए आज भले हम लोग 2 रुपया कम कमाएं, बट इस बात को सुनिश्चित करें कि हमारी क्वालिटी इतनी बढ़िया हो कि हमारे जो कंज्यूमर्स हैं, डोमेस्टिक हो इंटरनेशनल हो, उनको ये विश्वास हो कि ये मेरा वेंडर है और इसके पास वही क्वालिटी हर बार मुझे मिलती है, बिना कोई 19-20 का फर्क हुए। जिस दिन हम लोग क्वालिटी पे 100% 100% खरे उतर जाएंगे, ग्लोबल मार्केट में इंडियन ब्रांड्स को पेनिट्रेट करने से कोई नहीं रोक पाएगा। आज अगर हम लोग कहीं पे फंसते हैं तो कई बार सिर्फ क्वालिटी को लेकर, रेगुलेशंस को लेकर कई बार कहा जाता है कि सरकारें रेगुलेशंस को करती हैं तो वो एंटी इंडस्ट्री हो रही हैं, कतई नहीं हो रही हैं। हम लोग रेगुलेशंस को सशक्त इसीलिए करने का काम करते हैं ताकि वो लोग छन जाएं जो शायद क्षणिक लाभ के लिए क्वालिटी से कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करते हैं, और ऐसे लोग व्यवस्था में मजबूती से आगे बढ़ें जिनकी पहचान उनके पदार्थों से, उनके प्रोडक्ट से होती है, उनकी क्वालिटी से होती है। सो मैं ये आग्रह अंत में मैं ज़रूर करूँगा कि क्वालिटी से बिना कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ किए हुए आएँ, निवेश करें, एक्सपैंड करें, फॉरेन जितनी भी ग्लोबल कंपनीज़ हैं उनको भारत में लाने में और हम लोग मिलकर सुविधा दें। एंड कलेक्टिवली इट हैज़ टू बी अ कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ ऑल ऑफ अस टू कंट्रीब्यूट 2047 तक भारत को एक विकसित देश बनाने में हम सब मिलकर अपना योगदान दें। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबने मुझे मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words and, of course, setting the tone of this very event. May I please request you to be here as I have to invite on stage Mr. Rohit Gopakumar. He's the director WWM TSSL, and he is also the CEO of Digital at the Times Network. Mr. Gopakumar, if you could please come and felicitate the Honorable Minister.
A big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Minister, sir, once again very much for your incredible address on food security and how that's going to be critical as far as these geopolitical disruptions are concerned, and of course maintaining India's economic resilience. Amita, but it's now time for us to move on to our next session, which is equally interesting.
Well, globalization that was once defined by openness, by the belief that integration would deepen steadily and also predictably. Now today, we inhabit a more complex world that one is digitally connected but strategically also leveraged. Now technology that has now become the site of competition rather than a neutral facilitator of growth, and supply chains that are now being redesigned not merely for efficiency but for resilience and for control as well. So all of this that is now becoming a major factor, Sumita, as we talk about the supply chains and the efficiency, but also how investment routes are now being reconsidered.
Absolutely. And like you stated, investment routes are being reconsidered through the lens of national interest. Strategic alliances are recalibrated as geopolitical equations shift. For India, these changes have real implications. For what? Well, for exports, for foreign investment, for technological autonomy, and for long-term competitiveness. The central question then is whether the world is moving towards decoupling, selective integration, or a new hybrid model of globalization. Ladies and gentlemen, to help us understand all of these tectonic shifts, we now have a very, very special guest who's joining us on stage.
Well, this is for emerging economies. Please join your hands together to welcome Professor Annie Harrison, economist and former dean, Haas School of Business, University of California, Berkeley.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here, hosted by the Times Group Global Business Summit. I've been asked to talk briefly about global trade and climate change. We are truly at a pivotal moment. My name is Ann Harrison, and I've come to you from Berkeley, California. So let's start with a little bit of data here. How do we measure what is happening in the world in terms of globalization? The standard way to measure globalization is to look at the share of exports in GDP. That orange line that you see there, that is India. India has had a remarkable transformation, moving from 1960, a share of exports in GDP of less than 5%, all the way to the end where you see it has overtaken a number of countries. Exports now as a share of GDP exceed the United States. The United States is at the bottom there, that dotted line at the bottom. And India has now surpassed China with a share of exports in GDP above China's. So remarkable progress, particularly post-1990s with the reforms. However, what you should also see there is for all sectors of the world, since the 2008-2009 recession, there is stagnation. There is stagnation in the share of global trade and GDP. It is happening across all countries. And so we are at a turning point here where we cannot expect the same increases in global trade that we saw literally for the last century. In another way, India has also shown remarkable progress. In addition to that remarkable performance that we saw for trade, there's also a shift in the global trade winds when it comes to global direct investment. If you look in those graphs, you see that over 20 years, the biggest share of inward foreign investment was going to China, about 40%. No longer today. Over the last 5 years, the share of foreign investment going into China has dropped dramatically, and it's been replaced by India. India now accounts for most of the share going into Asia. Although the levels have not increased, the share is definitely bigger, and greenfield investment in particular is picking up, another very bright wind on the horizon. Another way in which India has surpassed all large countries is in its growth rate. The IMF's World Economic Outlook, which is the barometer for judging growth, estimates that India's GDP growth in 2026 will be 6%, exceeding China's, exceeding all large countries. India there is the dark country, the dark green country in the map. You'll see there are very few dark green countries in that map, suggesting very few countries with this level of growth, with the exception of some fast-moving, fast-growing African economies. So here we see all the positive moments. However, there are some very serious headwinds that are worth talking about. Big challenges. In the last year, the United States, under President Trump, imposed the highest tariffs that the United States has seen in a century. Not only did he impose very high tariffs, but he imposed some of the highest tariffs on India. On Liberation Day, he imposed tariffs of almost 50%, whereas before that, tariffs vis-a-vis India were in the single digits, 2 to 3%. These are dramatic changes which are difficult to predict where they will go. An even bigger challenge, climate change. It was right that we began with the minister in charge of food in India, food processing. This is a very big concern. The graph that you see there on the left shows you the increase in temperature that has steadily gone up since we began recording temperature in the world. It has gone up by over 1.5 degrees centigrade, which is the critical number that climate experts warn that if we exceed or surpass, we will continue to have terrible, devastating events. We are now at the level of surpassing 1.5 degrees centigrade, and the last 2 years were the hottest years on record. I want to call your attention to an amazing talk at Davos last month by the former IMF Managing Director and Chief Economist, Geeta Gopinath. Geeta Gopinath made the very provocative statement at Davos that pollution in India is a bigger economic threat than any tariffs that the United States can impose. And she came out with some startling numbers. She pointed out that in a recent World Bank report, as many as 1.7 deaths every year in India, 1.7 million deaths in India every year result from the combination of climate change and pollution. This is 18% of all mortality in India. She claimed that this was so important that it would outweigh any tariff imposed, any cost of any tariffs imposed by the President of the United States. To put this in perspective, today, if you go to the air quality index in New Delhi, today it was hovering around 200. That's 23 times what the World Health Organization says is the safe level for air quality. That is what we are seeing here. But there is hope. What I have shown you here, if you can see it, you can see the yellow lines. The yellow lines are India's particulate matter, 2.5, which measures air pollution across many of India's largest cities. As you can see, since 2011, it's been rising, only starting to decline. India is home to some of the most polluted cities in the world. But there is hope. The red lines that you see there, which were dramatically high, just as high as India, and have now declined precipitously, those are all the Chinese cities. So what China has done is it went from particulate matter, which was equal to or exceeded India's in many cities, and it dramatically reduced pollution in all those cities. It's now below the world average, which in this graph is the dotted line. So there is opportunity, there is hope, but this is a very serious challenge. So given these challenges, given what we heard from the minister, from our honorable minister in the previous talk, what do I, as an outsider, feel should be priorities going forward? first priority would be for India to deepen ties with friends and contain others. What do I mean by that? Friendshoring, finding ways to be resilient, not worry as much about efficiency as in the past, but worry a lot about safety of supply chains. One very important accomplishment in the last several weeks has been the signing of the free trade agreement between the EU and India. Together, they account for 25% of global GDP. The EU made some very important commitments. They're lowering or eliminating tariffs on 90% of their exports, on 90% of their home market goods. They're giving India the opportunity to make inroads in many areas: garments, foodstuffs, food processing, you name it. In return, they are asking for access to the Indian market. In particular, the agreement will give them lower tariffs on exports of lower-priced cars to India, on exports of olive oil, on exports of wine to India. This is a tremendous opportunity for both regions that are not affected, that are not part of the US, China, Russia group. So this is very exciting and very strategic. What should India do about the US and China? The US, take it from me, as a US citizen, the US is not reliable under President Trump. A containment strategy would be my advice. Find a way to accept the offer of lower tariffs from President Trump, but be careful in committing to too much. As you heard from the minister, agriculture in India is important. Many, many individuals rely on it. Opening up the agricultural market in response for lower tariffs into the Indian market would be a very dangerous strategy. This was the strategy that Mexico embarked in the North American Free Trade Agreement, and many farmers in Mexico were deeply hurt by that process. I would argue for containment and careful negotiation, reciprocity at all times. Although Trump's tariffs are called reciprocal, they are not. India should demand reciprocity. With China, India needs to find a way to control China's enormous trade surplus surge. It's at levels never before seen. Any agreements must be contingent on China restricting that enormous trade surplus in the direction of India. Priority number 2, addressing pollution and climate change. It's very difficult to become the #1 country in the world with these kinds of air quality levels. My own research on India has shown that price mechanisms could be really important. In particular, setting differential prices on coal could reduce consumption of coal and clean up the air. That's what the data for India shows. Those could be combined. Pricing mechanisms can be combined with command and control policies, such as those that the Supreme Court Action Plan helped institute over a number of years. The combination of price mechanisms to encourage smaller enterprises to address consumption of dirty fuels, and Supreme Court action plans that targeted the largest and most important companies had significant effects on different outcomes. Green industrial policy is an important topic. We could spend many hours talking about it. I would just suggest one thing from my research on China. One of the reasons that China's industrial policy was so successful is that it was combined in conjunction with increasing competition, not reducing it. So using tariffs to promote, for example, solar energy would be the absolute worst strategy. Competition is your friend. Last priority. India has a tremendous asset. The size of the domestic market is so large that India can use domestic competition to create levels of performance that many smaller countries do not have the opportunity to use. China has used fierce domestic competition to its advantage to force domestic enterprises to become world-class. India can go much further in reducing the barriers to domestic competition and continuing to battle the license raj. Let me give you, in conclusion, a personal example. I'm wanting to come to India after not having been here for many years. I applied for a visa. After hours of working on my first visa application, it was denied. I was counseled to try a tourist visa, which I did. After hours of working on my tourist visa was eventually denied. Third time, you can tell I really wanted to be here today. I tried for a third time for a visa. I finally got a visa. The details required just to get a visa to come to India just for 5 days are crazy compared to many of the other countries that I have traveled to. I teach at University of California, Berkeley. One of my students whose family immigrated from India told me the story of how they carry large suitcases everywhere they go, filled with all the forms that over the years they have had to fill out and that they think they might need one day. In applying for a visa, I was asked for my visa information from 1986, when I was barely out of high school. Of course I didn't have it. I've moved so many times since then. So my urge to you is to think about the benefits of competition in this incredible country and continue to work on enhancing domestic competition and battling the license raj. It has been a deep pleasure to be back here after so many years. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harrison, for those thoughts. And very important point that you mentioned is about reciprocity and how that is going to be key to sort of navigate through a world that's disrupted by trade, technology disruptions, and of course tariffs. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to move to our next session, which is about India's trillion-dollar ambition, capital capability, and competitiveness.
So let's talk about that, because this is going to be interesting. India's trillion-dollar ambition is not simply about reaching a number. It is about building structural strength, capital depth, regulatory clarity, and institutional credibility and entrepreneurial velocity. Because scale without discipline is fragile. Growth without governance is unsustainable. And also in a world where global capital is more cautious and more selective, India must demonstrate not only the momentum but also durability, where investment decisions today are shaped by balance sheets, policy continuity, and execution capability as much as by market size.
In fact, next conversation explores what makes India truly competitive. Is it the demographic advantage that we have, digital infrastructure, reform velocity, or capital allocation discipline? And what must be strengthened for India's growth story to remain credible in volatile global conditions? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to welcome Mr. Madhusudan Kela. He's the founder of MK Ventures. He is, in fact, Mr. Kela will join us in a bit. He will be in conversation with ET Now's executive editor, Aisha Faridi. This is going to be another interesting session which will delve upon how capital is moving even as disruptions are currently underway. And we will be joined by the guest in just a short while from now. Meanwhile, you can tweet about our sessions. You can share your thoughts on our social media handles. This is the 10th edition of the ET Now Global Business Summit.
And of course, if any of the visitors here would be requiring any interpretation devices, it is right there at the back of the stage. So Aisha, please do come on the stage and welcome Mr. Kela joining us here, because the topic here is going to be very interesting. We're going to talk about India's trillion-dollar ambition, capital capability, and competitiveness. Aisha, over to you.
Thanks, Amita and Sumita. So today we are here to talk about what do capital markets hold in store for us, and whether capital markets are reflecting the true India story, and what are the capital markets telling you right now. And who better than Madhusudan Kela, who's had a journey of, Madhu, now 35 years in Indian equity markets. But you know, Madhu, I was just looking back at the last 10 days, and let me get myopic here. And you know that quote of Lenin, that there are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. So there's been the budget, there's been the India-US deal, there's been so much volatility in gold and silver prices, so much volatility in equity markets. Is it fair for an equity market watcher to really focus on everything that's going on? Or should we just keep our blinders on and be like, you know, cut the noise, just focus on what's here and what's now?
Aisha, first of all, thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it. 35 years of my experience, I have always put the blinders and focused on what truly matters from a wealth creation perspective. This noise is what creates opportunity. This noise is not a distraction. It's only because of the noise that, you know, many people fall into the noise, and that is what creates prizes, and that's what the real opportunity is. But what has worked over decades is your hard work, your understanding, your passion about investing, and about what you truly believe. We say differentiated returns in the markets are made not by following people, but by being alone. You know, you rarely make money if you are with the crowd. Today everyone is talking, even my maid is telling the silver ka bhav 10 lakh rupees ho jayega. But you know how many people were there saying that at the time when it was 60,000, 70,000, that it could go forex. You would have been a loner at that time. So I think it's always as an investor, you have to just focus on what truly matters for you and make noise and volatility as your friend. Volatility is my biggest friend. You know, if there is no volatility, where will I get the opportunity?
So what did you tell your maid then, is my question. To sell silver now or hold it?
Honestly speaking, I felt like when she told me, I felt like selling all the silver which we have in the house. Because if it has reached to that level.
Okay, so there you go. One recommendation on silver for sure. But, you know,
It
Madhu...
has already fallen 50% with that.
It has. That's the nature of the beast. But, you know, just coming back to your journey and linking it to equity markets, you've seen so many of these boom and bust cycles, Madhu. You've seen so much structural change in India. When you look back at your 35 years and when you now look ahead the next 15 or 20 years, what's the message that stays with you?
So the biggest thing for me is being the real entrepreneurship of Indians and Indian entrepreneurs. Anyway, the resilience which I see in Indian entrepreneurs, the perseverance which I see, the determination which I see, against all odds, they are just at it, you know. The people who really make it. I am not talking about generally for everyone. The people who have really made it, they are always at it. They are not like what you discussed earlier. They are not distracted by noise that this is not happening, that is not happening. But rather, they are, you know, pursuing something which they truly believe, and against all odds. That is what, and that has been, to my mind, the real India story. That we have had so many changes, so many fragile governments. You know, 1992 happened, and then Gulf War happened, and X, Y, Z. But if you look at, there's been individual companies which has gone up like, in my career, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times, 4,000 times. But people have been just been able to be relentlessly there. And to, in my understanding, that doesn't change. So today also, as an investor, what I really look, am I able to really identify a jockey, right? Someone who is at the helm and who will be able to drive it and will not get distracted. And if you find that, that is the real winning idea. And that has been a real winning idea for India. If you look at, in the face of what has happened, there are Ambanis and there are Adanis and there are Jindals who have created billions and trillions of dollars of empires in this very country. And there are other sets of people you will find they're still cribbing, they're still complaining. Sarkar ye nahi kar rahi hai, sarkar wo nahi kar rahi hai. But at the end of the day, a real entrepreneurship is not about blame game. It is about truly believing you in your own self and pursuing what you believe. Obstacles will come, but that's the job of an entrepreneur, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, Madhu, it's so interesting that you talk about perseverance, cutting the noise. And I think one sect of investors which has followed that all through the last, at least from COVID lows up until now, is the retail mutual fund investor. They were the ones which really supported the market, at least last 2 years when FIIs were busy selling India. We had an exodus of $22 billion of outflows from the capital markets. But the faith of Indian investors, that's the one which has kept the Indian markets afloat. Do you think structurally Indian capital markets are in a good shape for their faith to actually hold true and come true?
Yeah, I would say they have been the real hero of this last bull run. If you see, they are the people who have really made money. The other thing, Aisha, you know, equity as an asset class has changed shapes. Even I have seen it very closely, from a satta-driven market to a tip-driven market to someone. Now, you know, at least 13 crore people in India believing that it is a real asset class, and we want to invest money, and we want to invest for real long term. See, something as little, it took years for people to understand that a small amount of saving invested over a long period of time can actually generate disproportionate wealth and can generate, you know, generations of financial security. Like what we discussed last time, you know, 11,000 rupees saved per month in a respectable mutual fund. A mutual funds by and large have given, let's say, 14% return in last 25 years. If we believe this is what is going to continue for the next 50 years, if you save 11,000 rupees per month, you can gain 100 crores after 50 years. So that's the real power of belief in investing. And I think somewhere down the line, this message has gone loud and clear. And if I compare last 25 return of banks and mutual fund, it's been disproportionately larger money on an absolute basis is being made by people who have believed in India. And I think that is not likely to change unless there is a real some black swan which happens, you know, which shakes the investor. I think this faith is only going to get built up, and you will see much larger flows over the next 1 decade from Indian investors. And this will come in the face of whether foreigners are buying or selling.
Kudos to that. But Madhu, when you talk about structural shift, there is so much talk around AI right now. What's it going to do? Is it going to create job losses? What's going to happen to IT services companies? We are seeing every day what's happening to IT stocks for sure. One news flow out of China or the US and the stocks react 5% on a daily basis or sometimes even hourly basis. Is there opportunity for Indian investors to buy into this weakness, or should they wait for the dust to settle down? And, you know, more importantly, what is the reality of it all? Will AI really take away IT services as we traditionally have known it?
So I am also like a student in this arena right now. I am also learning as much as everyone else is. I would just only put 2 points. Technology has never ever made life difficult for people in the last 50 years, right? Every time there has been a technology, it has only made life easier and society is more prosperous than where we came in. So when like computers came in, a lot of people were struggling what will happen to typewriters, and people who are driving typewriters, right? When cars came in, people were struggling what will happen to people who are driving horse carts, right? But over a period of time, we have seen that societies adapt to technologies and it brings in more prosperity. Every time the new technology comes in, the fear is as it is today, that this will, you know, and today in my own office, forget everywhere else, there is a atmosphere that will not need any lawyers, will not need any doctors, will not need any analysts, will not need any chartered accountants. Everything will be done by AI, and it will create millions of job losses. Now, I don't think the verdict as of now is out there. You know, we don't know what kind of legal changes could come in operating of these AI engines. So, but one thing, if I go by the past, technology has made life easier. The second thing which is really happening to counterbalance is these GCC centers, Global Competence Centers. That is the real boon, according to me, for India. You talk of any real big multinational company, and they have their operations here. And these are value-added jobs. Unlike a software job which used to pay you 3 lakh rupees, these are like paying 8, 10 lakh, 15 lakh rupees. And the numbers are very large. Now more than 25 lakh people are employed in GCCs, right? And this is still yet happening. So when I do, let's say, the sum total of some losses here, some gains there, at least I have always remained an optimist in life. I have no reason to believe that India as a country, you know, will face massive challenges because of AI. Maybe we'll convert this as the biggest opportunity, and we'll become the biggest AI layer provider, solution provider. Because at the end of the day, AI doesn't do anything on its own. Even if you have to integrate AI to something, you will still need people. And pardon my knowledge on this, I am neither a technology expert nor an AI expert. But my general sense tells me that this GCC will significantly compensate the losses which we are going to have on the AI sector, on the software side. Coming down to your question of whether we should buy the software stocks, I think let it settle down. It will be my thing that, you know, at the end of the day, we have to see how the growth rate pans out and what kind of projections these companies are giving, what kind of guidance these companies are giving for the next 1-2 years.
Understood. Because good news and good prices don't come together. That's why I asked that question. So you're saying as an investor, right now, the opportunity is in data centers and the ecosystem
Aisha,
around
in spite
it.
of all the noise, IT sector still remains a large sector in India with a lot of institutional ownership. And they are at the middle of it. So at least for me, I would like to watch before jumping in.
So other than this, the other structural shift around is around renewable energy. Unfortunate as it may be that the listed pool as of now is very, very small. 10 years from now, how big could that opportunity be for an investor?
It is not small. It's not small. In fact, now it is expanding. And this is the best example of entrepreneurship and government really working together. A sector which was kind of non-existent in India 10 years back is become one of the largest sector in India now today. In terms of EBITDA, it will have maybe more than 1,25,000 crore rupees of EBITDA next year, right? Only coming from renewable, which is larger than IT, larger than pharma, larger than many sectors which are operating, right? And from saying that we have to import all the modules to cells, to wafer, now it is all being talked that it will a significant portion of the already been done in India, and rest it is in the pipeline. So I think this is kind of a case study, Aisha, in my opinion, how government can really support any industry to come up, and that's exactly what they're doing for electronics. They're doing similar thing for defense, right? So there is, if we take this as a case study and implement the same rhythm into a lot of other sectors in India, I see similar successes could happen in a lot of other sectors. Renewable energy has been a true success story for India in the last 10 years.
As an investor, Madhu, a lot of overhangs are now behind us, event-related as well. You know, the India-US trade deal, budget, etc. Earnings recovery is already very well in place. Where is it sectorally that other than the two sectors, you're finding opportunities right now at good prices?
So first on the trade deals, I think this has been a landmark year for India. We are, again, something which is kind of underappreciated. We did the EU deal, which was pending for 20 years. We did the US deal. We did trade deals with 8 other countries. As they say, every adversity brings opportunity. So this kind of US adversity for a year got us 8 trade deals, which were pending for decades, right? So this is a big thing. Again, if I take a one decade view, so I think kudos to our Prime Minister and our Commerce Minister for getting things done on the ground. The opportunity one sector, again, is on the AI application. Aisha, this is one thing which will really generate disproportionate return, in my view, that wherever you could apply AI and either you could save cost or you could really accelerate your business. Because technology is to be used for productive purposes. And whatever we are understanding, AI will be used for productive purposes. And you will see many companies, right now there are very few in the listed domain, but you will see many companies in India come up in this arena which will use AI and accelerate their businesses, cut costs dramatically, and have really improved margins for years and years ahead for us.
Madhu, we were talking about the last time we met that there is enough liquidity in the market. It's just that a lot of other avenues have opened up. There's private equity markets, so many new IPOs, etc. What would it take for the markets to move to the next leap forward? And will FIIs have to make a comeback for us to see that alpha generation?
So I think broad markets, Aisha, because there is a dominance of sectors like software, like FMCG, broad markets, and one has to also remember that the nominal growth rate in India has fallen to 9-10%. And it's a good thing that our inflation is so much in our control. So I don't think in the broad indices, one should expect more than 10-12% return per annum, because that is the kind of earning growth which is there. But there will always be hidden gems. That is what we are talking. If you are able to really identify themes and sectors and entrepreneurs, those will be alpha generators. And that is where investors' focus should be. That what is the next real big theme, and one of the themes which we discussed is the AI layer, which will be implemented by many companies.
Okay. The eternal India bull, Madhu Kela, thank you so much for your time today. Great to be speaking with you, and renewed confidence in the strength of Indian capital markets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Mr. Kela, for that wonderful session. Indeed, disruption is an opportunity, but you have to make noise your friend. That's the big takeaway from that session. And thank you very much, Mr. Kela, for your recommendations on how to navigate through a volatile market. And Amita, while navigating through a volatile market, we have to keep our eyes on the AI opportunity that Mr. Kela was also speaking about. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is also about AI bringing the great cinematic reset.
So this is what we are going to talk about, because cinema has always shaped by technology, right from silent frames to sound, from analog to digital spectacle. But artificial intelligence represents a shift of a different order. Now it influences not just production efficiency, but also creative imagination itself. So right from visual effects to script generation, from editing workflows to global distribution strategies, AI is now redefining the economics and the aesthetics of storytelling. Production cycles that are now accelerating, collaboration is now becoming borderless, and the cost structures of filmmaking are also now being recalibrated.
And yet, this transformation raises essential questions. Does AI enhance human creativity or risk diluting originality? Does it democratize content creation or centralize it further through algorithms? So as India positions itself as a global content powerhouse, this conversation becomes both cultural and economic. Please welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Namit Malhotra is the founder and global CEO of Prime Focus Limited and DNEG. He's going to be in conversation with Aisha Faridi once again. Aisha, it's over to you.
Well, from capital markets to the changing face of cinema, and who better than Namit Malhotra to highlight that? Namit, that's your mic.
Thank you, Aisha. Great to be here.
So, Namit, all about movies. I mean, your family has been in the business for what, over 40 years now?
It's actually, I'm third generation, so
Third
almost 75 years.
Wow, okay. So you've really seen the entire spectrum, Namit. Tell me, what are the key things that you've seen or noticed in your journey, or rather your family's journey of 75 years, that has sort of stayed with you? What wins eventually?
I think it's fair to say that, my grandfather, when he started, and he was a cinematographer, he shot one of the first color films in India in the 50s, brought color film technology, trained in London right after the partition. And so what we've seen from there to my father producing big movies like Shahenshah, which was my father's film with Mr. Bachchan. So what one has seen
I think a huge round of applause for that.
So what one has seen is that there has always been this excitement about how technology is going to enable or enhance the customer experience or the consumer experience. So we've gone from a black and white silent era to sound and then color and then all the different formats that have emerged since then. And it's almost like film came first and then did television and then other formats like VHS. And at every technological turn, everybody said that's the doom of cinema. Like now nobody's going to go to the cinema. You're going to see less and less people interested. But what has happened is that every step of technological advancement actually grew the industry manifold. So while VHS, was meant to be, you don't have to go to the theater, you can watch movies at home. Because more people had access to the movies on video cassettes, the excitement to watch it on the bigger screen became more interesting. So the doom of cinema has been spoken from the beginning of time, and I think at every turn the industry continues to get stronger. And I believe that we are yet again at another inflection point where there's a lot of chatter about how AI and new technologies are going to change the way movies will be made or how they will be consumed. But I feel ultimately it's about the job the filmmaker has is to excite and entice its viewer. And they're all about getting excited about the story, the emotion, and the characters. And technology is a tool in the hands of the director. So my view continues to remain pretty standard that technology is meant to be used as a tool and not a replacement of the medium. And that's where I see even AI being a very interesting tool in the hands of the filmmaker, I think, can only create a more engaging, more immersive experience, which is what the generations of today and the generations of tomorrow are going to want.
Namit, as an avid movie viewer, I would say that eventually it's about the storytelling. While AI, technology, and all the innovation around it may enhance that storytelling and make the director or the producer's vision more impactful, but eventually it's the story that wins. Having said that, with all the disruption that you're seeing around AI and technology, firstly, to begin with, where has technology reached in the world? Because you're one of the few people who've actually taken India technology to the global stage. Where are we at when it comes to the movies and technology and AI?
I think if you see that, post the onslaught of the streaming, platforms through the pandemic, I think quality has started to become even more discernible. Like if you think about the quality of the device in your hand, all the way to what you watch at home and what you're expecting to now watch on the biggest screen that you go and watch a movie at, the quality profile of that image, of that experience has gone up significantly. So technology is being challenged pretty significantly. I don't want to throw technical jargon here, but it's 4 times or 6 times more complicated to produce an image today than we were doing 10 years ago. So that's the qualitative enhancement that one has seen. On the other side, because there is such a wide optionality of what filmmakers have in terms of the right screen for the right type of content, there's a little bit of a recalibration that is happening in what do you want to watch in the cinema and what are you going to watch at home. I think that's the biggest shift, if you ask me, where the content industry is now starting to take a more closer look at saying, is this content exciting enough for me to ask my customer, the consumer, to leave everything in their life and come to the cinema and give me 3 hours of their life for this experience. And that, I think, is fundamentally where our industry is really finding that pivot. That how do we make sure that we can bring these people to the cinema versus when they can sit in the convenience of their, basically anywhere on a device and consume the same content.
So tell me, you yourself at Prime Focus have been making so much technology advancement, and you've come up with something called Brahma AI. Tell me what it's all about, and how does it make this experience of movie watching on any device better?
Sure. So it's less about, that's not more of a technical enhancement. Sure. The idea behind creating Brahma AI is to be able to bring, the technology of being able to create digital avatars of people, to immortalize them and to keep them relevant. So for example, in the future or in the present today, we can basically have our digital avatar that can exist in the world until we like. And that to produce at the highest fidelity and quality is really the undertaking of Brahma. The core essence being that it has to be with a very strong ethics layer, because that is fundamentally at the heart of what we do. You have to make sure that creating a digital avatar is the simple way of saying that we will be able to immortalize people in the digital world. But it's at the end of the day, from making sure that the consent is in place and that how it is being used and how it is being accessed, is the entire control of that is what we've created to be in the hands of the person or the individual that is the ultimate owner of their own IP. So that sort of is really at the heart of a lot of innovation that we're driving. And I think soon enough, there'll be a public presentation of what it is and how it is going to be accessible and how it's going to really make a difference in its various applications that go beyond, frankly, the movie industry and into various other sectors. The movie industry only gives us actually the stepping stone for creating the highest fidelity, the highest quality, so that the difference is not discernible.
Fascinating. Given that immortality is something that mankind has always sort of, grappled with. But do you see mass-scale adoption of a Brahma AI kind of variant?
So it's not designed necessarily for any and every average consumer. It's more of an enterprise solution. So we are looking to make sure that companies, businesses, places where you're using what I would call a faceless approach towards interacting with humanity. How do you make sure that you've got a technology solution that you feel like that level of trust and confidence is being established? And therefore, the applications are more enterprise-led and less at the consumer B2C led.
And how do you take it to the movies?
So in the movies, it's got various applications. In fact, we had done a film at the very start. It is a film called Here for Tom Hanks, who was brought back to his screen age of 25. And, if you see the image, it's impossible to tell the difference of Tom Hanks when he was 25 and now when he's much older. And that is sort of the power of the tech. And, it's to me, the future of being able to bring all our stars from the yesteryears back and have them continue to be immortal, because there's so much love and likeness for them. These are great opportunities to be able to bring and leverage their stardom that goes beyond them for the benefit of their families and trusts and, how that can work. So I feel pretty excited about where this can go, as long as we keep having to remind ourselves that it has to be ethical and it has to be, applied in the right way. And that is true for just about anything that we do. It's not specific to this, but yes, this can be misused or abused if you don't have the right security framework around it.
I'm quite excited about your upcoming movie, Ramayana. I'm sure all the audiences here as well are. Tell us a little bit more about how technology is going to recreate the age of Ramayana.
So for everybody in this audience, obviously Ramayana is our foundation of our culture, of our story, of our history. And, I'll make it a little more personal from where it comes from. So I've spent the last 2 decades almost really trying to establish a foothold in Hollywood. And unlike many other American industries, whether it's financial services, technology, medicine, Indians have had a very strong history and success that has been established. And when I went to Hollywood, I almost saw that, we had no real presence. They didn't really have an appreciation of our industry, of our history, our culture. And through that journey of my own personal journey, it kept frustrating me that we were seen from a lens of being this, emerging country, whether it was a slumdog millionaire or we were under the colonial rule. We were always the victim. And that really troubled me to a large extent. And I was like, we got to bring something that shows who we are, where we come from, our culture, the richness of our history in a way that the world has never seen before. And that really became the genesis for why the Ramayana, I think, is the perfect part of our history that can be presented and shown to the world with pride. Because we have everything that the biggest Hollywood spectacles have. And one has made sure that we mount it at a scale, at a budget, in terms of its technological engagement and visual scale that is second to none. I think people here should feel tremendous pride that we will be we are making what I would call in 2026 one of the largest films as an independently financed film in the world, from anywhere in the world. And I think that is the conviction that is singly being driven by this enthusiasm of how do we put India at a level that the world sees us for what we are and not through the lens of events and incidents that have colored, whatever misgivings there may have been. So I'm very enthused about what I feel we're going to be able to showcase to not only everybody in India, but to the whole world.
But has the perception changed in the last 5 odd years as opposed to what it was 15 years back?
I think in the last 10 years, since 2014, I would say that, since Prime Minister Modi really took charge, I think one of the things he did very specifically in really uplifting our profile in the West, and that has really helped put us at a point today where we are not looked upon in the same way we were 2 decades ago when I started. But I still think there's a lot more distance to travel. And I feel like, I personally represent an industry that has over 100 years of history and legacy. And we've never really been able to make a mark on that side. And this is where I feel it could be our moment to really put ourselves out there and, really do the best we can.
And it's such a beautiful thing that you belong to an industry which has such an easy way to take India to the globe. I mean, go anywhere in the world, you'll find an Indian, and when you find an Indian, there will be Indian movies connect for sure.
Sure. And that is something that I felt, like I said, in spite of that, it's not happened. And there must be a reason that in 100 years, if it's not happened, there must be something more than what meets the eye. And that I've discovered that. Obviously, that journey has not been easy, and I fight that fight every day, as Mr. Kela very elegantly put, that the Indian entrepreneurial spirit is raging, so it doesn't know the word give up, and we are relentless in that pursuit.
Okay, Namit, great. Thank you so much for your time, and here's to the movies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha and Mr. Malhotra, for that fascinating session. Ladies and gentlemen, incredible insights as far as disruption that is led by AI and how that's going to transform the Indian cinema industry, the Indian movie industry. And it remains to be seen how much of the content creation is going to be democratized, or will there be further concentration of content due to AI and related developments. In fact, from AI shaping up the content ecosystem to AI disrupting the advertising ecosystem, our next session is precisely on that. And in fact, Amita, we will be welcomed by a very special guest, Sir Martin Sorrell, who's the chairman of S4 Capital and founder WPP, who will be joining us in a very short while.
So let's talk about that session itself, because this is going to be a K-shaped market that reflects divergence. segments that accelerate upwards while others consolidate under pressure, and the divergence that fundamentally reshapes advertising strategy and media economics. Mass narratives that are now giving way to segmented storytelling, and attention which seems to be scarce, and trust that seems to be fragile, consumers that seem to be more discerning, more digital, and more values-driven. Now, brands must communicate across multiple income realities without losing any coherence.
In fact, media organizations must also innovate continuously to remain trusted and relevant while navigating platform fragmentation and performance-driven metrics. In fact, the challenge now is to balance precision with purpose, scale with authenticity, and innovation with credible. On that note, may I please welcome Sir Martin Sorrell, Chairman of S4 Capital and founder of WPP. He is going to be in conversation with Mr. Madhukar Kamath. He is the Chairman Emeritus of DDB Mudra Group. Mr. Kamath, if you could please come up on stage. All right, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sorrell.
The stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good morning and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Martin, or should I call you Sir Martin?
Whatever you like.
Okay,
You
because
can call me Martin and Neil.
okay, you know, I heard the introduction, and I think they missed out on certain very interesting facts. Martin's been India watcher, India traveler, India believer for close to 50 years. Not many people know that. And when I was counting the number of trips, even he's forgotten how many trips he had. He has about 45 times he's been to India and spent time in India, which makes him preeminently, and having built preeminent and dominant businesses in India, that makes him eminently qualified to answer any questions that any one of you might have. But today I'm going to hog the show. I'll have a few questions for him. We have just 15 minutes. So Martin.
Flattering but inaccurate. You should be in advertising.
Martin, over the last 1 week, ever since you spoke in Bombay, people have been talking about the K-shaped growth in the media economy and the Oppenheimer effect. Okay, so in quick 2 to 3 minutes, can you highlight to this audience what the K-shaped?
I don't do quick answers, but let me try. So the market is $1.2 trillion this year. 900 billion is in digital and 300 billion is in traditional. The 900 billion is going up by about 15 to 20% a year. It's accelerated. You look at the latest Google, Meta, Amazon results, are going up quickly, going up 15, 20%. Last year was 10 to 15%. And it's worth going through the numbers so everybody understands, because in the introduction, they referred to media fragmentation, and I think it's going the other way. It's media concentration. Google this year will be 300 billion in terms of ad revenues. Meta will be 200 billion. Amazon will be about 70 billion, going to 100 billion. People used to laugh when I used to say Amazon will get to 100 billion, and it's well on the way. And TikTok, outside mainland China, probably around 60 billion. You add that little lot up, it's more than 600 billion out of the 1.2 total market, or out of the 900 billion, so over 2/3 is in 4 platforms. And if you added in Alibaba and Tencent, that's the game. You then drop down to Microsoft at 19 billion, Apple at 11, Snap at 6, Pinterest at 4, Twitter used to be 5, under Elon, X has gone to about 2.5, 3 billion. The point is there's enormous concentration. Those companies are also spending this year $600 billion, so that's more than $10 billion a week. Google on its own is $185 billion on data and AI, or AI data, infrastructure, energy. So huge concentration. This dominance is likely to continue. On the traditional side, the 300 billion, that's going backwards. The fight between Netflix and Paramount and for WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery, is an element of that. Traditional free-to-air TV is flat or down. If you have live sport, you go down about 0 to 5% a year in terms of ad revenues. If you don't have live sport, you go down by 10 or 15. So that's the one area, that's the real K-shape. The Oppenheimer moment is in relation to AI. The ability of governments to regulate AI, in my view, is gone. That's the Oppenheimer moment. The Oppenheimer moment being when we could regulate or control nuclear weapons. That's gone. These platforms that I referred to are really nation states. The head of MI6, a newly appointed, only speaks one time of year. It's now a woman, and in her first and only speech this year or last year, she referred to Tim Cook being president of a country. We've been saying this for 3 or 4 years. Alphabet is over 4 trillion. NVIDIA, I think, crossed 5 trillion briefly, over 4 trillion. $4 trillion is not as big as India if you conflate or equate market cap to GDP, but they are countries. If Elon Musk gets his way and gets Tesla to $10 trillion of market cap in order to trigger $1 trillion of compensation, which I think he will do by one way or another, that if everybody else stood still, Tesla will become the 3rd largest country in the world. US at 28 trillion, China at 18. India is around 5.5. So the Oppenheimer moment really referred to the fact, or the lack of it, that governments, regulators will always be on the back foot, always been trying to catch up. There is no way that the regulators can regulate these companies. The other thing to mention is this. For nation states to succeed, they have to do a number of things, but 2 things they have to do. They have to have strong military power, and they have to have strong tech power. And governments understand that. Just give you one example. When Jack Ma got into trouble with the Chinese government on the flotation of Ant Financial, and he got in trouble with the regulator, you may remember that the Chinese indicated they were going to split up Alibaba up, I think, into 8 parts. It has not happened. Why has it not happened? It really signals, and you see this in Ukraine with Starlink and Tesla and Musk. You see it with Google. You see it with Microsoft in the Ukraine conflict as well. Big tech is essential for nation strength. So, as we look forward to India being one of the 3rd largest economies in the world by 2050, which I have no doubt it will be, and as the Global South, the next 11 and the BRICS 11 become economically even more important than they are today, and something the Americans don't understand, I think, and don't accept. But we will see that technological strength is absolutely critical for nation power.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Martin. Now, let's quickly move into India. India is often seen as an outlier in terms of growth rates, particularly compared to the sluggish global economy. How do you believe the development of the K-shaped platforms will matter in India, particularly because we have global brands, Indian brands, you have legacy brands, you have digitally created brands, and you have various practices that happen here.
Well, look, you referred to my age and how many years I've been coming to India since the mid-1980s. And look, the world is a very different place. When in 1983, there was a famous business school professor, Ted Levitt, who wrote the article on globalization. Consumers were going to consume everything in the same way everywhere. That age, if not over, has certainly been constricted or lessened. There are 3 big geopolitical conflicts that I think are intractable and will continue for a long period of time. US-China will be in conflict. Maybe in the short term there'll be some rapprochement when Trump meets Xi in a few weeks' time. But that will be a temporary palliative. I think, as an American ambassador said to us, as a delegation I was on, the relationship between China and America is structurally competitive. So that's one thing. Russia and Putin, very difficult to define his motives, but probably wants to recreate the Russian Empire of Peter the Great in one way or another. He will not stop with Ukraine, in my view. Thirdly, Iran poses, again, I think we're going to see maybe there are developments in the coming days, but it's an intractable problem. In that world, the world has become far more fragmented. Global companies in this room, regional companies, national companies, have to look at geographical development much more carefully than they've ever done before. North and South America, the Middle East, and APAC are the growth regions. Europe is under the gun. Africa is too volatile. You have to look on a micro rather than a macro basis. In that world, APAC becomes one of the centers. Because of the Taiwan risk, and I don't think President Xi will invade Taiwan, but he will certainly strangle Taiwan over time because it is essential to his legacy that Taiwan becomes time of China. That's non-negotiable. Because of that, India is the alternative in an Asian context. And therefore, if you're big in China, big is defined as 15 to 20% of your sales. So if you're Apple or you're LVMH and you've got up to 30% of your sales, do you want to take further risk? No. You diversify your supply chain, your supply, your markets, and India is the second solution. It's been referred to as before in the World Bank statistics. India was the fastest growing country last year. It will be the fastest growing country this year. It will be the fastest growing country next year. Prime Minister Modi has done an excellent job, in my view, of leadership and representing brand India. The president, prime minister of a country should be the chief brand officer, should be the emblem of the country and the driver of the country. So India, I think, is in the box seat for two reasons. In that fragmented world, picking growth is really important. India's growing. The second thing is, because growth is going to be more tempered, because inflation is tougher to deal with than people think, and we see that with central banks, and interest rates as a result are going to be higher than we've been used to, being efficient and effective is critically important. So applying AI, applying blockchain, if you think AI is big, stand by for quantum. I was exposed at the Google Zeitgeist last year to their quantum lab in Montecito in Santa Barbara. It is quite extraordinary the computing changes and capacity changes we are going to see, not just from AI, but from the implementation of quantum. India can play a huge role in that. One qualifier, President Trump wants manufacturing to go back to the US. I think it will in part. That poses a threat to the outsourcing companies like Infosys and TCS here. But Trump will get half of what he wants, because manufacturing will go back in some cases to the US, but the people who do it will be bots, not people. So the labor element, this will be capital-intensive manufacturing that migrates back. It will not be labor-intensive manufacturing.
Okay, you spoke about brands. So quick question on brands. After all, Google, Amazon, and all were brands. They were brands that built businesses. Okay, so what happens as far as the Oppenheimer effect is concerned on marketing now?
Well, the big threat to long-term branding, and maybe I'm outstaying my welcome by saying this, I am not wholly convinced. I mean, I've had 50 years of looking at India and also China. Branding is important. It is the lifeblood, in my view and your view, because our livelihood depended on it, for the development of companies. I am not wholly convinced that either Chinese companies or Indian companies are willing to make the financial commitment to secure that. So that's one point. The second point is, unfortunately, people who run listed companies become absorbed with quarterly reporting. It's one of the things I agree with President Trump on. We probably should get rid of quarterly reporting. If you're private equity, which is hugely important in the US economy and the UK and European economies, and will become more important here, the average hold period is 5 years, so inevitably it's short to medium term. And the third thing is, if you're venture capital, the first question you ask is, how do I exit rather than how do I enter? So everything is tending to become short term. Put on top of that the volatility that we see because of technological development, which is absolutely huge. I mean, I was in Australia recently and I was very struck. Had a dozen people around a table, all about 30, 35. They'd all done about 3 or 4 entries and exits. My dad said to me, find an industry that you enjoy, find a company you enjoy if you fancy doing something when you're 40, midway in his mind between when you started and when you retired. If you go and build your own business. But his philosophy was around long-term branding and long-term brand building. unfortunately, I think that is ancient thinking. I think the volatility is so huge that is coming under attack. And what we see with clients, and AI is driving this, by the way, we're seeing a tremendous focus on short-term brand performance, on activation and performance and promotion and sales. And ironically, you know, when I was debating with one of the cloud companies where we should send our surveys for, the survey we wanted to do was what percentage of your media cost is create costs, because AI is having a huge impact on lowering create costs. I discussed with the CEO of the company, of the cloud company, where should we send the questionnaire to? We said CMOs? No. CIOs? No. CFOs? Yes. Because the driver increasingly inside companies is the CFO for performance. And one other thing I would say on AI, we have not seen wholesale adoption of AI at scale except in two verticals. One is in autos and one is in financial services. Why? Because there's economic pressure from outside, from Chinese AVs and Chinese EVs. BYD can produce an AV for $10,000 with Gaudzai or an EV for $25,000. Even Musk is moving away to robots in a way from EVs and AVs. And in financial services, the tech platforms, you see it here in India, the fintech platforms are disintermediating, disrupting the banks and traditional services. So in my view, really AI adoption is only going to come when the chill economic winds blow and the demand for efficiency will be high. You know, AI is not about technological change. It's about workflow, plotting and improvement, and it's about change management. And turkeys don't vote for Christmas, if you get my drift. And in order to get change, you need an external force to push.
Perfect. That brings me to my last question since the buzzer's just gone. Let's come to Brand India. You spoke highly about how it's been built under Prime Minister Modi and everybody else and the committee. Now, how should Brand India be positioned in the future? Is it a manufacturing hub? Is it a hub for AI? Is it a service provider? Because the digital leapfrog has happened immensely in India too.
Yeah, well, India, I think, is in a superb position. It has leadership. It has a strategy built around not only manufacturing, but technology leadership as well. And it has the structure in order to get things done. You know, there are three things I think you have to think about as a firm or as a country, and that is leadership, strategy, and structure. You know, your own firm is going through, or ex-firm, is going through massive restructuring. I think to be controversial that you've got it wrong, not you personally, but your firm, because I think you put discipline first, and then client, and then geography, or geography and then client. What you've got to do is put geography first, then you put client, and then you put capability. So I think those three things, strategy, structure, and leadership, are the three things. India has all in spades. So it's India's to win.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Mr. Kamath, for that fascinating discussion. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, even as we talk about K-shaped movement, concentration of resources in the hands of a few, the key remains diversification. As Mr. Sorrell stated, that India is emerging as a credible alternative amidst all of these disruptions. In fact, our next session is along those lines. We talk about the emerging axis capitalizing on the South-South trade surge.
And this is going to happen on the very issue when we speak of the global economic center of gravity that now seems to be shifting towards global south. Now, trade corridors across Asia, Africa, and Latin America that are now deepening, with investment partnerships are now expanding with new industrial hubs that are also emerging. And this shift is structural, not temporary. Emerging economies are now driving demand, supply chain diversification, and capital allocation priorities. Yet, growth without any institutional strength risks volatility.
Absolutely, and emerging markets hence must balance rapid expansion with financial discipline, environmental responsibility, and social inclusion. Coordination amongst economies hence becomes essential to prevent fragmentation. So as India strengthens its engagement across the global south, the big question is, how does it position itself as both a participant and an anchor? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Ranil Manohara Salgado of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and Sebastian Eckhard of the World Bank. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Nitin Desai. In fact, we'll just wait for the gentlemen to walk up on stage. But ladies and gentlemen, this discussion is essentially about how the global south is going to be the center of all the developments and the disruptions that we're seeing. In fact, due to disruptions that we're seeing on account of geo-economic and geopolitical factors, there is a lot of shift that's happening even politically, and which is why this conversation about the South-South trade surge is important. Remember, India is, of course, looking at diversification when it comes to trade, and something that we've also seen come in from other countries as well of the global south, in fact, even in Europe as well.
So the guests are on stage. Please welcome once again Ranil Manohara Salgado of the International Monetary Fund, Sebastian Eckhard of the World Bank, and this session is going to be moderated by Nitin Desai. Over to you.
Welcome. Glad to be here, and we are basically what we've been talking about is the growth in South-South trade and what's likely to happen. And if you see what's happened over the past 25 years, the amount of trading, the share of the South into global trade has shot up from around 15-20% to around 40%. And trade amongst them has also increased about eightfold, from around 1.7 trillion to over 14 trillion over this period. And it's also become, the proportion of their trade, which is with other Southerns, has gone up from 45 to 60 odd, from 45 to around 60 odd percent. So what we have as the pleasure is that we have two people who are going to talk to us about this. Rani Manohar Salgado, who's a senior resident representative of the IMF, and Sebastian Eckhard was recently joined as a regional director of the World Bank. We'll begin with Rani Manohar Salgado, and essentially his assessment of how durable is this enormous rise in the trade between South and South, which has taken up. Does it involve capital flows, or is it just trade? And what should the policymakers be worrying about this? And how are institutions like IMF involved in this? So may I now first turn to Rani Manohar Salgado.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I thank the Times Group for inviting me to this important summit. So from the IMF context, maybe I'll reverse it a little bit, some of the questions Mr. Desai asked. Is thinking about the global context recently before focusing on the South-South trade and South-South financial flows. So the global context that we've seen essentially from the global financial crisis, so starting around 2010, is something the IMF has started to call, we had a period of what was called globalization, hyperglobalization you might call it, leading up to the global financial crisis. And subsequently, things have kind of flattened out. If you look at trade, especially as a share of global GDP, trade, which had increased dramatically until about 2010, has now kind of plateaued. So we're not getting the opportunities for southern countries to gain from a rapidly expanding trade environment. So that's point one. Point two, so things move up and down, but roughly flat in terms of trade as a share of GDP. Point two is what we've also noticed, unfortunately, is direct investment. Foreign direct investment as a share of GDP actually has fallen. That is what is remarkable. And tends to be more linked to geopolitical friends, right? So this is what's going on in the world for the last 15 years, especially pressures in the advanced economies, where there was a feeling that many in those rich countries, there were people being left out, is putting political pressure on those advanced countries, which is leading to more geopolitical issues and realignment. And that's kind of the concern I think we would have for South-South countries. So in that context, what the South-South countries have done is important. Mr. Desai already mentioned that the expansion of trade between them has been substantial. We think it's structurally sound. It is driven partly by improving domestic demand, both investment and consumption in these southern countries as they develop and grow richer. It's also because they've made efforts to link to each other, whether through regional trade agreements or other ways. And finally, they've also pursued, many of them, very sound macroeconomic policies, which are, we think, important to provide stability. And this is particularly true linked to monetary policy issues, where inflation in the emerging market economies has come down fairly dramatically. Fiscal frameworks have improved, but there's a caveat to that. And this has helped support the potential flows between South-South countries, although that still remains weaker than, say, the trade flows between South-South countries. And then I just want to add one thing on fiscal. I think the COVID epidemic crisis did create some fiscal stresses globally for all countries. So in that context, we've seen public debt levels rise dramatically. This is not just true of emerging markets, it is even more true of the advanced countries, which is putting additional stress and drawing resources from the private sector, and this remains a concern. So our broader message on fiscal is the need for consolidation over the medium term. That's a message we especially emphasize for advanced countries, but we think is also important for emerging markets. So I'll stop there and hand over to Sebastian.
Let me now ask also, these are the World Bank, and they are, of course, much more directly involved. And there's a whole set of issues which arise about why is something related here to what is happening in the southern states on infrastructure, on energy, etc. Is it something which is because of certain changes in the government programs vis-a-vis the private sector? Are there some pattern of corridor contacts in the South-South trade? And can it be made to be something which will communicate to the development of green technology, green economy? So let me now turn to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Desai, and a pleasure to be here. I think I'm probably the last speaker before lunch, so let me try to be brief. Just, Mr. Desai, picking up the point you made in your introduction, that there's been a very rapid, despite the sort of more gloomy picture on global trade, there has been this rapid expansion of South-South trade already. I think one number that struck me as I looked up before coming here is if you look at the share of global consumption of developing economies, it's now close to half. So that's a market opportunity there that is close to $35 trillion potentially. That's bigger than the EU market. That's bigger than the US market. But of course, it's the developing countries as a group. Now, in terms of tapping that potential and seizing that opportunity, I think it's important to recognize that there are infrastructure and policy priorities that would need to be addressed. And essentially, I would pack it in two elements. So one is to increase physical connectivity, building more physical infrastructure. And the second element is to decrease non-physical barriers to trade. Now, on the physical infrastructure side, about 80% of global trade is maritime trade, and the vast majority, more than half of that, is containerized merchandise trade, some commodity trade, oil tankers is about the rest. So clearly what a critical piece of infrastructure is efficient deep sea port capacity. And if we look across the developing world, that capacity exists, but it's very uneven. So I was, before coming, working on South Asia and moving here to India, I was based in China and in Singapore. And in East Asia, if we look at East Asia, container throughput across East Asian ports is around estimates between 400 to 450 million containers per year. The largest port in the world, which is the port of Shanghai alone, handles about 50 million containers a year. Now, if we look at South Asia, for example, South Asia as a whole has only about 40 to 50 million container throughput in the existing port infrastructure. The largest port, I believe here in India, PNTP near Mumbai, has about 7 million. If you go to Africa, the whole continent has around between 35 and 40 million container throughput. So there's huge imbalances in terms of port infrastructure across the developing world. And of course, in a sense, maritime trade, since it's the lifeblood of global trade, having access, gateways into that trading system is critical. In addition, I think, of course, then building hinterland connectivity and good, strong logistics systems is important. So that's on the physical connectivity. On lowering non-physical barriers to trade, I think it's also noteworthy that despite what happened in the last 2 years in terms of increased trade barriers in some of the developed economies, notably the US, we do see that if we look at trade barriers between the developing countries, they are still, on average, 2 to 3 times higher than barriers between the developed world and the developing world. And that, of course, increases trade costs and is an impediment to stronger trade integration. And it's not just tariffs, it's also non-tariff barriers. So everything from product standards, trade licensing regimes, and so on, that again put barriers for cross-border trade. Now, the WTO has estimated that addressing both tariff and non-tariff trade barriers could reduce trade costs by an average of 30%. So this might be as important, if not more important, than perhaps building physical infrastructure. And of course, these things are, in general, often policy decisions. So I think addressing those policy priorities is something that can be done and that is quite cost-effective in a sense. Of course, one has to handle the political feasibility around addressing especially tariffs and protection and so on, but I think it's a huge opportunity lowering those barriers to really further boost trade flows between developing economies.
Can I just quickly pose a couple of questions to both of you? One, it is looking ahead at the future. In many ways, what is happening in 2 key countries, China and USA, is very different from what it has been in the past. China is becoming a much more high technology company than it was before. USA, I better not say what it wants to become because nobody knows, but they are certainly not as easy. Any case for South-South trade is not crucially relevant. The question I would pose is this, that since the South will have much faster GDP growth than the developed world has, certainly its share of 40% in trade is bound to go up. Is it something where you can expect that some parts of the South will become starters of global value chains connecting southern income? Is there some possibility of some of this leading ultimately to investment exchange? Or are there issues where the competition between the southern countries will leave this out? And a quick reaction that you can have.
So, yes, and I think we're hopeful that it will begin now and continue. Part of the issue today, you would think China could already be playing that role, right? But right now, China still remains more focused because there are backward regions of China still. And I think the focus has been more on those backward regions and ensuring that Chinese growth remains strong. And unfortunately also, in some sense, focusing, although they're changing now towards focusing more on driving consumption in China, that for a long time it has really been driving investment in China and leading to more. I shouldn't speak so much. Sebastian's more probably an expert on this than I am. So we would expect over time that especially some of the larger countries could be the driver of these supply chains. And that's where I lead to India, right? India already has the world's largest population, is the world's fastest growing large economy. For the last 35 years, it's grown 67% if you look at any 5-10-year periods on average. It is now getting to the point where it has a substantial middle class. And if reforms continue in India, if macroeconomic stability continues in India as it has for the past few decades, we think India could be that source of growth and that source of creating new value chains.
I fully agree with what Anil has said. I think if we look at the sort of the global trade landscape and the shifts, right? So on the demand side, we already spoke. There is this shift of gravity towards developing economies, and I think that's going to continue, and that's going to be a big boost to trade. On the supply side, of course, we do see that with policy shifts in all major economies towards more supply chain resilience and also to some extent fragmentation of the global trading system, there's a reconfiguration of global supply chains. And again, having worked on East Asia, of course, you do see this, for example, in the China +1 strategy, where part of the supply chains from China are moving to other parts of the developing world. East Asia, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, or Mexico. And I think that reconfiguration on the supply chain and diversification of supply chains, I think, again, offers an opportunity. So if you take these two together, I think looking ahead, both of these bode very well for increased trade integration between developing countries. And if they are further catalyzed by infrastructure investment and policy reform to boost integration, I think this could really be a big driver for the next generation of basically trade, growth, and job creation in the developing economies.
Thank you very much. Well, basically the conclusion that I would draw from what they've said is that when you look at the future, you're going to see much more than a rise in trade between the southern countries. You're going to see a transformation of this trade in some form. So perhaps next time, 5 years from now, when you have this meeting, we'll be discussing something a little bit more complicated than the rise in South-South trade. Anyhow, we have run out of time, and we are also very close to our lunch. So many thanks to both of you for your contribution, and many thanks to all of you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that very interesting conversation on South-South trade surge and how that's going to pan out over the next couple of years, especially given the kind of disruptions that we're seeing. In fact, it is just the very start, as all these panelists essentially stated. Ladies and gentlemen, in a short while from now, we will be joined in by Minister Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, given the fact that trade policy today is inseparable from national strategy. It is also shaping industrial competitiveness, market access, export capacity, and geopolitical positioning. So we will be hearing from Minister Goyal in just a short while from now. Amita, this is very important given the fact that tariffs have caused havoc across the globe, but India has been rather successful in navigating these times.
Absolutely, because politically also speaking, Mr. Piyush Goyal is the man of the moment. He is the one who's been giving out all of the explanations with regards to the latest the interim framework of the India-US deal that has now been announced. And in this era that is defined by tariffs, industrial subsidies and supply chain realignments, trade negotiations are complex and they are also consequential. So the India-US trade dialogue that has now demonstrated how intricate modern negotiations can be, balancing reciprocity and also sectoral sensitivities, digital rules and strategic alignments is what matters the most.
Absolutely, and India has taken care of all of these aspects very, very carefully in all the trading agreements that we have signed, and we are looking forward to sign. In fact, every clause carries implications for domestic industry and long-term competitiveness. But at the same time, the European Union-India Trade Pact, which is often called as the mother of all deals, it carries enormous structural weight. Europe exports regulatory standards. It defines sustainability frameworks, compliance regimes and industrial benchmarks. In fact, Amita, India's trade posture must therefore balance ambition with autonomy.
Absolutely, because that is all what is about when we speak of autonomy, access with resilience and growth with strategic foresight. So that seems to be the man of the moment that we have been waiting for as far as Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal will be joining us here on stage very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So this is what we talk about, because the Parliament session, the first half of the budget session, that has just ended today, and it will be now resuming on the 9th of March. But politically also speaking, much has been happening around as far as the trade deal is now concerned. So let's join our hands together in welcoming the minister himself, who will be joining us here on stage, because this is going to be a crucial time that when we speak about multiple of these trade deals, these FTAs that are now being signed with various countries as the geopolitical situation, Sumita, continues to change.
Absolutely, Amita. So the minister is going to lay out his roadmap, his vision, especially when it comes to India's trade policy amidst these geopolitical disruptions. And like you stated, that he's the man of the moment. He's been the one who's behind the multitude of deals that India has signed, so whether it's related to EU, UK, New Zealand, Oman, and of course the very latest with the United States. In fact, we have signed a joint statement with the United States, and of course Minister Goyal told us just a couple of days back that we will be looking forward to signing the agreement, at least the interim framework, by March. So of course all eyes on a very special guest this afternoon, Minister Piyush Goyal. We're just waiting for the minister to arrive and give a keynote on what his strategy and what his vision has been as far as navigating India through these complex geopolitical times is concerned. He will be taking us through how India has maintained its stance on protecting its sensitive interests, how we've drawn firm red lines, not just for any one particular geography, but of course for the globe. And these red lines, ladies and gentlemen, they have been respected. And that really defines the success of our trade strategy. So that is something that we will be looking forward to. The minister will be here anytime, ladies and gentlemen. But let me also ask you, you can go to our social media platforms, ET Now, Times Now, and tweet your thoughts, share the pictures that you've clicked here, and of course, any ideas that you have for ET Now Global Business Summit. All eyes now on the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, who's expected to arrive here any moment.
So it's going to be a packed room as we are expecting the minister himself, Shri Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And that is exactly what we talk about, because trade policy, you cannot separate it when it comes to your national strategy. And putting the mark in focus, when we speak about Viksit Bharat 2047, well, that is the vision that is now being put across, economically speaking as well. Top 5 economies of the world, and India now seems to be rising high. And paving way for that very vision to come true, well, this seems to be the vision that is now being talked about when we talk about all of these trade deals, how it is going to benefit India, how it is going to benefit multiple of these sectors, because there have been certain questions, doubts that have been raised on part of certain leaders there in the opposition who talk about a compromise. Well, that is not the case, because the minister himself has been giving clarifications, he's been giving statements in the House as well, and of course this is going to be a one-off exclusive conversation that you will be watching here on the broadcast as he now lays down the framework of how trade policy cannot be separated from national strategy. So we are going to wait a little more while as far as in welcoming the Union Minister himself, Shri Piyush Goyal, and there's a reason why, Sumita, we call him the man of the moment.
Absolutely, Amita. He's called the man of the moment because, like I stated, that he has been steering India's interests in the midst of these geopolitical crises, in the midst of these geo-economic developments that we're seeing all across the globe. And ladies and gentlemen, these geopolitical shifts have not really impacted any one particular geography. geography, they have impacted the whole world. But it is countries like India who have emerged successful or who are emerging successful. That's only because of not just our resilient economy, but our policy with respect to trade and exports. If you remember, Union Minister Chirag Paswan was also stating in the morning that India has signed a multitude of FTAs and our domestic interests have been protected completely, despite the misinformation or the disinformation that must be that is doing the rounds around how our interests might be compromised, but all our interests have been protected. And this is something that Minister Piyush Goyal has reiterated also multiple times over the past couple of months, that we will protect our national interests, and there won't be any deal that will happen without protecting our national interests, without protecting those, and we will of course be bearing all of those in mind. Regardless of the geography, India wants to sign deals with developed countries, complementary economies most importantly, that do not compete with India, but they complement India. There is reciprocity in trade agreements. This is something that he's not spoken just in India. He's also gone on the global stage and spoken about this very fact. And if you remember, Amita, Minister Piyush Goyal was one of the very few, members of states who essentially stated that trade disruption may be here, but nations need to stand up for their own rights. Nations need to stand up for reciprocity, because trading deals happen between two geographies. So, of course, interests of both geographies, they need to be protected, and trade deals cannot be one-sided. So, ladies and gentlemen, expect Minister Goyal to speak about all of those matters when he arrives here. We're just given to understand that he is almost on his way. He is almost reaching
the minister is here, that I am told. We're just waiting for the people to be, seated in their respective seats, so that the minister then can make his way inside the hall. But as I said, it is a packed house that what we are looking at, and everybody is now eagerly waiting to hear it from the man himself. Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, will be present here in just a moment.
Absolutely, and we'll have to listen to him to get his vision and his thoughts on striking trade deals, how a country can sign trade deals, ambitious trade deals with far-reaching ramifications. However, it's important for countries to protect their own interests, regardless of any bullying that might come from any geography. We must protect our interests. And Amita, in just the past couple of months, especially when we've seen these kind of geopolitical disruptions happen, geoeconomic disruptions happen, India has also looked at diversification. In fact, Indian exporters have very, very successfully diversified. The ministry also planned out this diversification plan. Our exporters reached out to at least 50 geographies as far as
I believe everyone is seated, and we have taken a lot more of your time as well. So let's quickly get our hands together in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, joining us live here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going as we welcome the Union Minister himself.
Lots to hear from the man of the moment, who's going to be speaking about India's trade policy. He's going to be giving his thoughts and his insights on what really is happening all across the globe, on how nations can protect their interests. He'll also be giving us insights into the next set of deals that India is looking to sign. We recently concluded a framework for an interim agreement with the United States. It was signed by both the sides. Of course, the White House fact sheet also came out. And now we will hear it from the man himself on how he made the deal happen while keeping India's interests in mind. The kind of convergences that India and the United States are going to see, especially after the signing of this deal, after this deal gets finalized. Both the countries were looking at finalizing the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement last year, but that has gotten a little pushed because India maintained very firm red lines on the sectors it wants to protect. That is the agri, dairy, GM crops. So we will be listening to a whole lot of that from the minister himself and what the next set of deals are going to be. We're given to understand that we are negotiating agreements with Chile, Canada, Israel, and a Mercosur as well. These are some very, very ambitious agreements that India is going to be looking at. And of course, these are going to create job opportunities, expansion opportunities for businesses as well on both sides. And of course, job opportunities as well, like I stated. So, Amita, the minister is going to be here any moment
I'm told
now.
he's here already, so we're just eagerly waiting, and our eyes are there on the door, as far as our eyes are glued there at the door itself. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you require any, translation devices there, so please help yourself. The devices are present at the back of the hall itself, and they would be made available to you for the live interpretation, as the minister will be joining us here on stage very, very shortly. Because this is a crucial time that what we are looking at, India now moving up as far as when it comes to the figures, and the statistics are also concerned, Sumita, very, very promising. And the entire debate that has been also taking place in the parliament, putting across when it comes to India's needs, when it comes to India being a development nation, and as Sumita has been mentioning that India has now put its interests of the sensitive sectors, including when it comes to dairy and farmers, and that has now been kept at a crucial point because there is not going to be any compromise. And this is a vision that has now been set forth by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And working on that very vision, we're looking at the government of India that now seems to be fulfilling on those very lines when it comes to signing of multiple FTAs that we have seen with multiple countries. And the much talked about is the interim framework that has now been designed across when it comes to Indian interest as well, that has now been kept as priority. And to spell out the details of the latest Indo-US trade deal, of course, when we talk about politics, well, that too has been happening a lot over this issue. Several questions have been raised, but keeping the clear perspective of the government side, Shri Piyush Goyal, the minister himself, he has been making those multiple rounds of negotiation and dialogues, and we've seen, Sumita, multiple dialogues and, discussions that have been taking place. And this is what we get in return as far as keeping the interests of multiple sectors across, how we are looking as a nation to thrive, to build, and to be emerging one of the top 5 economies of the world, where we are almost there, Sumita.
Absolutely, Amita. That is really the big question. And I do hope that the minister is going to ponder on that. He is going to reveal what really led to the finalization of this deal, given the immense amount of pressure that we've been under. In fact, many countries have gone through that pressure. Many countries have compromised, right? All right,
let's
ladies
invite
and
the
gentlemen.
minister on stage. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we also have been eagerly awaiting. Please welcome Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, joining us live here on stage. Please put your hands together in giving the minister a very, very warm welcome.
All right, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Union Minister of Commerce, Shri Piyush Goyal, who is here. In fact, he's now coming up on stage to give his vision on the kind of trade deals that India has signed with a diverse set of geographies. Keep the applause going. I request you for that. And the Honorable
Minister is here himself.
is here.
Let's quickly give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The man of the moment, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India.
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome.
Before we begin the session, may I request Mr. Vineet Jain, the MD of Times Group, to kindly facilitate the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vineet Jain. Always a pleasure to be a part of the Global Business Summit. And over the years, I've seen this program evolve, grow bigger, better, and truly reflect the changing times, reflect contemporary issues. And I don't think we could have found a more appropriate opportunity than today to discuss a subject as relevant to current times as the decade of disruption, century of change. My compliments to the Times Group for the wonderful work that they have been doing in holding the nation's interests at the forefront and bringing to fore different points of view to help us navigate change, to help us address the challenges of the times. The nation today is moving forward on a fast track. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has taken forward the Reform Express in mission mode. I think if you look at the last few months, from the time the budget of 2025 was presented with in July sometime when in February, 1st of February, when the income tax limit for individuals was raised to 12 lakh rupees and for salary earners to 12,75,000 rupees, where they pay no tax, thereby putting more money into the hands of families for expenditure, for savings, for investments. Right from that moment onwards, whether it's the reform of the GST taxation system, both in rates, in policies and procedures, simplification, whether it's the various foreign direct investment limits, the ability to invest for foreign and Indian investors, the labor reforms which have now taken final shape, the series of free trade agreements that we have entered into in the last few months. I would probably think 4 or 5 we're losing count. We did 5 in the last 6 or 7 months. We had New Zealand, we had UK, we had Oman, we had European Union, and we had the Indo-US interim trade agreement being finalized. All of this, in a way, reflects the nation's journey of progress. Bharat ki vikas yatra ka pratik hai. The way the government has taken upon itself to decriminalize laws, particularly for petty misdemeanors. We don't want people to be struggling through courts and legal processes, whether it's the simplification of the policies and procedures that are to be followed in day-to-day business or by the common man, reducing compliance burden, making life easier for the common man. With that mantra before us, this has been a journey of change to accept the challenges of tomorrow. And friends, I think India's global engagement today, from a position of strength, with self-confidence in our ability to compete, has been noted across the world. Never before did we ever see a time where India engaged with the developed world and got our terms. We finalized deals which were good for the country, for all sections of society. We have had path-breaking new initiatives. For instance, we never heard before the India-EFTA free trade agreement. And EFTA is our agreement with Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland, the 4-nation bloc. We had never before heard of a free trade agreement in which nations were committing a legally binding commitment to invest in India $100 billion as foreign direct investment, not just a FPI investment, with a condition that if they do not invest that money in a defined time frame, India can claw back the concessions given under the free trade agreement. Now that's a first for the world. The world has never seen this before. But India was able to present itself as an economy. At that point of time, we were the 5th largest economy. Today, we are the 4th largest economy. Maybe a couple of years down the road, when I come to the Global Business Summit, we should be the 3rd largest global GDP. But we were able to tell them that, look, a free trade agreement is about the future. And India offers a future where our economy is going to go from $4 trillion to at least $30 trillion by 2047, when each one of our Indians would have a per capita income of roughly $20,000. That's the delta of opportunity that we place before our negotiating partner on the table. It's a very compulsive case when I tell them that with your growth rate, you will probably become from a $2 trillion economy a $4 trillion economy. At best, things go well, a $5 trillion economy. By which time we would have added 26 trillion to our economy. And we've got to bring balance in every agreement. We've got to make sure that when we enter into a free trade deal, it's fair, it's equitable. Both sides stand to gain, it's win-win. And therefore, at the EFTA negotiations, we were able to craft this new mechanism to balance the concessions being given. Of course, the concessions don't hurt us, because the kind of products that we get from the developed countries of Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland aren't going to hurt the Indian domestic manufacturing or farmers or anybody whatsoever. Their per capita income is upward of $1 lakh. Our per capita income is today $3,000. I dare say they cannot produce or provide us anything which we don't require at competitive prices to hurt our industry. There will of course be very high precision tools or machinery, areas where we do not have the capabilities as yet, which we will open the doors to them. And that's how a balanced agreement is made. But despite that, we got a $100 billion investment commitment. When we did the free trade deal with the United Kingdom, I was faced with the same dilemma. We are both $4 trillion economies. But come 2047, and by the way, in a free trade deal, you are crystal gazing into the future. You're trying to figure out what the future portends for both partners. And the same situation, I'm offering a $4 to $30 trillion growth at the minimum. On the other side, I'm not seeing that kind of a growth from 4 to probably at best 8, 9, $10 trillion. We were able to get a double contribution convention in exchange, by which our persons, Indians, who go and work for short term in the United Kingdom, who earlier would lose 25% of their salary, which went to the exchequer and we never got any benefit out of it, will now be paid in the Provident Fund account of the Indian in India and become his savings as he goes to serve in the United Kingdom for short-term employment or short-term provision of services. We were able to balance the agreement. And this has been the story. I can give you free trade agreement one after another, where India has been able to get the best and protect the interests of our farmers, our MSMEs, our fisher folk, our artisans, the handloom, handicraft sector, every section of society, while also ensuring that the largest stakeholder in India, and I dare say the largest stakeholder is 140 crore Indians. The consumer. The consumer has to get a fair deal. The consumer has to get high quality products at the best price. We have to ensure efficiency in our operations and adequate competition for the consumer to get a good deal. And that is the fine balance that we have been able to strike in 9 free trade agreements that have been finalized in the last 3.5 years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's guidance. All 9 of them are with countries, economies, which are far more developed than India. 37 countries are covered in these 9 agreements, all of which are developed economies. The 38th country is Mauritius, which doesn't compete with India on anything. Mauritius is a financial services center and has tourism as its economic base. So 38 countries covering nearly 2/3 of the global GDP have been brought under the ambit of our free trade agreements through these 9 agreements in the last 3.5 years, effectively opening up for India over 70% of global trade and global markets. That's the extent and expanse of India's engagement with the world, recognizing that the future is going to be a century of change. We have to be abreast with the changing times. We have to ensure opportunities for 140 crore Indians. We have to make sure there are enough jobs, there are enough opportunities for entrepreneurs, there's recognition of talent, of skill, and we have to make sure we also protect our sensitive sectors, sectors where we would have to be cognizant that we cannot open up, which may hurt the Indian economy. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, since 22, these 9 free trade agreements have ensured, for example, we never opened up dairy, the dairy sector. Very logical. And I'm able to explain it to all these countries in a very simple way. The Indian dairy is largely small farmers having 3 or 4 livestock, 5 livestock, for whom this is a supplementary income. Sustainable dairy farming is done by them to help them meet their own nutrition needs of the family or a little bit of extra income. There has never been another country other than India which has finalized a free trade agreement with Australia, with New Zealand, with UK, with the 27-nation European Union, with the 4-nation EFTA, or with the USA. Never before in history has a nation been able to do an FTA with these countries, keeping all of dairy out of the FTA, protecting our small dairy persons. Because when we finalize our free trade agreements, they are based on 3 principles: trust, transparency, and a time-bound certainty for our businesses. Free trade agreements are not just opening up trade or tariffs. It's providing certainty. It's providing predictability. It's providing stability in policy, which attracts more investment, which encourages businesses to come and make India their manufacturing base, which encourages us to look at value addition and therefore prepare ourselves for this century of change that we can see before our eyes. You may wonder, why am I focusing so much on these free trade agreements? Ladies and gentlemen, there has never been a country anywhere in the world which has become a developed nation remaining insulated from the global world or from global economies. We have to engage with the world if we wish to see India as a developed nation, if we wish to provide opportunities for 1.4 billion Indians, if we wish to ensure that we increase income levels of our farmers, of our fishermen, we add value to their produce, we bring investments into food processing, we bring investments into precision engineering, high quality manufacturing, modern day technologies into the country, ensure we engage with new age technologies like quantum computing, machine learning, bring artificial intelligence into play intelligently so that we provide newer and bigger opportunities for our young men and women whom we reskill, we retrain, prepare themselves to adopt new age technologies. And with that in mind, when we engage with the country, we are effectively opening doors for larger exports of goods and services, and we are opening doors to get into the country products of our need. For example, with the United States of America, we are hopeful to get more aeroplanes into the country, which would be good for our tourism, which would be good for our mobility, hopefully bring down the airfares for all of us to come for the next Global Business Summit, which would open up remote area connectivity into the country. Very easily I can see before my eyes just the aviation sector needing probably $100 billion of imports, Boeing planes, aircraft engines, spare parts in the next 5 years. Before my eyes, I can see our steel industry doubling its capacity from the current 140 million tons to possibly 300 million tons, thereby doubling our need for coking coal imports, which we need for our steel production. We already import about $17 billion of coking coal. We'll need nothing less than $30 billion of coking coal. There are currently two countries mainly which supply coking coal. Now I'd like you to reflect. Isn't more merrier for us? If there's more competition, if more countries come into play and provide us our needs, will that not give us better quality, better pricing? So we can bring coking coal into the country in a big way. Annually, we will need $30 billion of coking coal. We have just recently in the budget approved a policy to provide tax concessions for data centers. Right up to 2047, data centers being set up by foreign companies in India to provide cloud services for the rest of the world. Now, friends, look at the holistic nature of thinking. These data centers will bring large volume of investment into the country. So we are attracting foreign exchange. These data centers will need a lot of infrastructure to house them, which will provide jobs, which will provide economic activity wherever the data centers are being set up. These data centers will need power and largely renewable energy. So it'll give a big fillip to our nuclear energy program, and we plan to add 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy as a base load in our electricity transmission grid. It'll give a fillip to solar energy, wind energy, battery storage, pump storage, green ammonia, green hydrogen. The entire renewable energy ecosystem will get a fillip. We'll need more investments in transmission lines. Data centers need uninterrupted power, so they need redundancy, high level of redundancy, further adding to investments. Think of the holistic nature of thinking of this government as we prepare ourselves for this century of change. And clearly, all of this comes out of the disruptions that one can see before our eyes. Huge forex investments, huge opportunity for jobs in creating the infrastructure, huge opportunity for investments in the energy sector, huge number of jobs created in the energy sector, the whole ecosystem. As these data centers come in, it will need an ecosystem around them, industrial parks, it will need hotels, and there will be more travel. And finally, every year they will provide their services internationally, earning us recurring source of foreign exchange earnings, providing those services, exporting those services around the world. And that is the way we are articulating and thinking about the future of India, providing opportunities for young men and women across the country, making sure we open new markets for new products, encourage new exporters to now look at the global markets, and effectively we are reducing the tariff disadvantage that we have on our exports in the developed world through tariff reductions, tariff concessions in the WTO, at the level of from the MFN WTO tariffs to now the preferred tariffs that we get, so that our exports become more competitive. We have just concluded two very large free trade agreements with two of the largest economic blocs, the EU bloc of 27 countries, and soon thereafter, probably a week after, the US trade deal. Together, they open up a market of nearly $55 to $60 trillion. And both these markets, EU with a per capita income of upward of $50,000, US with a per capita income of over $90,000. Does anybody in this room think that they can compete with India on any product that India is manufacturing or potentially will manufacture, or on any service that we will provide, or on any farm goods that we can export in the foreseeable future? But look at the huge opportunities it opens up. Let me take the textile sector as an example. Both these geographies are large importers of textiles. Huge amount of textiles, garments, and the entire textile value chain, man-made and cotton. For all these years, we have been talking, why does the textile industry not export more? Why don't we provide more opportunities for our women, particularly, and for all Indians in the textile sector? The biggest impediment was high customs duties, import duties in these developed economies, because of which we could not compete with the Vietnam, which had an FTA and therefore zero duty, or with Bangladesh, which had the benefit of being a less developed country and therefore zero duty access for their textiles in these geographies. Now, with textiles opening up in Europe entirely at zero duty, and with the reduction in reciprocal tariffs from 50% to 18% for all, and we are now lower than any of our competitors, we suddenly become extremely competitive. We can look at capturing the large markets that were always our dream, our desire. In the textile sector alone, I can easily visualize doubling our exports and possibly see at least 7 or 8 million jobs being created only in the textile sector alone. And I can go on sector after sector. Leather goods, footwear, sportswear, our handlooms, handicrafts, our marine products, our farm products, fruits, vegetables, basmati rice, spices, all the masalas that we export, tea, coffee, honey, endless number of products which will now become competitive, for which will open up large markets. And today, when we engage with the world, we ensure that we respect their sensitivities and they respect our sensitivities. Therefore, when we did the United States agreement, it was very clear that we needed to protect our farmers. And therefore, all the main areas in which our farmers have high production or have helped us become self-sufficient, we were able to keep out of the free trade agreement. So whether it's rice, whether it's wheat, whether it's corn, whether it's soya meal, whether it's millets like jowar, bajra, ragi, all GM food products, since we don't allow GM into our country, but spices, potato, the list goes on and on. Soya meal, I think I mentioned corn. We have fully protected the interests of farmers in possibly 95% plus of the farm produce that our local farmers produce. And therefore, even in this era of change, we are able to maintain our sensitive interests and focus on areas which are of mutual benefit and will benefit both nations. Well, it's another matter that some people keep spreading falsehoods and try to disrupt what is good for the nation. Even just now I was seeing outside an opposition leader who has probably no concern for our country's well-being or the well-being of 140 crore Indians, our youth, our men and women, our farmers who will get so many more opportunities opening up for them, speaking falsehoods and spreading absolutely baseless allegations, trying to instigate the innocent farmers, our annadatas. And I feel so sad that national interest has no priority for some politicians. It's all right, you may be in opposition today, but we have been in opposition also. But when it came to areas of national interest, the whole nation would come together. The whole nation would celebrate what is good for the country. Sadly, that is not to be today. And as we prepare ourselves for this century of change, we will also have to change this kind of mindset, this kind of negative thinking that pulls our nation back. And in that, ladies and gentlemen, we will seek your support. We will seek your support against people who spread fake narratives, who try to provoke simple people, simple farmers. We will have to bring confidence in all stakeholders that we are all collectively working for a strong and prosperous future for India, which is the single-minded purpose with which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been working for the last 13 years in Gujarat and then 12 years at the center. 25 years of unblemished track record in the service of society, with compassion, with empathy towards the marginalized sections of society, towards the poor, towards our farmers, towards our fisher folk, putting the interests of these sections, of the farmers, of the fishermen, of the MSMEs, always at the forefront of change. And towards that end, I think it's a matter of pride for me personally and for the Modi government that we have been able to protect all the interests of farmers, keeping them paramount, keeping them uppermost in our trade negotiations, while ensuring that we also open up large market for our farm produce in the United States of America. So now when we sell tea or coffee or spices and many more products, the reciprocal tariff will be zero, providing huge opportunities for our farmers. And so many opportunities will open up for our labor-oriented, labor-intensive sectors, providing jobs, providing investments, providing economic activity, and helping us continue to be the fastest growing large economy. My sense is we've been the fastest growing economy for the last 4 years. We have at least another 2 decades or 2.5 decades more of continuing to be the fastest growing large economy on earth. And that is what awaits us. I'd like to share with you that today India is well poised with 2.3 million STEM graduates coming out of our colleges every year, with science and technology and mathematics and engineering being their core strength, that we have become a powerhouse in itself to engage with modern technology. It is no mean achievement that in the AI summit starting on Monday, we have the who's who of the AI world coming into India, because they recognize that without India in the value chain, it will be impossible to be able to expand AI at affordable prices to meet the growing needs of the world. We in India can help the world adopt AI as our companies increasingly engage with these modern technologies, as we become the preferred source for applied artificial intelligence to be developed, as we develop our young men and women to become experts in new age technologies. You can just imagine the amount of opportunities that will open up for us. And mind you, artificial intelligence is not going to replace the human being. it is only going to change the nature of work that we are doing. And that is what the last decade of disruption has taught us. And that is what we have to be prepared for. That change is what we have to be prepared for in the coming decades. Very often people worry that artificial intelligence will cause job losses. I think it will mean reorienting the kind of jobs, but possibly create more job opportunities than we have today. Because no other country in the world has a young population like India, has the kind of talent and skill that young Indians have today. Most of the developed world has aging populations. When we talk of artificial intelligence, one must bear in mind, it will need a lot of data crunching. It will need a lot of applications being prepared for AI. India will be at the forefront of that. By the way, never entirely trust what you get out of artificial intelligence. So you may get a document out of your chat GPT or Perplexity, but I'm sure each one of you checks to make sure that it's not some junk or garbage that has come out of bots or corrupt data or, data which has been wrongly fed into the system. We've seen that in social media. We've seen the increasing use of bots, increasing use of the misuse of numbers or statistics. And the same thing is going to happen with AI. As the usage of AI expands, you will see databases getting corrupted, databases being filled with garbage or bot-based databases coming into play. Very often you'll find what output you get could actually mislead you, could actually take you down the wrong path. So you will need cyber security experts to protect your databases, new jobs, new type of jobs. You will need people to clean up the data every once in a while. You will need the human being to validate the output that comes out. So at no point of time do I suspect AI is going to replace the human being. The conclusive part of it will always be in our control, is always going to be in the control of all of you. And therefore I think India is well poised to adopt the most modern technologies, become agents of change to support the world in their foray with new technologies. India will be at the right sweet spot given these free trade agreements and increasing engagements we have with the developed world to meet their growing needs of human beings, of labor, of workers. Because ultimately, I think the nurse will still be a human being. The chef who provides us our delicious meals is still going to be a human being. The hospitality at the Taj Palace will continue to be a human being. The labor which works in our MSMEs, providing world-class quality, auto components, aircraft parts, aerospace and defense equipment, will continue using modern technology, but run by human beings. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time India came into the absolute cutting edge of technologies in our country. We engaged with the developed world confidently. We work with our partners, our trusted partners across the world for greater benefit for all our stakeholders. And I have no doubt in my mind that our $30 trillion plus economy in 2047, powered by technology, powered by manufacturing, powered by our service sector skills, powered by India's traditional strengths, going across the world, serving the needs of the world, powered by economies of scale, meeting the needs of our own large population, as well as the large markets that we have now opened up through these free trade agreements, powered by complexity, but also innovation, powered by our talent, our skills, powered by brand India, which will reflect high quality, which will reflect the growing strengths of our manufacturing, of our products. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that India today has unlimited potential. Sky is the limit for us. Let us convert this market access into market share. Gone are the days when we had a 2-3% market share in the textile sector, in the leather sector, in our handloom and handicraft sector of global trade. Gone are the days when we were dependent on imported automobiles. Today, while we import some $900 million of automobiles, we export $9 billion of automobiles. Gone are the days when we were dependent on foreign countries to meet our food grain requirements. Today, we are self-sufficient in most of our food grain requirements. So much so that as we speak, we export nearly $55 billion worth of food products and fish products across the world, while our import bill is under $30 billion. That is the strength of India today. And in whatever we need to import, we are happy to encourage more competition so that, as I said earlier, our consumers get more choice, we get better quality, we get more competitive prices. And that is the calibrated opening that India has done in its international engagements. This is the market access that we are opening up around the world with very, very good, very fair and very advantageous agreements. And along with this, we are doing a very calibrated opening, protecting our sensitive sectors, protecting our fishermen, protecting our farmers, protecting our MSMEs, protecting our Vishwakarmas, protecting our GI tag products, our handlooms, our handicrafts, but yet opening the doors both for goods and services and mobility to serve the best interests of 140 crore Indians. As Prime Minister Modi said, India will no longer miss the bus. It will now lead from the front towards Viksit Bharat 2047. And I invite all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of this journey in the Amrit Kal as we move towards Viksit Bharat 2047, as we move towards a more prosperous future for our children, as we focus on inclusive and sustainable growth, as we work to provide opportunities for young men and women, for our startups, as we become job creators, not just job seekers, as we invite investments into the country in big measure, we will be the change that we always wanted to see. We will make that difference to our country that we always dreamed we will aim big to meet the aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians, the aspirations for a better future, the aspirations for a better life, the aspirations that will meet the dreams of 140 crore Indians, reflecting a young, vibrant democracy, a democracy respected across the world, a leadership known for its vision, a leadership that is decisive, a leadership that leads from the front. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, an international leader who the world looks up to you, who the country looks up to provide leadership in our journey as we move into the future, as we move into the century of change, changing with the times, yet protecting our traditions, our heritage, our culture. Vikas bhi, virasat bhi. That is our motto, and that is what I commend to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here on stage. It's been an insightful address by the Union Commerce Minister that we are looking at, because the very core of Viksit Bharat and outlining the framework for it is on the destination now clearly that we are headed. So this is there as far as when it comes to moving on the Global Business Summit, that what we talk about, what's happening next. So let's little bit focus on that, because this is going to be a very interesting conversation that we're going to have on stage. Joining us, this would be the topic, the resilient core, which is actually all about balancing domestic momentum with global volatility. So here, when we talk about economic resilience, that has now become a defining capability of our times, this something now it becomes a little more specific when we talk about the major contours of what defines when it comes to the future of India. So let's put that in focus as far as when we speak of economic resilience, the resilience core that has become the defining capability of our times, not just as a defensive reflex, but also as an operating discipline. And this is where it comes into focus when we speak of India's domestic momentum that remains strong, and yet it unfolds against a volatile global backdrop that is now shaped by geopolitical tensions, inflation cycles, and capital flow shifts. And across healthcare, capital markets, industrial manufacturing, consumer sectors, leaders must now balance efficiency with durability, speed must now be matched with stability, and scale must now be aligned with sustainability. So resilience today demands a disciplined capital allocation, agile supply chains, and leadership that anticipates shock rather than reacts to them. The question is no longer how to grow in favorable conditions, but how to sustain growth when external variables are uncertain. So let's move on and talk about our next set of guests who will be joining us here on stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Prashant Tandon, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Tata 1mg, Arpita Vinay, Senior Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Spark Capital Private Wealth Management. Please also join us on stage, Praveena Rai, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Multi-Commodity Exchange of India, MC Kicks. And also, we are joined by Nishant Arya, who is the Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JBM Group. Well, Aisha Faride will be joining us here on stage to moderate this next set of panel that now we are looking at. And of course, this would be a discussion to look forward to. Aisha, over to you.
Well, may I please request all those people who are standing in the audience to take their seat? We have a nice mix of sectors here, and I was just thinking about, when you have the stalwarts from healthcare, pharma, digital health, wealth, commodity markets, mobility, manufacturing, as well as infrastructure, you can't help but think about how these sectors come together and how they shape up India's next decade. So with that thought, let me welcome on board our panelists. Thank you, all of you. Your mics are right next to you, so if you can just take them. Let's talk about building India's next decade economy and how health, capital markets, as well as infrastructure as sectors can really be the next growth engines. Praveena, if I could come to you, India's growth story now depends on multiple engines coming together. You, from your perch right now, where do you think the next set of opportunities lie for India? And how is it, Praveena, that your sector can actually contribute to India's next decade?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. A lot of the conversation today morning was around that. We've had the big decade of IT services growth. We've seen the momentum that GCCs have brought to the table for us, and some of the recent announcements on really how we will drive data centers and many such policies, the national energy policy, the critical minerals policy. Many of these really start giving the signals on what the next big growth areas are going to be. And these not just look at what the country requires, but also as in what the people require, but also as a country what we require to manage the global environment we are in the midst of today. So when we give that sort of security lens is really where a lot of this plays out. And the geopolitical environment creates volatility. Now this volatility is immediately reflected in the Indian markets as well. And rightfully so, because we are part of global trade. And when that happens, we should have the ability to optimize it, to localize it, right? It does get localized because there is a local demand supply. We are a large country. If you look at gold, we are the second largest market in the world. If you look at energy, we are very large. If you look at many of the metals like aluminum and copper, again, we are significant with a lot of local refining, ore to refining to upstream, downstream infrastructure. So localizing it is really the role that markets play to manage the risk associated with the global environment and look at driving resiliency through the hedging and risk management framework. So the opportunity exists. How do we drive our delivery to that opportunity is really where this comes into picture.
Mr. Paramasivan, the industry that you, or rather the sector that you represent, really plays a pivotal role in India's next chapter, right? Tell me, when you look at infrastructure, how far we've come in the next decade to where we can go. And now with the government's thrust on infrastructure, we're seeing that all around us. Where do you think the next opportunity lies when it comes to infrastructure?
Last one decade, I must say, is a decade of infrastructure on a consistent basis. The infrastructure allocation had gone up 5 times over the last one decade. And this year also there is an increase by about 10%. And government recognizing the need that post-COVID, there have been a pushback, and but infrastructure continues to be the focus area as it generates employment, and it generates 3 times of the value of the jobs which are awarded. And with the focus on the fiscal consolidation on the one side and the infrastructure push on the other side, government is really focusing on delivering world-class value on the infrastructure side. Going forward, when you look at it, if you look at the various budget announcements and other associated announcements, the country is looking at continued focus on connectivity with more and more focus where a reasonable scale has been achieved in the road sector. Railway sector still miles to go, and increased focus on the freight corridors and high-speed railways, all that. Apart from that, last about nearly 1 decade, there have been less activity in the hydro segment. Hydro, irrigation, water will continue to have a push. with increased activity around the borders, there is need to continue to spend more on the defense infrastructure. This will be the focus area going forward, apart from government's requirement and industry's requirement to push to the international markets to create scalability for the companies and also visibility to the Indian environment.
Nishant, your business derives off from infrastructure. Tell me, where is the next big opportunity as mobility itself is seeing so much transition and so much breakthrough pretty much on a daily basis?
No, I think we are all at a very opportune time where the mobility sector is in for a very large transition, and especially large focus on zero emission technologies like electric, hydrogen, amongst others. There has been great growth opportunity, seeing that the whole Indian economy is getting integrated with the current approach. So from generation to consumption, when we are generating solar power and other sources of renewable energy, which are feeding into areas of electric vehicles, and really seeing that the EV technology, when we are clubbing to this, also looks at the core technology base of semiconductor, power electronics, and then moving up to lithium batteries, critical minerals, and they are all power guzzlers on one end. On the other end, technology is playing a very critical role. So I think this is a decade of manufacturing. So technology driving value becomes very important. So from 15, 16% going to 25%, 30% is something which will be a great opportunity. And with the new free trade agreements, because in today's day and age, competitiveness is very critical for you to scale up, and scale and competitiveness go hand in hand. So multiple new opportunities open up. I was in Germany, I just came back today morning, so we were just discussing yesterday that how multiple German companies and other European companies are keen to set up manufacturing bases in India to cater to not only India but the global south, and also ensuring the competitiveness in their home markets. So how looking at the global framework and a totally different lens with which you are able to cater to the international markets is very important, so that the scale, size, technology, competitiveness, and with the 1.6 million engineers we produce today in our country, which is one of the largest in the world, gives us a fantastic base to build upon. And that's where a different element comes in of the kind of incentives being given on this DLI and RDI, which comes in. And I think areas like these, where we started with Make in India, but how starting from making in India to create in India, design in India, and India becoming the brain of the world, where Indians are contributing to this worldwide, but how many Indian IPs do we create, and how many Indian tech companies we create which are becoming the global powerhouses. So I think this is a decade which will transition and transform India into a global technology leader, demonstrating scale and size in a very frugal, agile and nimble manner.
Vikrant, when you talk about India, India has been known as the land of Ayurveda, where the pharmaceutical generic hub for the world. You represent an industry which has a big potential and a big contribution to the rest of the world. Where do you think are the structural gaps still, where one can sort of catch up on momentum?
See, in India, we have a demographic challenge. You know, it's not a small population. So I think on one side, the burden of the disease is increasing rapidly. And it is actually shifting the gaze from the acute to chronic. So while we see ourselves very capable, and we have been we have eradicated many of the diseases, and at least the infectious diseases, we have become very capable. I think we need to strengthen ourselves in terms of fighting the chronic disease, which is just coming, and it is a tsunami of the chronic disease. If you try to see whether it is a thyroid disorder, whether it is diabetes, more than 100 million patients, obesity, 250 million patients, hypertension in millions. So we see that as the aging is increasing, more and more chronic diseases are coming. So I'm very happy that government is trying to fill this gap and also balancing the act from the acute to the chronic. Coming back to the company like us, like Novo Nordisk, I think we feel responsible, because is getting the access of innovation fast and early. And we try to do that, at least our part of the job, getting latest and the best medication to India. And we have done that recently even in the field of obesity, bringing semaglutide, whether for diabetes, obesity, and also orals. But on the other side, the responsible part is also the accessibility, affordability, along with the quality. And I think I can proudly say that when it comes to products like insulin, we are offering in terms of affordability, which is one of the cheapest in terms of the treatment which is there. But I would say the issue is not that we are able to provide the accessibility and affordability. I think the issue is about detection. Issue is about the prevention. And if that can be addressed with the help of doctors and healthcare professionals, I think that is the war which we need to fight together. But otherwise, I'm really very proud in terms of we being the pharmacy of the world. And I think the gates which are also shifting, the another gap is from pharmacy of the world to innovation part of the world. Like Prime Minister Modi says, Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan. Getting into the innovation cycle for India is also very important. And we are also playing very strong part as far as India is concerned.
And when you talk about Prashant accessibility, you are getting his medicines quicker to all of us. But is India adapting to that model, Prashant?
I think the Indian model, it's bound to follow the rest of the world in terms of, see, as an individual, good health can propel you forward, bad health can drag you down. Same holds true for the economy. If you are an economy of healthy people, you move forward much, much faster. Now, what we see, and this is pretty interesting and important, is when a country reaches a certain level of consumption power, the per capita income goes above a threshold, the consumption of healthcare and the investment in your own health and wellness grows materially more. So if you are growing, so and the number I think is around $10,000 to $15,000 if your annual income is beyond that threshold. From that threshold increases your spend on your health and wellness almost by 5 to 8x. And in India, there's going to be almost a 2.5 to 3x increase in the number of households that are at the cusp. So when we see that happen, these consumers are going to seek better healthcare. They are going to seek better wellness. And this is happening for India, at least at a time when there's a major technology shift that is also underway. So that impacts not only people who can afford, but everyone else, because fundamentally data sciences, digital health, digital access is redefining the basic norms of productivity, how many doctors you need, how much of the healthcare expenditure. 70, 80, 90% of the healthcare expenditure is when the bad thing has already happened. But if you are able to catch it early and address it early, it's a more affordable model of healthcare. It's a more accessible in terms of, from a price point, people are able to get there, and then you are able to get it where you are rather than having to make the long trip to the city to get your healthcare. So this shift in the healthcare model, the digital access to preventive healthcare and data-driven healthcare, and now with AI kind of changing the rate at which we are able to understand the health profile of a consumer and where the trajectory is going, and new financing models coming in, I think we are in the process of creating a healthcare model that will be probably the healthcare model for the future, not just for India, but at least for most of the global south. And it's an opportunity that will always grow at, if the economy is moving at X, I expect healthcare to at least grow at 1.5 to 2X.
And Arpita, the industry that you represent will price all of that in as of tomorrow. But tell me, when you talk about India's capital markets, 10 years hence, do you think we're in a good stead? Because we've talked about the various sectors present to your right and my right, and what's the future of India is going to be in the next decade. Do you think the health of equity markets would also grow leaps and bounds, as would all these other sectors?
Good afternoon, great to be here, and absolutely. I think in a country that has abundance of land and labor, the thing that comes between us and growth is access to capital. And in that sense, financial services is the lifeblood of any economy. I think what has changed this decade is we are not at the mercy of foreign institutional investors. You know the numbers, but despite a massive 2.5 lakh crore outflow last year, it's the confidence of the domestic savers which kept the capital markets, depth, breadth, and resilient. And that's actually the source of capital to most industries, whether in the equity capital market space or the debt capital market space. So absolutely, for sure, I think Mr. Martin Sorrell spoke about it earlier. World Bank, last year largest economy, this year fastest growing last year, fastest growing this year, fastest growing in the coming year as well. I don't think we get the adequate representation from a capital market point of view. So the growth from here, obviously without sounding like an unhinged bull, is going to be one way, but more in terms of depth and breadth as well, more in terms of innovation as well, more in terms of being able to provide access to capital to the companies that need it beyond beyond the top 200 ones of them. That's really where the animal spirit is. So yes, for sure.
That's a very important point. And Mr. Paramasivan, because yours is a very capital intensive industry and capital is getting costlier, I wanted to understand, do you think that one needs to prioritize capital allocation more as a country in two sectors such as yours?
While capital allocation is a key requirement, but construction is by and large self-financing as far as the companies are concerned. Most of the projects have their project advances, and only where there are payment-related issues, we are getting into capital issues. Otherwise, substantially capital is required for the equipment-related expenditure, which every project will have its own uniqueness. That is a key requirement. Other than that, if you look at it, the capital required is more in the form of a non-fund-based facilities for most of the construction companies. And therefore, on the capital allocation side, especially EPC companies, may have much less of a constraint than a concessioner, where the capital and associated returns becomes a key issue.
Vikrant, would you want to add to that? When it comes to your industry, how do you think a country like India, with the vast scope that we were just discussing, should prioritize capital allocation when it comes to public health?
I think when it comes to the capital allocation for public health, it used to be quite low in India. I think post-signing the Sustainability Development Index group, our capital investment as well as the investment by all means have increased. It used to be 1.5% in terms of the GDP, and now it is actually crossing 3%. And also, we see a lot of capital flow even in the private space in healthcare, health tech, and as well as in med tech. And I think that becomes extremely important because the way India is actually growing and the way the disease management is coming, it is also becoming an epicenter not only for manufacturing, but for also research and development, and also for med tech and health tech. So overall, we see a large deployment, and I think this has to continue quite a lot if we need to arrest some of the burden of the disease in India. And we see this happening, at least if you just see the way, the e-channel or the e-pharmacy, the way the capital investment which is coming, you also see the investment which government has also allocated. I think that is phenomenal. And this will continue.
Praveena, when you talk about A, of course, there is about capital allocation, but B is also about the tech advancement. And who better to throw light on that, other than a platform like yours? Tell me, how much as a country do we need to evolve and invest in just the digital infrastructure, if I can call it that?
Yeah, so when they were both answering, I was just thinking to myself that one of the big areas of capital allocation actually should be technology.
Yes. Absolutely.
And of course, he sort of wrapped up with talking about how technology is playing a role in pharma as well. Because if we look at really what we have as a country, in addition to the demographic in our favor, it is the fact that we can leapfrog with digital infrastructure and with technology. There is a lot of work we need to do in manufacturing. We are doing it. There's lots to be done in infrastructure. We are doing it. But these do take more time. With technology, you can create leapfrogs. You can sort of drive faster kind of growth by creating the right products and services that really people need. And we've seen this across the board, at least on the financial services side. And of course, we see it in fintech. We see it in the sort of e-commerceization of many sectors. And technology per se has many elements to it. One is to be ready for scale, to be super resilient. And resiliency is not just a technology thing, right? There is capital, there is people, there is design. I think he spoke about self-design. So all those elements start coming in. And today's buzz is, of course, AI. And, are we going to just use large language models that have globally been launched and kind of lose ourselves somewhere in that space? Or we really create our own models, our own fit to purpose, fit to scale, Indian citizen scale kind of requirements that we have. So we've seen this play out. I mean, we've seen the success of UPI on the payments and banking side. We've seen the growth of capital markets, exchanges on the market side. And, we don't feel it as technology driven, but, finally, I think we're all fintechs. And the biggest competitive edge we bring to the table is what we do with technology.
Prashant, you managed to cash in on the tech opportunity quite ahead of time, and your entire business model is around it. Tell me, can AI and tech really accelerate India Inc.?
I think it's an imperative. If we do not have that, then we have lost the race already. So it's not a option for us to play or not. We have to, and we have to win this. India has actually a lot of things going its way right now. And for AI and technology, especially as I look at my sector, what is needed? You need a lot of energy, and I think fundamental work on ensuring energy is available. You need the digital infrastructure, which is now reasonably well set up. Then you need the talent, and then you need a lot of data. Now, for a country our size and our population, the amount of data that we generate, so starting from the fourth point, we have massive amounts of data. AI talent is coming and developing pretty fast in the country today. And the back-end stuff, which is the fundamental energy and tech infrastructure that is there, that's where the government is actively right now working or focusing on. So I think the opportunity is immense. We can't afford to miss it. And what the solutions that it will create are going to be transformative. At least in healthcare, it's quite clearly visible that the direction is that AI is going to fundamentally change how predictive, preventative, personalized healthcare actually takes shape. It's something that has been spoken for a long time, but it's possible with this level, this powerful technology that is now at our doorstep. So in our company, we are already doing a lot of work on this, but I think as a nation, this is high on agenda, and this should be high on agenda. Next week is the AI summit in Delhi, and I'm sure this positive momentum it's only one-way street. I don't see it any option but to make it happen.
And Vikrant, I mean, just to add to that point that Prashant was making, that data perhaps is sacrosanct to pharma companies, right?
Absolutely, and right, what he mentioned, it's not only at this stage, right at the time of the drug discovery, till the delivery to the patient, and even in the patient outcome. And India is actually at the epicenter when it comes to the amount of data which can be generated. Now, if I look at my organization, Novo Nordisk, this is, can you imagine that we have got 1,000 people into drug data development sitting in Bangalore, trying to do the drug data development without the real R&D in the laboratories. So the research and speed to market is increasing phenomenally. Of course, there are drug failures, but the testing stage is actually accelerating so fast. And just in time, you get the research outcome, which used to take 6 months. Now you get the report for the submissions to the authorities quick and fast. And likewise, the authorities are judging that. Likewise, the doctors are generating wealth of data. And I think if India can leverage the kind of data which is getting generated, I think then we can have wealth of outcome which can be used for benefit of the health sciences, or you can say the health span of the population.
Nishant, the other thing I want to talk about with tech is the fact that more and more countries are pushing for localization. And who better than your company, really to talk about that? Be it manufacturing, be it pharma supply chains, infrastructure capability, localization is the key thread right now. Is self-reliance sort of strengthening resilience, you think? Or is it adding more dimensions to the supply chain?
No, I think it strengthens resilience in a big way, and we become quite independent. And at the same time, we are able to establish new paradigms in the industry where we are able to re-establish our core, and the nucleus evolves when you are able to localize and have, because localization doesn't happen without technology being inbuilt. So there we see that the huge focus upon competence, which is getting, so there are a lot of COEs getting built, and those COEs parallelly are fueling the opportunity to localize in the given segments. And that's where we see that once we start localizing, we try and see that the level of manufacturing which is there keeps enhancing, because starting from assembly to manufacturing and then going to certain core technologies which are cutting across multiple sectors. So I think that is something which is very critical, and that is also very important for the country as a whole, because today with AI and other things, data being the new oil, we are all seeing that how that is enhancing the time to market. But at the same time, we have to understand that how value-added services and value-added products. So people are going through learning, relearning, unlearning in this process. So whilst they do that, they critically have to understand that what are the skills of the future, and how AI coupled with such skill sets in manufacturing, in localization, can be a game changer, making India the manufacturing capital of the world. And that is what is the target which we foresee, that in the next 10 to 15 years, if we are committed to this path, that would be the biggest game changer for India as a country across multiple sectors, and we would be able to establish multiple niche areas which are not available to many other countries because of our domestic consumption, and also the current positioning with multiple free trade agreements which have been signed. So they open plethora of opportunities. So today itself we see that India is able to engage with multicultural and multi-product, multi-technology framework in different sectors. And I'm taking example like in our electric vehicle sector, we see that today we are engaging, we have almost 25 different technologies which we put together in an electric vehicle or the EV ecosystem for the customer to get really user-friendly experience and have a totally seamless understanding of what one is working with. So I think that is what has to be understood, where target sectors and target segments, once they are taken up, they can scale immensely and giving India pole positioning across the world. And I think that is what is important rather than focusing upon everything. And this will also enable the MSMEs to become very self-sustainable. And I feel that if you are self-sustainable, then sustainability drives scalability in that mindset. So I think that's critical from that standpoint, and also creates substantial value for people as the value-added services get enhanced. So disposable income for people would increase in a big way, and would address the myth which is there in the market today for some people that with AI, with tech, is this making jobs redundant? It is just that the jobs, the roles, responsibilities, and the know-how required is changing and evolving, and we have to see that how, in a relevant manner, we are doing so.
And Arpita, just to add to that, more than all the aspects that we've talked about, the demographic advantage that India has right now, I think it's important, and who would be better to talk about that than you? When you talk about capital markets, all that one hopes for is that the animal spirits, the entrepreneurial sort of, streak that India has right now, that should continue, right?
Right, absolutely. And I think in context of technology, it in some manner has been a game changer for financial services at the bottom end, access to credit, access to a formal banking financial system, all of that democratized through technology. Specifically in the industries that we are, that I'm a part of, which is ultra HNI, high touch industry, technology has got to enable business models where you're able to offer personalized advice at scale without having an army of people to do that. And what that means from from a business strategy as well, the kind of skill set, the kind of equipping, the kind of people that you end up having, the kind of systems that you end up having, very differentiated than what you've done in the past. One of the biggest differences between the bank and standalone platforms would be the access to information, because in banks you have a 360-degree view. In a platform like ours you wouldn't. But someone mentioned we are reaping the benefit of the huge amount of effort that's gone into creating the digital public infrastructure. But because of that, with client consent, you actually are able through an account aggregator system.
And building a business.
Building a business through that, absolutely. So not a man versus machine, man and machine debate, more so for financial services. It's changed I think it's what could have taken decades of growth has come to us in a much shorter time because of the enablement that's been provided by tech. Yes.
And also the entrepreneurship,
Sure.
spirit as well, right? People such as you who have donned many hats in your career, but have built a business. You
Sure.
want the country to head that way.
I'm sort of glad you touched upon that. I've had a pretty conventional, from a very personal point of view, come from a small industrial town, the eldest of 3 daughters, started out in Tata Steel, a conventional career path, decided for whatever reason to get into financial services, and an MBA landed me at HSBC, and realized after a while it was an exciting run, but bitten by the entrepreneurial bug in terms of what was happening in the industry around me. Didn't have the courage to do it all alone. Got together with a few colleagues, and that was beginning of a journey which was very, very different from what I had thought life would be like. I totally, completely identify with the spirit, with the theme of the session that you have here today, resilience. Because 12 of the best years with colleagues in a capital-constrained environment, building a financial services brand from scratch, and over a period of time, and having had to walk away from that and rebooting and rebuilding in the last 2.5 years, has, it's been an exciting journey. And resilience, and in a very different and a personal note, is about handling what life throws at you, also anticipating what could come to you, and from an organization and from a business point of view, building those skill sets in advance. In that context, a lot of what is happening in technology, you've got to stay ahead of the curve. You've got to invest before it comes and hits you. And I think it complements all business models. So yeah, it's been the technology or not in financial services, the journey to being an entrepreneur was from a straight-jacketed, professional banker has been a very exciting one.
Absolutely, and I would just wind up by saying that it's actually the agility of Indians and Indian businesses to actually stay on the course, stay on the path, and change with the times that really makes us truly Indian and truly resilient as well. But thank you, panelists. Great speaking with you and great getting insights on all of your sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asha. Thank you to all of the guests joining us here on stage. Well, a quick announcement there for all of the people who are seated here. Of course, you can download the pictures, all of that has now been clicked on the event from the filter pixel. That will be made available for you, and you can scan the QR code on the standees in the pre-function area, and then it will be made available for you for all of the pictures that you seem to have been taking, and you can enjoy the same. In the meantime, without wasting any minute, let's move on to our next session there. And as you can see, the work is in progress on stage because this is going to be a topic that is going to give you a lot of food for thought. Because our next session topic is all about India's next regulatory frontier. Regulation today must keep pace with innovation. As fintech expands, digital assets proliferate, and algorithmic systems influence markets, regulatory clarity now becomes essential to maintaining investor confidence. Now, India's capital markets are expanding in participation and sophistication, with growth that comes with responsibility to protect investors, to ensure transparency, and also to build global credibility. Now, the challenge lies in crafting modern rules for modern markets, enabling and innovation without compromising with stability. Now, regulatory strength is not a brake on growth. It is the foundation for trust. So let's welcome on stage, please give a hearty welcome to Tuhin Kanta Pandey, the chairman of the Securities Exchange Board of India. He's going to be joining us here on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to address this distinguished gathering of leaders from finance, business, media, and the wider ecosystem. This decade has been a decade of disruption. We have passed through a global pandemic of epic proportions. We face, on an ongoing basis, unprecedented level of geopolitical tensions, trade uncertainties, and tariff barriers. And the coming wave of AI, synthetic biology, and other technologies, as Mustafa Suleiman eloquently articulates, is a compelling challenge, or shall we say, a predicament for humanity. Yet, even amid these shocks, India's capital markets have not only remained resilient, but have also recorded strong and sustained growth. This speaks of the underlying strength of our market institutions and the growing confidence of investors. In the years ahead, the 4 T's, trust, technology, transparency, and teamwork, will guide our approach. The nature of challenges may evolve, but disruption itself may remain a constant. We therefore need markets that are resilient by design, capable of navigating geofragmentation, technological shifts, and other emerging risks, while continuing to support growth and innovation. This is the context in which we speak of India's next regulatory frontier. Regulation can no longer be only reactive. It must become anticipatory. It must move with markets, not behind them. Today, I will draw your attention to recent developments in SEBI's capital market regulation and our endeavor for optimum regulation as we negotiate the emerging challenges. India's capital markets are transforming at an unprecedented pace. Household savings are increasingly finding their way into capital markets. Capital market participation has expanded at a scale we could not have imagined a decade ago. We now have 140 million unique investors. This is financialization in action. Market capitalization has grown more than fourfold in the last 10 years to over 470 trillion rupees today. As a share of GDP, it has risen from around 81% in FY 2015 to 138% today. This is not just growth in numbers. It's a structural shift in how the economy is financed. Capital raising in our market has also seen strong momentum. In FY25, equity and debt issuances together amounted to 14.3 trillion rupees. In FY26 so far, from April to January, an additional 11.6 trillion rupees has already been mobilized, which included capital raising through 329 IPOs. In 2025, India led in IPO activity globally with record number of IPOs and stood third in terms of IPO proceeds. Mutual funds have become a major channel for household participation. Assets under management had grown from around 9% of GDP in 2015 to about 23% today. SIP assets now represent nearly 20% of total mutual fund assets. The ownership structure of listed companies is changing. Individuals and mutual funds together now own around 21% of listed entities, compared to 13% in FY15. This means the Indian household is no longer a peripheral participant. It's now central to the equity story of India. But growth also brings new risks. More participants mean more responsibility. More innovation means more complexity. This is where regulation must evolve. Regulation itself has changed with the market. We are moving from a framework that focused largely on entities to one that focuses on their activities and risks. We are moving from silo oversight to a more coordinated regulatory architecture. We are also moving from static rules to dynamic supervision. The role of regulator is not limited to regulations. It's about being a market developer, a guardian of integrity, and a protector of investors. Regulatory consistency and proportionality matter. They are not constraints on growth. They are enablers of confidence. As markets scale, the quality of regulation becomes as important as the quantity of capital they attract. Let me now turn to some of the key reforms that are shaping this next phase of market development. These reforms are not about fixing yesterday's problems alone. They are about preparing for tomorrow's markets. To support India's expanding economic aspirations, we are building deeper and more diverse markets. Indian securities market is the first major market to implement T+1 settlement cycle. This reduction in settlement cycle has resulted in reduced risk, faster access to capital, and improved operational efficiency in the market. Our market microstructure allows for granular client-level visibility as compared to omnibus structure in many advanced markets. Our depositories are handling over 210 million demat accounts, while exchanges process around 40 million trades in a day in cash market segments. To facilitate capital raising, we have simplified listing frameworks, reduced listing timelines, and proposed easing of minimum public offer thresholds for large issuers. SEBI has taken several steps to strengthen the corporate bond market. Introduction of electronic bond book provider platform led to increased efficiency and better price discovery in primary market. The request for quote and online bond platform providers are helping improved price discovery in secondary market. Further, RBI and SEBI are looking forward to introducing a framework for derivatives on corporate bond indices, which will further deepen the corporate bond market. To bridge the gap between mutual funds and portfolio management services, we have introduced the Specialized Investment Fund. For foreign investors, the Swagat FI framework now offers easier access through unified registration, simplified documentation, and streamlined compliance. We are working towards paperless and digital signed workflows to improve FPI onboarding experience. Reforms in the block deal framework and the introduction of the common contract note for institutional trades will bring greater clarity and consistency to large transactions. The decision to introduce closing auction session in the equity cash segment is another major step. It ensures that the closing price reflects collective market consensus. It also enables passive funds to transact at the closing price, helping reduce the tracking error. A market deepens only when supply and demand grow together. We have revised the distributor incentive structures to encourage onboarding of first-time investors from beyond top 30 cities and to enlarge participation of women investors in mutual funds. To improve retail access, the minimum investment threshold in privately placed bonds has been reduced. Moreover, issuers can now offer incentives in public issues of debt securities. To promote ease of doing business, we have streamlined IPO processes and created a single filing system to reduce duplication. Related party transaction disclosures have also been simplified. Flexibility has been introduced in BRSR core, allowing listed companies to opt for assessment or assurance. Comprehensive reviews of key regulations covering mutual funds and stockbrokers have been undertaken to make them more coherent and contemporary, while the review of LODR and settlement regulations is ongoing. We have implemented several reforms aiming at ease of business to promote alternative investment fund segment. We are also looking at the ease of exit too in addressing some practical difficulties. Investor protection is not a separate pillar. It's embedded in everything we do. We have introduced validated UPI handles and the SEBI check tool to help investors verify intermediary bank accounts to prevent cyber frauds. The Unified Investor app provides a single view of holdings across depositories and simplifies e-voting. The Mitra platform helps track inactive mutual fund folios and improve KYC accuracy. We have also launched a unique initiative called Parva to ensure that performance claims by intermediaries in future can be presented to investors in a verified and standardized manner by a third party. To further facilitate the investors to get rightful access to their securities, recently we have opened a special window for transfer and dematerialization of physical securities. We propose to considerably ease the process of transmission of shares as inheritance. To protect the interest of investors who pledge their securities, we have proposed to strengthen the pledge framework through depositories. To further ease investor onboarding, we have also proposed to streamline KYC processes further by enabling centralization and portability of supplementary information at KRAs. Additionally, we are aiming to strengthen the risk management within the KRA framework by introducing defined timelines for periodic review of KYC records. These steps may appear operational, but collectively they build trust. And trust is the true infrastructure of markets. As participation widens, governance standards must rise. Recognizing this, we have taken several measures to strengthen governance and accountability across the ecosystem. SEBI has designated the compliance officer as a key managerial personnel, reinforcing accountability at the highest operational levels. Boards of listed companies are being nudged from ceremonial oversight to active stewardship. We have also taken steps to enhance transparency and quality of disclosures. Disclosures in price band advertisements for public issues have been strengthened, and we are introducing an abridged prospectus at the draft offer stage to improve information accessibility for investors. We have mandated that regulated entities dissociate from unregulated entities that make unverified claims on returns or performance. Growth is welcome, but growth anchored in governance is what sustains confidence over the long run. Technology is reshaping markets faster than any rule book can. Algorithmic trading, digital platforms, and AI-driven decision-making are now part of everyday market functioning. We are responding through SupTech, which is supervisory technologies, and RegTech, which is regulatory technologies, stronger cybersecurity frameworks, and improved data governance. We have set up a high-level expert working group to develop a short-term and long-term strategic technology roadmap for the securities market ecosystem. AI offers powerful tools for surveillance and fraud detection as well, but it also brings risks, opacity, bias, and concentration of technological power. Regulation must therefore evolve from supervising institutions to supervising systems and technology. We must address concentration and interconnectedness risks, strengthen data governance and consent architecture, and manage the boundary between regulated finance and unregulated digital spaces. We are not on this journey alone. Regulation is a co-created ecosystem where the regulator sets direction and guardrails after due consultations. Industry innovates responsibly. Market institutions carry trust. And parliamentary and judicial oversight, accountants and auditors, media and civil society strengthen accountability. I urge you to work with us in shaping an ecosystem that can meet the demands of today and the uncertainties of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, before we make the next setup on stage, I would like to again make an appeal. As far as all of the pictures that are now being clicked today, you can access and download those pictures from Filter Pixel. And this is the QR code there, which is now available on the screen in front of you. And you can scan this very QR code. And it is also available outside in the standees in the pre-function area. So it is also available there, and you can download all of the pictures that you want. All right, without wasting any time, let's move on to our next session that we are going to talk about, because this is going to be an interesting one where we will delve our thoughts when we talk about India's first $1 trillion decade. Now, why do we say that? Because we live in a world where markets continuously are pricing instantly. Volatility, however, is no longer episodic. It is structural. Policy signals, geopolitical developments, and technological disruptions, they continue to influence valuations in real time. Now, the old assumptions of predictable liquidity and linear growth have been replaced by sharper corrections and faster recoveries. Now, what makes a company investable in this environment? Is it governance, discipline, or unit economics, or even brand trust, or even strategic adaptability? Well, this conversation will explore how capital now should be deployed when cycles are compressed and uncertainty is the norm. Please welcome on stage Mr. Kunal Bahl, who is the co-founder of Snapdeal and Titan Capital, founder of Ace Vector Group, and this conversation, again, is going to happen with Aisha Farid. Aisha, over to you.
Kunal, thank you for your time today. And I'm quite excited because all the conversation today has been around tech and AI. And you believe that the next India is not a decadal, but a techadal opportunity. So let's first start with that. What do you think the new India or the emerging India is going to look like 5 to 10 years from now?
Firstly, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure being here. Everyone tends to always ask what will change in India in the next 10 years or 25 years as we get to or 20 years as we get to Viksit Bharat. And I always respond saying, what will not change? Everything will change. And likely change for the better. Now, if you look at, let's say, everyone compares to the US, right? Like, because they're farther along in their journey as an economy than we are. About 2.5% of their market cap, listed market cap, about 25% of their listed market cap is new age companies, like tech companies. In India, that is only 2.5%. Right? So out of our $5 trillion economy, only 150 billion is the market cap of listed new age tech companies. It is but obvious that as in the next 10 years, India gets to a 15 trillion market cap of all the listed companies, 8 to 10% should be at least the new age companies, right? It is very fathomable, and which would take us to $1 trillion plus. So I sometimes feel that we get too caught up in the here and now, like what's today's stock market doing, or yesterday or last year, or what is the projection for next year. If you just zoom out and do an altitude shift, you will see that over the next 10 years, there is just going to be companies after companies that will get listed in the Indian, from the new age economy. We will have not probably one company which is 100 billion or 200 billion or 300 billion like the US. We will likely have maybe 5 companies which are 50 billion. We'll probably have 20, 30 companies which are 10, 20 billion. And we may have dozens of companies. We probably already do. We're probably getting close to a dozen companies which are north, or more than a dozen companies which are north of $1 billion or a few $1 billion. So the potential, the headroom for growth for the Indian tech companies is immense, and we're just getting started.
Interestingly, you gave an example of what the US is at currently. Other economies have had that moment when tech sort of stopped supporting the economy and became the economy. Is India at that inflection point right now as you look at it?
Look, there are a few things, few tailwinds that are happening in India at the same time. One is that, consumption is formalizing, where thanks to demonetization, UPI, etc., consumption that was largely happening in cash is becoming formalizing. It's showing up in the P&Ls of businesses, right, and the cash flows of businesses. The financialization of small businesses is happening, which earlier was they had to borrow money at exorbitant rates of interest. And thirdly, there is a digitization of the entire infrastructure that is happening. The sum total of all of these three things is actually leading to the rapid adoption of tech businesses and their products and services in India, which has never happened before. Because structurally, some of these things, these elements didn't exist up till probably like 5-7 years ago. And so it is no surprise that we are now seeing Indian new age companies that up till a few years ago people were saying, will they even make it? Will they even survive? Is this a bubble? Etc. to now being celebrated companies, part of the Nifty 50 in many cases. This was unfathomable.
Actually, just one as of now.
Well, it always starts with one. But it is only a matter of time there'll be more than one.
That's the thing that the point that you were making earlier, that India has been known as a consumption economy. We always talk about the demographic advantage and so many more people to consume over here. That tech as of now is very consumption linked. How soon before we get our own IPs? How soon before India starts making its own LLM?
Well, we are at it. I think the government is leaving no stone unturned. And we have the AI summit next week in Delhi. And there'll be, I'm sure, a lot of big announcements that will happen there. A lot of global luminaries from the AI landscape are coming. Look, I think we tend to sometimes get obsessed with only one layer in the AI stack. When will India have its own LLM? We'll get there. But there are so many other layers, right? Which is the infra stack, obviously the model layer. And then, what is mostly talked about in the Indian context is the application layer. At least my belief is, and I already see that, like we've been investing in a lot of similar, AI application layer companies. They're building extraordinary solutions of global competitiveness.
Give me an example when you say...
I'll give you an example.
Huh.
So, a lot of people want to build very sexy AI apps because they, video creation,
so
photo
cool.
creation,
Yeah.
etc. I feel the value lies in building for relatively boring industries, right? Because not many people want to build for that. I'll give you an example. There's a company called ContraVault. We're investors in that company. What they are doing is using AI to make sense of tenders, right? Tenders as a space, as you know, is complicated. Like these tenders run into thousands of pages. There's a lot of inconsistency in the tenders. The guy who wrote the tender oftentimes doesn't know what was between page 5 and page 5,000, understandably. So they are using AI to interpret tenders, identify tenders, apply to tenders, track tenders. That is a great use case of AI. Excellent use case. Because when you take a tender, which is 5,000 pages, and feed it into a, name your favorite, AI app, you are going to get a garbage response. Context is important. And that's where companies from India will emerge who have contextual AI apps that are built for the world. So that is just, you asked for one example, I gave you one example. There are hundreds of such companies right now being built in India.
But how long or how soon before they reach mass scalability like a Zomato, Swiggy, Policy Bazaar, AI and tech platform companies as we know them today?
Sometimes we try to compare apples and oranges. They are not the same thing, right? A company whose revenue is measured in terms of number of meals they sell or number of phones they sell should not be compared to a company that is selling software, right? I feel, notwithstanding that, the cohort of companies that are building AI applications out of India, cumulatively, my sense is over the next few years will be generating billions of dollars of revenue. It seems small today, but everything seems small at one point in time in India. I remember there was a time 10, 15 years ago, people said e-commerce will not take off in India. Why would anyone buy anything online in India? Because Indian consumers like to touch things. And they started buying mobile phones, and people say, oh, it's a standardized box. Of course, it's easy. You know what a Samsung phone is, whether you buy it online or offline. Fine. Then they said, but they will never buy clothes. They started buying clothes. They're like, oh, fine, clothes is fine. They'll never buy shoes. They started buying shoes, and then they said, they'll never buy cosmetics. You have to put it on your face. They started buying cosmetics. Now nobody questions whether these
happen online
yes,
or not.
I think we will always continue to be surprised at the ingenuity of Indian entrepreneurs and the acceptance and acceptedness of Indian customers to new solutions.
That's great. The opportunity is there. Where's the gap?
Capital. I feel we still don't fully appreciate the dearth of capital we have in our country to fuel the innovation we feel we are capable of building, but are not building yet or have not built yet. We will always feel, we come from a very frugal mindset as a business community, right? Because given the trajectory of our country post-independence, we made obviously great ground. We went from we used to be top 2 GDP in the world for 1700 years, from AD 1 to AD 1700. Then for 350 years, we went in the doldrums with the invasions. And then after 75 years of independence, we are top 3 again, or almost top 3 again. But, I don't think we fully appreciate how much capital will be needed to build world-beating tech companies out of India. Last year, Indian startups raised $10 billion. Comparatively, the US startups raised $300 billion in 1 year. Order of magnitude of 30x. Just today morning, Anthropic announced raising $40 billion. Right? So I think the government is cognizant of that. They've launched this 1 lakh crore RDI fund. It is a lot. By Indian standards, like $11-12 billion fund is a lot. But we need a lot more than that. We need to be okay with the concept of there will be some wastage along the way of building world-beating tech companies out of India. And we need to make peace with it.
The next world-beating tech company, will it be a startup as we know it right now, or the traditional IT companies as we have known them will be able to adapt?
I know it's very topical given what's happening in the markets right now, but I wish I knew the answer. If I were making a bet in terms of where would the next very valuable companies be created, new companies, I should say. There will be existing companies that will adapt very well and leverage AI. I don't call them new companies. I feel companies at the intersection of consumption and AI in India over the next 10, 15 years will build immensely valuable businesses.
On that note, thank you so much for that amazing insight into what India's next decade is going to look like.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Kunal, for sharing those insights into India's capital markets. And truly, talking about capital markets, we cannot not talk about private equity. And our next session, ladies and gentlemen, it delves upon the private equity ecosystem in India. Now, private equity investing today is as much about risk management as it is about growth capture. Investors are looking beyond expansion metrics towards governance frameworks, operational strength, and leadership depth. And India remains one of the most compelling growth markets globally, yet it is also subject to rigorous scrutiny, regulatory clarity, macro stability, and sectoral positioning that shape investment decisions. In fact, the alchemy also lies in identifying businesses that combine structural tailwinds with execution discipline. So how does global private equity assess India at this pivotal moment? May I please request Mr. Greg Zuluk, Managing Director and Co-Head of Asia Buyout at Carlyle, to come up on stage. He's going to be in conversation with Manisha Girotra. She's the CEO of Moelis India. Huge round of applause for our guests, ladies and gentlemen. And it's over to you, Manisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Greg. It's such a pleasure to have you with us. You have such a rich career in the world of finance and investing, having run Asia buyouts for Carlyle for, I think, over 2 decades. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Carlyle, I'm sure all of us know, is basically a large fund with managing about $500 billion of assets. And Greg, what I really want to know is, and this is a personal reason I want to know, because I'm trying to convince my daughter to move back to India from the US. What is it that made you study, grow up in the US, and then pivot your entire career to Asia? Just a little bit of your personal background.
Thank you, and thank you, Manisha. It's a really long story, so I'm going to keep it very short. The short of it is I became an East Asian Studies major at Princeton University. After that, I went into Wall Street for about 10 years, mostly with Lehman Brothers, but I always had a hankering to come out to Asia. So I finally got that chance in 1995, went to Hong Kong, spent a lot of time in Northern Asia. 1998, Carlyle decided to open up its first Asia fund. They tapped me to be one of the founding managing directors, and so I've never looked back since. I first came to India about 2006 or so to begin looking to plant the flag here. We thought it looked like a real opportunity, and we've been in India ever since, and a lot of investments here.
So, Greg, you said you've been in India. Carlyle's been in India for over 25 years now. Tell us a little bit about how you've seen our country change structurally. Tell us a little about how you've seen India change over the last 25 years.
Yeah, well, it's changed an enormous amount. When we first were out here, a lot of what is now private equity investing was done in minority deals. Basically, people were handing out checks. That was pretty much it. Working with promoters to try and grow businesses, but frankly, it was not easy. Oftentimes, this is the old days. The promoters were really looking just for money and not for advice, and they were certainly not looking for partners. Also, if you wanted to exit after having somehow convinced the promoter that you should finally be let out the door, if you wanted to take a company public, it was really by appointment only. There were no deep capital markets. Trying to sell your stake was not easy. So it was a very difficult and different environment for investing in India. But that changed dramatically, I think, in the late 2000s. And today, it's a very different market. Today, there's enormous liquidity in the capital markets, whether it's via IPOs, secondary block trades, M&A sales of companies. Control deals are available. True partnership deals with promoters are also on the cards. And it's a terrific environment now that's just so different from when I first started coming out to India.
You raised some good points there, Greg. I remember when I used to 25 years ago go and pitch private equity to a promoter, and even a minority stake, forget, a majority stake, it was a pretty short conversation. I would get thrown out of the room pretty quickly. But now things have changed. Private equity has become a really strong partner of growth for us in India, especially global firms like yourselves. And I see the mindset change. But tell me from your point of view, Greg, how did things change, and how did you make that leap from taking a minority stake to actually doing control deals and partnership deals in India?
I come from a leverage buyout background. That's what firms like Carlyle and KKR and Bain and Blackstone were noted for over the last 30 to 40 years. And, our start was in buying companies in their entirety. So it's really only when we all came out to Asia for some of the markets, whether it's China, whether it's India and others, what we started to do minority deals. And it was a learning curve. We did get used to it. We never really probably loved it until I think today it's a very different type of structuring. But when, the opportunity began to arise to do controlled deals in some of the more developing markets like India, everybody sort of jumped on the bandwagon to try and do these buyouts. And today in India, I think is an incredibly vibrant market for doing controlled buyouts, for, owning entire companies. the entrepreneurs who have built these businesses, many times they don't have family members who are going to be taking the helm as they try to retire, as the promoter tries to retire on the one hand. On the other hand, they also recognize that they can grow the business comfortably to a certain stage, and then they kind of hit a ceiling. And in order to break through that ceiling, they need a partner who can add some value and add some skills and add some additional muscle to get the business to the next level. So there's been a lot of opportunities to buy companies. I think it started principally in the IT services space, but it's now expanded into financial services, moving into manufacturing, healthcare, whether it's on the services side, pharma side. There have been some big buyout deals as well. And it's an accelerating process. And I think it's good for India, it's good for the entrepreneurs, and overall it's great for private equity as well, I must say.
How has the value creation playbook changed for India? I know India always trades at rich multiples. Entry levels are always rich, whether it's private equity or public markets. But what do you think changed in terms of the value creation playbook of a lot of our companies? Was it management? Was it board? What do you think gave you the comfort to come in and pay that multiple and be confident that you will make money at those multiples?
That's a great question. In India, there's always been the perception, and to a certain degree it's true, that the valuations in the public markets for sure are very, very high. And justified or not, that's another longer conversation. But whatever the valuations are, when you come into a business, you need to have already put together a value creation plan. And that unlock has to take place through several different levers. The biggest, most important lever is management. So professionalizing the management team, bringing in folks who are either already in India or Indians who are abroad and coming back. The talent pool, this is one of the biggest things that we've seen change over the last 25 years in India. The talent pool of C-suite level world-class managers has expanded dramatically. So when we go in to buy a company, take control, we've already probably identified several candidates. We may already have one candidate. And these folks, when they come in, they bring enough know-how to enhance the entire C-suite that's below them. And they may replace some of those members. They may strengthen some of the positions. And they're going to drive the value creation plan. A lot of the Indian companies, there's always room for improvement in terms of cost positions, procurement, a number of different areas. But generally in India, you're focused on growth. And a lot of the growth can be domestic-oriented, it can be export-oriented, or it can be service-oriented to other parts of the world for IT services. There's lots of means of doing this growth and implementing it, benchmarking against the best-of-class companies around the world, around the region, bringing in new partners through M&A by doing roll-ups and adding on new businesses. You increase your scale. You can increase synergies across the businesses. And, of course, it also makes it easier, frankly, to exit. So there's so many different levers that can be pulled today versus previously that it's quite a joy doing private equity investing in India these days.
So, Greg, we touched upon how entries become easier and in scale. Companies are being better run. A lot of it thanks to you, private equity investors who brought in good corporate practices. What's also changed is the fact that exits have become easier through the IPO markets, M&A. Talk to us about Carlyle's view on India's IPO market. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about exits through the M&A route? Do you feel more comfortable? Do you feel we have more of a runway in our public markets?
As I mentioned before, when we first started, it was not easy to effect exits. The public markets were very finicky. It was not easy to do very large transactions, whether it was IPOs or secondary blocks. That has deepened tremendously. Today, you can do block trades of anywhere from $100 million up to $500–600 million with not that big a discount to whatever you see in the public market. So there's a lot of liquidity. There's a lot of means of taking money off the table if you're inclined to do so. And we've done a lot of IPOs for our portfolio companies. But you can also now effect some M&A trades. So you can sell entire businesses. You can sell parts of businesses. We've done that as well, and take 2 bites at the apple, sell a little bit up front, keep on later on. So it's a very different world, and that's what gives international investors all the more comfort and confidence to invest in India, to know when you put money into India, there is a very straightforward path to getting money out, and as long as you invest well.
I think we are out of time. So if I could ask you for one piece of advice to your younger self and one piece of advice to an Indian founder starting up today, what would it be?
Well, I think for those folks who are getting into private equity, one of the things that you need to do is create differentiation between what you're doing and what other folks are going to be doing. You need to have sectoral focus is absolutely important. There's always a balance between being a jack of all trades and being a sector expert. But having a sector enables you to really understand what's happening in that industry, know all the players, know all the management team members, know best practices from a global basis. I think that's very important. And if you're a promoter in India and you're looking for private equity to be your partner, look not just for the money. The key thing is it's a marriage. You want to find the deal team, the firm that's going to be your thought partner, that's going to be providing a lot of help to you. It's a marriage, and think of it that way. Never look for the top dollar. Look for what the value add you think you can get by working together with the private equity partner.
Well summed up, Greg. It really is a marriage. Thank you for your time. It was a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you, Manisha.
Greg, thank you, Manisha, for conducting that session. Indeed, valuations are high, but we'll have to see how these valuations sort of get trimmed or get corrected, or will they remain at these elevated levels? Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's now time for us to move on to our next session, which is about strategic sovereignty in the new world economy.
Well, power today is something which is economic, technological, and strategic. Nations and corporations seem to be recalibrating alliances in a multipolar world where dependence can now become vulnerability. Now, control over supply chains, capital flows, and critical technologies defines competitive advantage, where governments are now rethinking the architecture of trust.
Absolutely, and hence companies are redesigning global footprints. But what does sovereignty mean in an interdependent world? That is the big question we are asking. In fact, alongside that, we're also asking, how do economies balance integration with independence? So this next session is going to explore all about that. It's going to explore the leadership choices that are required when global rules are being rewritten. In fact, for this very session, we'll have Dr. Vivek Lal, who's the Chief Executive Officer, General Atomics, Global Corporation. Kishore Murjani, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Alternatives Private Funds, Capita Land Investment. And Mary Ellen Iskandrian, she's the President and Chief Executive Officer, Women's World Banking. In fact, this session will also have Mike Titania, who's the CEO at The Body Shop. Moderating this session will be Yezdi Nagpurwala, the Chief Executive Officer of KPMG here in India. And we'll have the guests and panelists here any moment, but this is going to be a well-rounded, it's going to be a very interesting session. You have all the bigwigs participating in this very session. This is going to be about ensuring strategic sovereignty.
Absolutely, and our guests are now make their way to the stage. Welcome to all of you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All the best, over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and my colleagues. It is an honor here to welcome each of you to our Global Business Summit. We are in our 10th year with the GBS. And the theme this year of a decade of disruption, a century of change is also very, very appropriate and timely. Across economies, we are witnessing a profound transformation. Nations are rethinking supply chain, companies recalibrating risk, and societies redefining resilience. The global economy is more interconnected than ever, yet more fragmented than any point earlier in history. We today are privileged to have 4 exceptional global leaders with us, each representing a pillar of new world economy, technology and defense, financial inclusion, and global consumer brands. So let's begin our conversation on strategic sovereignty, the new world economy. Let me start with the first question, Dr. Lal. In a world where supply chains are global but security imperatives are national, how do you define strategic sovereignty today?
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. And that's an excellent question. I think strategic sovereignty, obviously touches on areas of national security, and within national security, you have energy security as well as defense security. I think it's important, of course, to build up domestically as well as trusted partnerships globally. And it's important, therefore, to become resilient in terms of any choke points that may exist in one's own evaluation. And eliminating those choke points by building up domestic capability as well as trusted partnerships is very critical. I think as the global community moves forward, it is important to see that various areas such as a common operating picture, persistent surveillance, manufacturing, are all areas of increased development. And I do feel the underlying theme here is going to be human resource training and human resource knowledge and capability. So that's often underemphasized, but I do think at the root of all this is an intense focus on human resource development.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Lal. I'll come to you, Kishore. Capital flows are becoming politically sensitive. How is the idea of strategic sovereignty reshaping where and how global capital gets deployed?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, Yazdi. Thank you for having me here. I think perhaps there's no better place to see that in action than in India. India, when it started opening up and liberalizing 30 plus years back, since then was hungry for capital, has attracted a lot of FII capital. And that FII capital is important, but it's fickle. It moves at the press of a button. Yeah. Today, I think India, rather than chasing capital, you've got capital chasing India. So you have a lot of opportunities with FDI capital coming in, which is anchored. It builds the roads, it builds the data centers, it lays the fiber, builds the renewable plants. But I think when we talk about strategic sovereignty of capital, I think we should be clear that while capital that's coming should be somewhat secular in nature, I think there's nothing wrong in many ways to understand the intent of that capital. And that's how at least we interpret it. So I live in Singapore. I fly the Singapore flag proudly for CapitaLand, which is majority owned by Temasek. And if I use that as an example, Singapore as a country accounts for 0.5% of GDP globally, but in India it accounts for about 20% of FDI over the last 30 years. And it's done that not just in the financial markets, but by coming in and investing in assets long term. So Singtel invested in Bharti, been there since 2000, well before the digital age came up and networks were built in India. CapitaLand came here 30 years back. We built our first office park with Tata's, we're still here. Why is that important? Because we respect the sovereignty of where we are, and we bring our capital in a strategic format. I think that's how we think about that, and I think you have to align with the markets that you're going into. We take that extremely seriously. I think the question is an interesting one because it's many ways is being charged in other ways, which perhaps we'll run short of time to talk about, but that's at least how we interpret being strategic capital. And I'd say in many ways we come, again, to India, we come to build India, not to trade India, right? So that's strategic how we think about it.
Thank you, Kishore. I love the phrase, build India, not trade in India. Let me come to Mary Ellen. When we speak of sovereignty, what role does financial institutional play in building national resilience?
Wonderful to be with all of you today. And I love the connection that this question is leading to, because financial inclusion is very simply defined as just having access to a bank account or a digital banking account in one's own name. But if we broaden that definition even just a bit to say having access to payments, savings, credit, insurance, pension, the full gamut of financial products, it becomes very clear that most of them have an important play an important part in an individual's and a household's and a community's resilience. I think a couple of places where we're starting to see this particularly is in the area of climate change, for example, and the resilience of a household or a community or frankly a region of a country to climate shocks. There's a very close correlation between financial exclusion and extreme climate vulnerability. We know that there are over 800 million people in the world who do not have the ability to access a digital payment in the time of emergency. So they may have a bank account, they may be included. In fact, the Global Findex, which is the most reliable gold standard database that the World Bank maintains on financial inclusion, noted that upwards of 70% of the emerging markets population was indeed included, but more than 50% of those people lost any access to financial resources because they weren't digitized in period of an emergency. A few weeks ago at Davos, I was on a fascinating panel hearing some of the largest companies in the world starting to say, we have to provide health insurance to our supply chain if we want that supply chain to still be there in a time of climate crisis, health crisis. So financial products and solutions are starting to become a major question in the resilience issues that the previous two speakers have raised.
Thank you. Thanks, Maria Ellen. Coming to Mike, brands today operate across borders, so does yours, across culture and across regulatory borders, regimes. And how do global companies maintain identity while navigating rising economic nationalism?
Thank you. Great question, and pleasure to be here today. I think for brands, purpose has to be at the core. And for a brand like The Body Shop, purpose has been at our core for the last 50 years. The brand has stood for and started the conversation on diversity, on plastics, on climate, on activism. And if you have that purpose, that can actually, and your core is clear in terms of purpose, you can actually then localize it to individual markets. And for example, in India, we have supported and we were at the forefront of starting Plastics for Change. 100 million plastic bottles have been taken off the streets of India due to an initiative that The Body Shop started. Today, Plastics for Change has become a platform for companies, global companies like L'Oreal and Estée Lauder. From the Plastics for Change process, we've also implemented and executed a global core value. So I think as long as your value is clear and your purpose is very clear, then you can actually cross borders. We're selling in 70 countries around the world, so we face this on a very regular basis of maintaining our global identity, yet being local to our consumers.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mike. I am conscious of time. We have exactly 4 minutes. So I'm going to request for a 1-minute answer from each of you. Dr. Lal, nations today are running to secure critical technologies. What is your view? Will alliances matter more or autonomy?
It's a great question, and I think it's obviously a combination of both. So if I could hit on very quickly, within a minute, 7 points that I think kind of dovetail into both of them. Once is, as I mentioned, persistent surveillance is going to be an important aspect. Robust data sharing between nations is going to be very important. The ability to deliver en masse is going to be critical as manufacturing aspects. Logistical dominance is absolutely critical to national security. As I mentioned, HR training. Then I do think electromagnetic spectrum dominance is going to be very important for resilience. And at the end of the day, a real-time operations picture, I think, is going to be a very important aspect.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Lal. Coming to Kishore, what role do alternative assets play in redefining economic power?
Yes, I think the alternative assets are often misunderstood what they are. They're an alternate to public markets where one can buy stocks and bonds, just to put it very simplistically. And I think what you've seen today, it's about a $15 trillion industry globally. What it's doing is it's giving both institutional and increasingly individual capital the ability to participate in private aspects of the economy. Vast majority of the companies in the world are public. The ability to own and support the build-out of roads, of infrastructure, of power. Very often we can't do that very simply through the public market. So I think what alternatives as an asset class are doing is really democratizing that access, channeling it, and then helping fund and fuel both the ability for savers to earn better on their capital, and then for companies and assets to access those capitals in a way that maybe just buying a stock or bond may not be the easiest access point.
That's very well brought out. Thank you, for sure. Mary Ellen, quick 1-minute response to, does digital finance accelerate empowerment?
Digital finance has enormous potential for accelerating empowerment, but only if we don't have the same garbage going in to credit scoring algorithms or any decision or assessment tool that a financial institution might be making in terms of a credit decision or an onboarding of a potential client. In India, for example, we're working with several digital lenders whose first attempt at a credit scoring algorithm only used data taken from men's cell phones. So women's behavioral, all of the great information that you can get from digital data was not even included in the original algorithm. So lots of potential, but it's got to be really good data.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. Final question to Mike. Within the global economy, is consumer trust becoming a new form of soft power?
Absolutely. I think trust is an economic currency now, and trust goes with transparency as well. And from a consumer perspective, the Body Shop has spent the last 50 years building trust with its consumers. And so we have to be very respectful of that trust, and we have to ensure that through transparency we deliver to that trust of our sourcing, trust of ingredients that we use, trust in terms of sustainability and climate. All of these things are fundamental to that trust being an economic currency. You earn it, and if you earn it, you have a reason to be present in those markets.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. With that, I'd like to conclude by thanking each of you. You've been a fabulous panel. I know the topic was broad enough to go on for a couple of hours, but we've run short of time. So thank you all. Thank
you very much, gentlemen, for that very, very interesting session. Lots of interesting insights on how brands can navigate this complex world of geopolitics and the kind of developments and disruptions that we're essentially seeing. But with that, it's now time for us to move on to the next session. In fact, we will be moving on to a next session, which is going to be a report launch in just a short while from now. But for the moment, thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking the time out. Ms. Mary Ellen, for being part of this panel.
In the meantime, we would like to take this time to also thank our sponsors once again. So we would like to thank our partners for their support. The ET Now Global Business Summit that is co-powered by Spark Capital and Bennett University Times Group. Strategic partners Elman's Wellness, Jaro Education, Government of Maharashtra and Government of Haryana.
In fact, our media partners include Business Insights partner ET Edge Insights, radio partner Mirchi, and music streaming partner Ghana. Our official outdoor media partner is Times OOH, network partner Times Network. In fact, this entire event has been conceptualized and completely executed by ET Edge and the Times crew. And we thank you once again for your support all of these past 10 years, for being a consistent pillar of support for the ET Now Global Business Summit. We are currently in our 10th year.
Well, absolutely. This is the Global Business Summit that we are looking at. And of course, once again, if you want your plug-in devices that are still available there in the back of the stage and the back of the hall there, rather, where you can use it for interpreting in the language of your choice. So all of the updates all right. So in the meantime, let's talk about what's coming up next. And this is going to be, as we stand on the cusp of a defining decade for India, the conversation is no longer about potential. It is about precision, it is about priorities, and it is about pace.
In fact, India's aspiration of becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it demands sharper execution, deeper collaboration, and bold structural reform across all sectors, which is something that the country has already been undertaking. So in that spirit, we now move on to a pivotal moment of this evening, the launch of a report that lays out the top priorities for India's next growth phase.
So this report by KPMG, which is titled Top 10 Priorities for India's Next Growth Phase, Viksit Bharat at 2047, brings together insights on economic resilience, digital acceleration, sustainable infrastructure, managing and manufacturing competitiveness, financial inclusion, talent transformation, and also global positioning, because it is not merely a report, it is a blueprint for action. So let's invite on stage Sir Martin Sorrell, who is the chairman, S4 Capital, and founder, WPP. Welcome, sir, on stage. And as we also take this moment of welcoming again Mr. Yesti Nagporyola, who is the Chief Executive Officer of KPMG in India. We also have Nilachal Mishra, partner and head Government and Public Services, GNPS, national leader and government and infrastructure, KPMG India, and Mr. Vineet Jain, MD, Times Group, all of them joining us here for this very momentous report book launch of KPMG. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking out your time. And this is going to be a momentous issue as far as this very moment celebrates the KPMG report launch.
Absolutely, and this is going to have details about India's top priorities and what they should be for the next growth phase for the country, as the country is looking at becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047. So that's going to depend on a whole lot of factors. It's going to focus on structural reform. It's going to need manufacturing competitiveness. Remember, manufacturing has been a key agenda of this government. We want to build not just for India, but for the world as well. It's going to include financial inclusion, talent, transformation and global positioning.
So MD Sir Vineet Jain is also here. So let's go ahead with the report launch of KPMG. And Sir Martin Sorrell also joined us on the stage. Thank you very much, sir, for taking out your time
and unveiling the report.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this moment of the KPMG report launch that is taking place on stage.
This is a pivotal moment because this is a report that's getting launched that lays out the top priorities for India's next growth phase. It's called and titled Top 10 Priorities for India's Next Growth Phase. It is a report by KPMG.
Well, the applause must continue, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate Viksit Bharat at 2047, bringing together insights on economic resilience, digital acceleration, sustainable infrastructure, manufacturing competitiveness, financial inclusion, talent transformation, and global positioning, because it is not merely a report, it is a blueprint for action.
And absolutely, Amita, all of these factors are going to be important as India moves on to its journey of becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047. We are already the world's fastest growing economies. We have maintained our GDP growth rate, while some of the biggest economies of the world have not really been able to do so. In fact, the IMF has repeatedly reposed its trust in the growth of the Indian economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the launch of the KPMG report. This is titled Top 10 Priorities for India's Next Growth Phase. A huge round of applause while the gentlemen over here are launching the report.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us here on stage. Mr. Nilachal Mishra, yes. You can take that podium, sir.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, so I'll just give a brief introduction on the report which has been launched on the Viksit Bharat 2047. The report is basically laying down the foundation of, India has reached the fourth largest economy and the GDP is growing above 7%. The the CapEx funding is actually growing almost by 3x since FY21, and the logistics cost has fallen down, which is around 8% of GDP, approaching the global benchmarks. The banking stress is at low, and you've all seen the digital public infrastructure, which is translating into transforming the digital economy. So the report now talks about that we've had this foundation, but it's no longer about the formation of a capital or stabilization or confidence. It's about how do we move for the quality on execution. Our challenge is to convert the momentum which we've created it towards the Viksit Bharat. That's what the report is talking about, based on our experience with working with government departments. What are the top 10 priorities which the government, and under this top 10 priorities, what the actions the government needs to take in order to achieve the 2047 Viksit Bharat. And within this, the top priorities which we are looking at obviously is creating the right talent, the quality of the talent. By 2050, what we assume is 1.1 billion and working population will be there. So that means we need to ensure that jobs and the talent is there in the market. Second, while we are doing manufacturing at scale, we need to deepen that manufacturing skills. We need to make our Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities as the engines of the growth. And obviously, MSME is a key factor for enabling the overall ecosystem of the manufacturing, of India becoming a manufacturing hub. Overall, we've seen the infrastructure growth happening. We need to ensure that the logistics cost reduces so that the trade increases within India. And finally, the focus is on the sunrise sectors. We need to start focusing on the sunrise sectors, which is, if I say, semiconductors, AI, earth minerals. So these are some of the sectors which the India needs to start focusing on. The report is completely actions which needs to be taken and across these broad 10 priorities. And we just wanted to bring in the fact that the next phase has to be not only converting our overall scale, which we've created on population, infrastructure, and capital, into measurable productivity, jobs, and global leadership. Please do download the report, which is at the QR code is available there. Please request all of you to please download it and go through it. It details out all the action items. We are happy here during the couple of days, happy to take any questions. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mishra. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reassemble in about an hour's time from now. The Prime Minister's security protocol would be in place. So see you in about an hour. And please carry all of your belongings with you. And you can please follow from the door there in an orderly manner. So we're going to see you as the program will resume in about an hour's time. This is the Prime Minister's security protocol that we all have to follow. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you about an hour's time. Out, and our esteemed panelists will be joining us here on stage, is the Meritocracy Blueprint, the architect of India's global century. And this is all going to be about India's rise that will not be sustained by capital alone, but also it will depend on the strength of its institutions, the depth of its human capital, and also the credibility of its systems. And a true meritocracy is not accidental. It is architected deliberately and through education, healthcare access, enterprise opportunity, and also leadership accountability.
Absolutely, Amita. So this session essentially explores what it takes to be an architect in a century that's defined not just by growth, but by the opportunity that it presents. And ladies and gentlemen, we have presented a very, very crucial opportunity in the times that we are living in. This session is going to be about India's rise, which is not going to be sustained by capital alone, but how it capitalizes on the opportunities that are presented in the kind of disruptions that we're currently seeing. In fact, this session will have Rakesh Bharti Mittal, who's the Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises. He will also be joined by Shobna Kamineni, Executive Chairperson of Apollo Health and Promoter Director of Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. This session will be moderated by Sajid Mangat, who is the Chief, who is the Executive Editor of ET Now. We're just waiting for all of you to settle down in your respective seats so we can begin this session.
So we are nearing the end of our security check, and please, we may request for an orderly house. All right. So let me just introduce our guests, and now that the stage is free, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman of the Bharti Enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, please put a round applause for Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman of the Bharti Enterprises, and Shobna Kamineni, who is the Executive Chairperson of Apollo Health & Co. and Promoter Director of Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited.
In fact, Sajid Mangat, the Executive Editor, Senior Executive Editor of ET Now, will be moderating this discussion. Over to you, Sajid.
Thank you, Rakesh and Shobna, for joining us on Global Business Summit. Our topic is the Meritocracy Blueprint and architecting India's global story in this century, basically. To begin with, we're speaking about India, the next century belonging to India. How do you think, meritocracy will play a big role in that? Rakesh?
Thank you and good evening to all. So I think this is one area where I believe the nation as a whole, and more importantly the Indian industry and corporate India, need to realize that ultimately if we have to really scale up businesses, build up capacities in India, whether it is the services or manufacturing sector, meritocracy is something which is going to be extremely important. And to my mind, I think that is one thing which we have imbibed at Bharti Enterprises across all our businesses. For example, take Airtel. I can tell you that the leadership team we have is amongst the best, not just only in India, globally. For that, you need to empower your teams. For that, you need to be transparent in your dealings with your own people, your partners, and going beyond that, to have faith with a clear vision laid out for them to really move ahead and build up the businesses. If you see today from India, Bharti has become not only a success story within the country, but we've expanded to Africa, Asian countries, picking up stake in British Telecom. If you look at on the satellite services side, OneWeb, which is now part of Eutelsat. So these are the things which have stood the test of time. So clearly, these are the areas we need to invest. Talent will only stay when merit is rewarded. In our own case, our own kids, they are not in the business. They are doing whatever they want to. They can build their own businesses. They can do whatever their passion is. but they cannot come into a company and just paratroop themselves and start asking questions. And I think this is something which we are very, very proud of, having created that work culture within Bharti. Every decision is taken as a team discussion, unanimous decisions. We challenge the team challenges us. And I think that is the right way of building the multinationals, true Indian multinationals, who can not only think of excelling in India, but becoming global players.
Shobna, healthcare is one of the sectors where meritocracy plays a bigger role. How do you plan for that so that you become a bigger powerhouse from a healthcare point of view?
So I think that in healthcare, it's a natural win almost, because every time a doctor is there, he's actually, there's a life at stake. So you have to be at a certain skill set. It's just like you fly in a plane. You're not going to do that with any kind of amateur. So there's a first level of meritocracy. And how do we build for that at scale? So I think that that is the real challenge for us. And now we've seen, and it's not a phenomenon of 1 year or 1 decade, but it's actually generational, that Indian doctors have created their own mark everywhere in the world, where they have been running the NHS, in the US. I mean, these are systems that run at the peak, that if you look at scientific advancement and all that, there'll always be Indians on that. Now the idea for us in meritocracy is, how can we scale this? How can we build more and more Indians who will rise to that global level? And I would say that in this decade, it becomes a whole lot easier than it was before, because just look at, it's easy for me to say AI, but I really want to give you 2 use cases where it works for us. Now, for instance, in robotics, in an operating theater, it is just, if you're the most fantastic surgeon, you're not going to need that. Just like if you're the most fantastic leader, you don't need a background. You can instinctively run a country, you can instinctively win wars or do whatever that you want. But what happens in an operating theater is that if you're a brilliant surgeon, you will have those outcomes. But not everyone is that. But if you have a robot working with them, we've seen that kids that have 10 days experience with robots, they can go in and do surgeries. That is building meritocracy. And I think that's a huge use case. The second thing is that if a kid passes out of All India Institute, or IIT, that they're at a higher level, and they have to sit and see the same patient as someone who passes out from a medical college in one of the districts. With that's where meritocracy comes. That if we're using an AI layer to be able to train those guys so that 80% of the decision making is presented in front of them. And that's the way that you train. So I think this century of meritocracy, it's going to actually be so much aided by the technology that we're bringing to bear and how it becomes live.
Rakesh, we are in the age of AI. Here we are seeing a lot of meritocracy being tested primarily because of legacy, relationship, hierarchy, and many of the Indian businesses face this challenge. How far is the Indian business from adapting meritocracy in a big way, giving talent the due opportunity there?
Well, I would say, this is something which is really facing us all globally. Every day there is a new innovation. Every day there are different variants of AI which sort of hits us. Clearly, to my mind, for that, if I talk from the perspective of India, we need to be cognizant of that this is something which is a reality. It cannot be wished away. Artificial intelligence. And it is going to work in every domain of our lives. And therefore, to my mind, we need to first strengthen and focus this area more in the academia itself. When we talk of the demographic dividend of India, we need to prepare our youth for these AI-centric jobs. And for that, curriculum, review, content, everything needs to be done. Probably as of yesterday, we are losing time every day on that. And for that, industry needs to be sitting across the table with academia on not only just reviewing what they need to do on the curriculum, but more importantly, telling what is happening in the world, what we expect from the next generations, and so that they are prepared, not only to do jobs, they are also prepared to run their own businesses, whether they are startups, and to use the benefit of AI, because it has leapfrogged. I mean, to my mind, it's not an evolution. This is a revolution which is happening today, what I see. And whether it is in the domain of data information, looking at, having information at the press of a button, you don't have to really apply your mind today. The devices in your hand with the AI tools give you everything what you want. And that is my worry. The worry is that in the short to medium term, will the generation, the next gen, stop using their mind, stop thinking? We saw what happened. The reading habits have gone out. They just need 4 lines to see what they want. As a summary, they don't read newspapers, they don't read books. So short to medium term, I see this a great challenge. And the other challenge is going to be ethical use of artificial intelligence. That is one big question which is facing us all over the world. And to my mind, the makers of AI and the users of AI must ensure how best and ethically this can be used for the benefit of mankind.
Rakesh, we always said that demographic dividend is our strength. Do you think that's at risk because of AI now?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Is it at risk because of AI?
I'm not saying risk. I'm saying there is a risk in short to medium term. Long term, of course, I mean, this is going to be hugely beneficial for us all. Are we ready today? The answer is no. Do we need to get ready? The answer is absolutely yes, as of yesterday. So everyone needs to really put their minds together to make sure that we are preparing our generations, we are preparing the workforce accordingly, and to take advantage both on the services and manufacturing sector. We are putting the right kind of research and innovation, right kind of capital which is needed, of course. A huge capital deployment will happen on this. So all this, if I look at as an opportunity for India, absolutely a great one.
Shobna, do you think the youth is able to adapt AI? And when you look at healthcare sector where you operate in, is AI going to challenge the healthcare sector in a big way from a talent point of view?
I think that AI will exponentially improve the healthcare sector. It will also bring down a lot of the cost and create inclusivity, because that worries me. Because we're bringing out on one side $1 million therapies. How many people can afford it? And we're looking at at the metros that every doctor wants to be in, so we build hospitals there. But what happens when you go slightly interior? And this is where I think that AI will actually narrow that band, that we'll create more inclusivity in bringing down costs so that people will get diagnosed better, faster, and it'll cost us less. Just like, we're using it today to read MRIs, we're using it to read a lot of the diagnostic tests and be able to give those answers, and you can keep the costs down. On the other side, when we can do it through, when he gives me such good latency with this thing in 5G, I can actually, the doctors can be in Indraprastha Apollo and operate somewhere in the smaller town in India just with a junior doctor. So I think as soon as we start adapting, and it will take more people to fuel this. It's not that, I don't think that this whole thing of how are people going to get replaced? We are the consumers. At the end of the day, a robot is not going to pay or want something. They're not going to need food. They're not going to need entertainment. They're not going to need sport. So it'll always be for people that things will get created. But one thing I want to leave you with, and interesting, I think that both of us looked at that statistic. At the turn of this century, China will probably, their population will go down to almost a third. And you're going to need humans in many of these countries. If you look at Japan, if you look at all these countries, they're going to need India to be able to service a graying world. So I think there's a huge opportunity in terms of a demographic dividend for India if we can train everybody properly and use these tools. So this is a century where I'm fairly optimistic.
If I may just add, the other sector which is going to hugely benefit is education. And from India's viewpoint, AI tools will be critical for building teacher capacity. 1 million plus teachers all over the country, not only just training, but continuous upskilling. How to deliver lectures, pedagogy, and more importantly for the teachers in government schools. To my mind, that is one big challenge which this country faces. In fact, the Bharatiya Airtel Foundation has launched the teacher app. We are actually announcing in the next few days, taking it to a full suite of class 12. So it's just not curriculum and content for a CBSE affiliated board. It is the best learning practices. The teachers will have a community platform to talk to each other. Already they are posting what they are doing, which is becoming available to the teaching community. So the moment we can look at capacity building of teachers with high quality delivery in classrooms, you start seeing the entire education system moving from school to the higher education level.
If I were to ask you, what is the kind of structural shift that is required from a capital point of view, talent point of view, and policy point of view for Indian companies to become truly global leaders? Not just in telecom, but also in healthcare. What would be these changes that would be needed?
I think that's a very good question, Sajid. To my mind, first of all, as I mentioned earlier, corporate India and the Indian industry, they need to buckle up their belts, seat belts, whatever we may say, build scale, be more ambitious. And when I say build scale, if you have to, we have amongst the second largest consuming population in the world. You have to first build for the population within. Then you are wanting to look at exports, which need to be, at least 50% higher in the next 4 or 5 years than what we are doing today. So the scale is very important. The policy issues to really look at Indian companies going multinational or global, one is the policy predictability. I think that is something which is extremely important for anyone to come and invest in India, or for that matter in the Indian industry, investing in that. Regulatory issues, rules, regulations, telecom, semiconductors. These are the sectors which will need billions of dollars to be invested, 15 to 20 years of viability of a project to start making profits. So they are long-term projects. So clearly that is one area which needs to be looked at. The second is on the energy. I think that is going to be a huge demand. With the data centers coming up, they are energy guzzlers. So we need to look at that. India has started investing into chip manufacturing, semiconductors. That is going to be the key. Today, if you see any manufacturing or services product, it's the chipset which is not available. The prices have really skyrocketed. Access to low-cost capital.
Please continue.
I'm bugging you.
You're bugging me? Okay, good. So these are the areas where I believe that Indian industry will be able to go global, look at scale, and take India to the next level.
Shobna, quickly, we are running out of time.
Yeah. If we had more Airtels in this country, we would be on a good wicket. But I think that many countries aspire to do what they've done at scale. But in India, for healthcare, I would just ask for two things. One is that make healthcare universally, health insurance a universal necessity, because now the penetration is so low. Just imagine if we could get, and you know, for the lower, this thing, the government is providing Ayushman Bharat, but I think universally if we make health insurance, then the rest of the guardrails will get put, as long as we don't have data silos. Remove data silos, get universal health coverage, and then I think that we will all play again to those rules, and the industry will change and possibly improve. And the last thing I would like to say is, if we had done this same summit last year, this session would have been about diversity, not about meritocracy. That word has gone out.
On that note, Rakesh and Shobna, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mittal, Ms. Kamineni, and Sajid for moderating that session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to move on to our next session this evening. And Amita, this is a special one. In fact, we will be very soon getting on stage Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah. She's the Queen of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
Well, we're going to talk about leadership today that is often associated with the speed, scale, and authority. And yet in moments of profound change, humility now becomes equally powerful force. And in a world that is marked with disruption and competition, moral clarity and empathy that anchors legitimacy. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause. It is a privilege and honor to welcome Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah, Queen of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, joining us here on stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in this session, we're going to talk about this session which reflects on what leadership actually owes to society when transformation actually accelerates faster than institutions that they can actually adapt. And it reminds us that authority without compassion erodes all the credibility.
Absolutely, Amita. In fact, the Queen will also be touching upon how education, inclusion, and social justice are not peripheral to growth. They are the very foundation to stability as well. In fact, progress should be measured purely through not just output, risks overlooking human outcomes and institutional trust as well. So this session is inviting us to reflect on what leadership owes to society when transformation accelerates faster than institutions can actually adapt. It also reminds us, Amita, that authority without compassion actually erodes credibility.
Absolutely. Let's put your hands together again, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be the topic that Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah would be talking about, is the strength of humility. And this is all where humility is all about, because it is leadership. When we talk about it, is often that is associated with speed, scale, and authority, and to be in a power of position where compassion and leadership and authority, the world that is currently marked by disruption and competition, these are the very values, Sumita, that we take a look, especially when it comes to empathy. That anchors a lot of legitimacy, is now the need of the hour.
Absolutely, Amita, and it's our absolute privilege and an honor to welcome the Queen, Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah. She's the Queen of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. She'll be here any moment, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to keep the applause going to welcome the Queen. She is going to be delivering an address on leadership. She's going to be speaking on how leadership today is often associated with speed, scale, and authority. However, humility, that should be the core of leadership. She's also going to be touching upon the various changes that we're seeing in the world that we're currently living in.
Well, humility is not weakness, it is strength. And this is the very idea that the Queen herself would be talking about, the very example there that she seems to be leading. So it is our privilege and honor to have the Queen with us here on stage. And this is going to be a very, very exclusive presence that we are looking at of the Queen herself. She's going to be in the midst of us because we're going to be talking about an era which is defined by power, geopolitical changes, alignments that continue to change. In the strategic competition, there is going to be an aspect of humility and strength, mainly that she would be focusing on this evening.
Absolutely. In fact, she's going to be reflecting on what leadership owes to society when transformation accelerates faster than institutions can actually adapt. She's also going to be touching upon the various changes that we're seeing around us, global disruptions, not just global disruptions, but disruptions in technology as well. And with the kind of disruptions that we're seeing in technology, the leadership and how it needs to emerge, that's going to be keenly watched out in her session. She's going to be here any moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very interesting session. It's our absolute privilege and honor to have the Queen amongst us, Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah. She'll be here any moment.
And of course, we would also like to take this opportunity to remember and thank our sponsors as well. Extremely gratitude for all of the partners for their support, for the ET Now Global Business Summit that is co-powered by Spark Capital and Bennett University Times Group. We would also like to thank our strategic partners, Elements Wellness, Jaro Education, Government of Maharashtra and Government of Haryana.
In fact, some media partners include Business Insights partner ET Edge Insights, radio partner is Mirchi, and music streaming partner is Ghana. Official outdoor media partner is Times OOH. Our network partner is the Times Network. In fact, this entire event has been conceptualized and executed by ET Edge and the Times Group.
So a special thanks to all of our sponsors here. And of course, ET Now Business Summit, the Global Business Summit 2026 has been quite an engaging platform where we have heard a series of rounds of multiple topics that are affecting when it comes to the geopolitical situation. And of course, when we speak of the top economies in the world as well. And the India perspective is something that has been much talked about. We've had the honor to have union ministers also being present amongst us since morning, and it has been quite an insightful conversation that we have had with them. And of course, when it comes to our esteemed panelists there, different thoughts, different perspectives, different opinions coming together on this one stage.
Absolutely, Amita. In fact, it's been a rather interesting day. We've heard from not just the union ministers as well, but the top CXOs, the CEOs, and in fact, global investors as well, who've come on this very stage to talk about the kind of shifts that we're currently witnessing globally and how companies can adapt to all of these changes successfully. And this next session that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, with Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah is going to cover one of the aspects of these changes that are currently happening globally across the globe. And of course, it'll be interesting to hear her talk about her take on technological disruption. Most importantly, India is also hosting the AI Summit next week. She will perhaps also be sharing her thoughts on how leadership can lead with empathy amidst these very, very competitive and disruptive times.
Absolutely. So we are all eagerly waiting for the arrival of the Queen herself, and she's going to be here on stage with us where she would be sharing her thoughts and a few more moments that we are now looking for your cooperation. So thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. I believe, all right, we've been given a go-ahead. So let's welcome on stage, joining us on this very esteemed occasion that we are now looking at. It is our privilege to honor and welcome Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah, Queen of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, will be joining us on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over now. It's my pleasure and honor, and it is our privilege to welcome Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah, Queen of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very big round of applause for Her Majesty.
Thank you for including me in the summit and for welcoming me to your beautiful country. It is impossible to be in India and not come away inspired. Every time I visit, I see a nation that refuses to stand still, climbing global rankings, lifting hundreds of millions out of poverty, and producing talent the world competes to attract. But it's not just India's economic momentum that sets it apart. It is the unique perspective it brings. Your country's ascent hasn't been the product of luck or privilege. It has been hard-won. Through innovation, adaptability, and resilience under pressure, your nation has earned its status as a global rising power. That journey here in the Global South gives India something the world needs right now: a growth mindset that is shaped as much by lived experience as by ambition. Speaking to leaders across sectors and regions these days, I've been struck by a prevailing mood of anticipation paired with unease. Perhaps you have sensed it too. After all, it's hard to look ahead right now without feeling at least a flicker of alarm. Not because the future looks bleak, but because it looks unfamiliar. I don't need to tell you that AI is reshaping our world at a pace that institutions, legislation, and even human judgment cannot match. But AI's dizzying trajectory is just the latest jolt in an era already defined by disorder and disruption. On the one hand, global interconnectivity is unavoidable. Information, technology, and capital flows are always on the move. Conflicts, trade wars, and climate disasters transcend borders, whether we want them to or not. And yet, politics is moving in the opposite direction. Countries are turning inward. Trade and migration policies are narrowing. Supply chains are breaking and being brought closer to home. So we live in a world that is global in practice, but increasingly local in its politics. Business is caught in the middle. That tension adds not just complexity, but volatility. In boardrooms and government halls, people feel the ground shifting beneath them. Yet much of our world keeps racing ahead as if nothing has changed, as if speed itself is the goal. How often do we stop to ask, what are we racing towards? Are we still leading, or have we been overtaken by momentum? These aren't abstract questions. They are strategic. Because when systems run at global scale and digital speed, small errors can ripple across communities, markets, and regions in an instant. The solution is not to stand still. But in this environment, there's a real danger of confusing all motion with advancement, no matter who or what might be harmed along the way. So the question for leaders today isn't how do we slow progress, it is how do we guide it? As a child growing up in Kuwait, I attended a British school that was wonderful but incredibly strict. Teachers were revered. Their instructions followed, never questioned. That's why I still remember when one student, during a review of a test, suggested that most of us missed an answer because the teacher's question was unclear. The entire class held its breath, expecting a sharp rebuke from our teacher. But we were surprised when he paused and said, "Yes, you're right, my mistake." In an instant, the chemistry in the classroom shifted. In an instant, he won our trust. From that point on, his became the classroom where students felt most encouraged to achieve their best and unleash their creativity. So, to the question, how do we guide progress? I say, with humility. Humility allows us to embrace fallibility. It forces us to test our assumptions, and it reminds us that having authority is not the same as having answers. I know at a time when absolute views speak louder than nuanced ones ever could, humility can sound like surrender. It's true, humility is a quiet virtue. It doesn't announce itself. But I see it as a core leadership value in today's world, not as hesitation or self-doubt, but as honesty about our limitations. To understand humility, consider its inverse: overconfidence, arrogance, an inflated sense of one's abilities, and the failure to reflect, regroup, and accept our shortcomings. Whereas humility encourages thoughtfulness, a willingness to sit with complexity, and the discipline to pause and ask one of the simplest and hardest questions: what if we are wrong? In a culture that celebrates certainty and speed, that question can feel uncomfortable. But doubt is a survival skill. It reminds us to seek out alternative solutions, consider every angle, and stay open to other opinions. Of course, there are still some willing to ask the tough questions, but not enough. What is trending now is a constant pressure not to get it right, but to be first. We see it in companies rushing to deploy AI without considering the potential impact, in institutions that filter out opposing or cautionary perspectives, and in political systems that elevate popularity over principles. It makes sense. Markets, elections, and technologies all pull leaders towards the immediate. Humility resists that pull. For years, I served with Narendra Modi on the United Nations Foundation Board. Modi helped build emphasis at a time when India's tech sector was under intense pressure to grow fast. But he chose a slower path. He insisted on global accounting standards before they were common in India. He insisted, even though that all meant slow reported growth and organic growth that was also built on acquisition-driven expansion. These were not easy choices for him. They meant higher costs, slower expansion, and fewer shortcuts. But over time, that discipline really paid off. Today, Infosys is ranked amongst the top 3 most valuable IT services brands, not just here in India, but worldwide. That is the power of a humility mindset. It restores our sense of time. It puts progress before a quick payout. It helps leaders slow down long enough to look past the next quarter or the next election and think about the foundation they are laying for the future. Around 60 years ago, Toyota's global reputation was being challenged. Small defects were being mass-produced across their production line. Their solution? Install pull cords above every workstation and give workers the power to stop the entire production if they spotted an issue. Any worker, regardless of position, was encouraged to pull the cord and have a say. At first, production slowed. Managers worried the system would be misused, but it wasn't. Quality improved, and so did the culture. The message was unmistakable. Everyone had a voice, irrespective of rank, with zero room for ego or status. Since then, Toyota has replaced cords with digital buttons, and the idea proved so powerful it has become a defining feature of modern manufacturing. Aviation, healthcare, and tech companies have followed suit, empowering every member to pull the cord. That is humility at work, quietly building systems that listen. And when leaders lead that way, they build something else as well. They build ecosystems that attract and nurture talent, and they make room for others to lead. I believe it was Indra Nooyi who said that the job of a leader is to hire people who are smarter than themselves and then get out of their way. India has long shown the strength of humility in action. Across centuries, Indian wisdom has emphasized how much remains unknown even as we learn. This is not a culture that equates arrogance with strength. In my faith, too, humility is fundamental. Islam's holy book, the Quran, tells us not to arrogantly roam the earth, for we will neither crack the ground nor reach the mountains in height. And in a moment of global uncertainty, reaffirming that wisdom is not only comforting, it is practical. Because when you accept that you don't know everything, you build differently. You design systems that can scale without breaking and reach people who would otherwise be left out. We see this in practice here and across the global south. In healthcare, where technology is being used not to replace doctors, but to improve access. In agriculture, where digital tools help small farmers manage risk with just a phone. This approach is not about who gets there first, but how many can get there together. It is about choosing what is responsible over what is merely possible. And it is one that is familiar to us in Jordan. My country does not dominate headlines, and in our part of the world, that can sometimes be a blessing. We sit at the intersection of multiple crises in our region, and we have endured not by taking stability for granted, but by adapting to uncertainty. Through it all, we have held firm to human dignity, even when the cost was high and the credit low. That is the Jordan I am proud to call home, a reliable, honest partner in a complicated world. We may be a small country, but what defines us is what we stand for, and that is why, in my eyes, Jordan stands very tall. What our experiences show, both India's and Jordan's, is that humility is not just a posture. It is a way of operating. It keeps resilience and human dignity at the center of progress and prevents them from becoming trade-offs. And in a world defined by shared risk, this approach has become a global asset. Too often, global conversations are shaped by the loudest or most powerful voices. Yet many of the consequences of those decisions will be felt most strongly by those who can least afford the fallout, here in the global south. We need all our voices, all our perspectives, not just in business and technology, but in the way we pursue our destiny as fellow human beings. Because when the regions that bear the highest risks are excluded, mistakes go unchallenged, failures scale. When the global south speaks with clarity, it grounds global conversations in lived realities, in struggle, in resilience, and the determination to rise without forgetting where we started. Allow me to end simply. Humility is not idealism. It is a practical response to the world as it is. It does not mean saying no to progress, but rather preventing progress from outrunning responsibility. It does not reject ambition or innovation, but it keeps us honest about their consequences. I do not claim to have all the answers. None of us do. But if we can be honest about that and spend a little more time listening and learning, we will have a much better chance of finding the answers that work better for everyone. That may not sound particularly grand, but in a world this complex, it might be exactly what we need. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, after that address, it's time for us to now move on to the next session. This next session will be hosted by Aisha Faridi. She's the executive editor at TT Now. She'll be in conversation with Anant Maheshwari. He's the president and CEO of Global Regions Honeywell, Amita.
Absolutely, and this conversation is about to take place as soon as we set the stage, because this time we're going to talk about industrial transformation that seems to be the central for job creation, for export ambition and supply chain credibility. So let's get this conversation started. Please welcome Mr. Anant Maheshwari, President and Chief Executive Officer, Global Regions at Honeywell. And this conversation will be carried out by Aisha Faridi. Aisha, over to you.
Hi, thank you very much. And I know everyone's eagerly waiting for the grand finale of today, which is the Prime Minister's session. Well, we're here at the Global Business Summit, and Anand, thank you so much for your time. And who better than you, with all the many hats that you've donned in your career, to talk about how to build a truly global company. And that's exactly what I want to start with, because you've seen Honeywell's growth across Asia, Middle East, Africa, Europe, Latin America, all of it. Tell me, what are the biggest common opportunities as you maneuvered through all these regions?
Thank you so much for having me here, and it's quite a bit to follow the session that we just had on humility and before that meritocracy. So maybe I'll speak about opportunity in terms of what exists on the planet today. The world is changing. It's no longer an interconnected global world the way it was, especially on supply chains and trade, and it's moving towards a lot more of individual country-specific strategies. And in the world that we are coming from, there were two countries where there was still a very big focus on individual country strategies from the eyes of the multinational companies. And these two countries were China and India. If you go back last 20 years, these are the two countries that almost every multinational had a very specific strategy on. Other than that, it was very much around large regions like Europe, Asia Pacific, Latin America, or the Middle East, as you just called out. In the world that we are going to, I think the India model is very relevant to operate in many other countries today. Germany needs to operate very independently. So does the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So does the UAE. So does Japan and Korea. And therefore, how we can learn from the model that has been operating in India for the multinational companies, it is a playbook that a lot of MNCs are using globally.
But tell me, with responsibility for expansion in regions including India, China, Southeast Asia, and beyond, how is it that you balance global strategy and at the same time domestic inclusion?
So we've had a very strong focus. I think in every part of the world, you've got to lead very, very local. So we've had a very strong resonance around the discussion that we had on meritocracy just 2 discussions back. Very strong focus on local leadership with the right empathy and cultural nuance that is required in every country. And that has, I think, stood in very good sort of progress for us because that has allowed us to adapt to this new world that is coming in. So local leadership and also then thinking through local supply chains, which partly was driven by the pandemic, because in the pandemic, the global supply chains changed. And I think a lot more local supply chains were created. So those two combinations, I think, are critical. The third one that is emerging today is local innovation, which again was largely focused in China and India in the past, is now going to almost every country.
Innovation obviously gets me to AI. Are factory floors also innovating, or is it just an IT services thing as of now?
You're asking me a question that I think I can refer to my past life and current life.
Yes.
Because if I just go back to my past life in the IT world as I was operating at Microsoft and in NASCOM, I would say there was a very strong momentum of AI that was building. And it is the buzz today. Last two conversations, AI has to come into the conversation. So there is, of course, a lot of opportunity in the IT world, information technology world on AI. What's not talked about so much is in the operations technology world. And I know you asked me a question about industrial and factories. If I look at this room, let me bring an example which is closer home right now. This is also an operations world. Right above us are sensors that are sensing the temperature in this room and are controlling the entire environment in this room. Right above us are fire detectors that are detecting everything that is happening in this room, giving a signal back to a control panel, and that control panel is taking action to control temperature or to keep that fire alarm not to buzz because everything is fine. In a way, the human analogy of that is seeing, the control panel is thinking, then acting. And that's the loop that has been in play for nearly 40 years, 4 decades in the operations world. See, think, act. What's new with AI is you can add one more element to that loop, learn. So see, think, act, and then learn. Because in the past, what these systems were operating with is rules that were set by engineers to say, if this happens, then do this. And those rules operated control systems. Going forward, I think the systems will learn and create new rules as we work. So in a way, when suddenly a lot more people come into this room, it will learn to say, listen, you now need to manage the temperature differently. And that's what the see, think, act, learn capability is. AI is bringing that to the factory floor. AI is bringing that to buildings of all kinds. AI is bringing it to complex infrastructure across the world. And that is the concept of physical AI. I think physical AI is very real. It is happening today.
But Anand, from your perch, yes, physical AI is there to make you learn and analyze and, draw out from the learning, etc. But is the fear of job losses real on the factory floors?
In fact, I'll give you another example. In most parts of the world, there is a shortage of talent. And in India, there is a lot more investment coming into manufacturing, into new capabilities. Now, you don't have in the western part of the world where there is a shortage of talent, you need to bring a lot more aid to help talent gain faster. So a semiconductor plant or in a refinery, you don't put somebody who's just 1 or 2 years of experience straight on to some of the most critical assets. You wait for 10, 20 years to get there. Same thing happens in the aerospace industry. So if you look at industries that wait that long to mature talent, today AI can help very quickly hasten the talent to start operating assets. I'll give you a very simple example there. Let's say you're on a factory floor. There is somebody who's been just 1 year's experience, is standing next to a machine, and that machine starts vibrating. The normal reaction would be to, listen, don't do anything, call somebody to find what happened here, and then fix it. Or switch it off. Those are the two actions you would take. With the benefit of AI now, that person can have a tool right next to this person and guide, I can listen to this vibration. I know where this vibration is happening from. A mobile phone can do it and the pad can do it. And just say, it's really a faulty bearing that's causing this vibration. Don't worry, it'll continue. Next shutdown that we will have, we'll replace the bearing. So it actually brings human beings to be able to do a lot more. And that's where enablement is really the name of the game.
Productivity.
Productivity.
Yeah. Lastly, I want to talk about, the fact that India was once Honeywell's high growth region, right? Your anchor market. How do you assess India's role today in Honeywell's global strategy?
So it still is a high growth market. It's amongst the highest growth markets on the planet today. I think the Indian economy is really a benchmark for the entire planet. And we are very well positioned to continue to innovate in India, to manufacture in India, which we've built over a period of time. So manufacturing has been a big base. We are continuing to serve a lot of innovation from India for the world. And I think that is where India is transitioning to, not just as a market, but becoming a source of innovation for around the world.
Okay, and that's AI telling us our time is up.
I can say there is a buzzer, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anand, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anant and Aisha, for that fascinating conversation. In fact, jobs are not going to be lost. In fact, manufacturing-related jobs in India the creation of those jobs is going to make up for the kind of disruption that we're going to see in AI. In fact, that's the word that's coming in from Anant Maheshwari. He's the president and CEO of Global Regions at Honeywell. And now, Amita, it's now time for us to move on to our next session.
Absolutely. And what we're going to talk about is the world that seems saturated with strategy documents and also transformation roadmap. Execution has now emerged as a true differentiator, particularly in highly regulated sectors such as healthcare, life sciences. Execution that actually determines the timelines, the regulatory approvals, and also the patient outcomes, and ultimately institutional credibility. So what we are talking about is innovation without any disciplined delivery remains theoretical, but also breakthroughs that are validated only if they are implemented at a scale. So let's do not waste any time, because we already have our esteemed panelists joining us here on the stage. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Peyton Howell, Chief Executive Officer of ParaAxle, in conversation with my colleague Sumita Karir, who is the Deputy Editor of ET Now.
Surprise, surprise. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking the time out and being here with us at the ET Now Global Business Summit. It's an honor to have you. Let's first begin with the kind of disruptions that everybody is talking about. In fact, it is the theme at GBS this year. We've heard from manufacturing companies, we've heard from technology companies, telecom companies, but give us a sense of how these geopolitical disruptions, which have led to supply chain disruptions as well, and country-specific regulations, are really shaping up businesses, particularly your business, if you could get us an insight on that.
Yes, well, thank you for the opportunity. I lead ParaAxle, so we run global clinical trials around the world. 22,000 employees globally, but 6,000 in India. So critically important backbone for us. And I will tell you, India has not been disruptive. India is growing and really thriving in terms of clinical research, but we have had to manage a wide range of disruptions, particularly because of regulatory uncertainty. When you think about the challenges in the United States, when you think about the wars that we've had in various countries, all those impact global clinical trials that we run. So it has been a challenging time, but I do remain an optimist. Like some of the prior leaders, we're seeing a number of things come to the table to help us manage disruption. AI and technology, our hub centers actually out of India actually have supported global clinical trial business continuity, and we expect that to continue. So I'm definitely an optimist about how we're using today's innovation framework to help us to execute for the future.
Right. So since you mentioned about AI and, in the previous session as well, we were hearing from Anant Maheshwari who gave his perspective. Do you think AI is going to sort of lead to job losses? Because we have seen in several companies, so many of the roles have completely gotten washed out. They are completely sort of out of the jobs scenario. In your opinion, what are the 3 trends to watch out for as far as AI and the jobs market is concerned?
Yes. It's certainly early, but what we're seeing is actually opportunities from a jobs perspective, elevating the roles of what we do in healthcare. In healthcare, the human remains central to that patient experience, so that doesn't change, but the support systems, the accuracy, the ability to plan and really look at how you approach a clinical trial, for example, or how you approach healthcare delivery, really leveraging AI. So we actually believe it's an opportunity. I will tell you, since I'm here in India, I think it's an incredible opportunity here in India because of the strength of talent we have in country. And we've seen our team in India lead many of the innovations that we're now deploying globally in clinical research and safety.
Okay. Could you give us some examples when you say that some of the examples which are sort of discovered here in India, which are created in India, are being employed all across the globe?
Yeah, I'd love to share one example. My head of India is in the room, and his team here that leads a global safety business was able to take some of our technology and embed it into workflow to automate some of the more routine tasks. And I think that's the real opportunity in healthcare, is to be able to elevate all of those roles. So that's a simple example, but a really important one in changing the speed and accuracy and quality of what we do.
Right, speed, accuracy, and quality, and of course, credibility is going to be important in this age of AI patent as, of course, companies deploy AI. But let me ask you a follow-up question. When you essentially talk about AI, where do you really see sort of AI being deployed in the healthcare segment, especially beyond chatbots, beyond interactive agentic AI?
You know, for a healthcare company, we're in a highly regulated environment. So we're still early for assessing that, but I definitely think it's an opportunity. But I think it would be remiss to not make sure we mention that the human is at the center of everything that we do. So it is not replacing that. In fact, it's really emphasizing that scientist at the center of everything. And I think when you think about AI, it's going to be all about execution, our theme here, as well as making sure you preserve your culture and purpose. And so that's where we've been very focused, because we need everyone to know not just what they're doing and executing, but the why, how it touches a patient, how it could impact patient safety, and how it really supports the outcomes of what we're doing.
Absolutely, and that is going to be important, how it really touches patient safety. Safety and credibility is definitely very important in your sector, and how AI enhances that or sort of, leads to that waning off, that remains to be seen. But we have time for, I think, one more question, and I'll ask you about, the geopolitical aspect that we spoke about, the disruptive aspect that we spoke about. Now, what we're seeing is that globalization is sort of, waning away, and countries are moving more towards protectionist attitudes, right? So how can companies then collaborate with companies in other geographies whilst at the same time protecting their interests?
Right. Well, we're a global company, so it's literally our job to help companies mitigate that risk as we see some of the more nationalist type regulatory reforms. I think that's one of the areas that we really have to step back, because in clinical research, the accuracy of what we do is impaired if it is not representative of the globe. So we certainly need patients that participate in clinical trials that represent all of the globe. And that's actually one of the reasons I'm here this week in India, is really trying to support and expand the number of clinical trials that are accessed here in India.
And with that, ma'am, it's time's up. But thank you very much for joining us for this very fascinating conversation.
Thank you,
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us here on stage. And let's have Sumita back with us. All right. So this time we're going to talk about our next topic, which is shaping tomorrow's markets, AI, data, and the digital transformation of global capital. So let's not waste any time and welcome Mr. David Schwimmer, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the London Stock Exchange Group, here on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Schwimmer. He's the Chief Executive Officer at London Stock Exchange. Mr. Schwimmer, over to you.
Good evening. Thank you to the Times Group for having me today. I'm delighted to be in New Delhi. LSEG is one of the pillars of global financial markets, providing the market infrastructure and data that power the world's financial ecosystem. But that is not where we started. You're probably familiar with one of our businesses, the London Stock Exchange, which was born in the narrow alleyways of London over 300 years ago. From there, we became a successful regional exchange focused on equities and Europe, with a niche financial data and analytics business. But over the past 5 years, we have transformed. And sitting at the center of global capital markets, LSEG now provides the products and services that are reshaping the financial services industry. We transformed LSEG when we bought Thomson Reuters' finance and data business, known as Refinitiv. Our vision was that the data and the infrastructure necessary to deliver data are just as important an element of market infrastructure as is access to an exchange or a clearinghouse. That acquisition made us a leader in data and market infrastructure on a global basis and across asset classes. Beyond our data, we build and manage indices that are shaping global investment strategies, indices that now have more than $20 trillion in benchmarked assets. We operate one of the world's largest clearinghouses, clearing over 90% of global interest rate swaps. And today, we are helping to power the world's markets, markets that are moving faster at every turn, characterized by technological advancement and digital transformation. With LSEG's unmatched depth, breadth, and quality of data, we sit at the forefront of these changes. That data is in demand. Each day, we deliver hundreds of billions of market-moving data messages to our customers around the world, which include over 1,000 Indian corporates and financial institutions, many of which are represented in this room. And together, we are building the future of finance. India is already playing a major role in that journey, a pioneer in innovation, a leader in shaping technological talent, and set to become the world's third largest economy by 2028. India is at the center of the financial industry's transformation. India is no stranger to driving foundational change. Centuries before the Industrial Revolution in Britain redefined the modern world, before the printing press in Germany revolutionized the spread of ideas, India re-engineered the mechanics of global trade, commerce, finance, and technology by defining a decimal numerical system and, for the first time, placing a value on zero. India laid the foundation for our entire economic infrastructure. This gave the world a universal language for numbers, enabled commerce at scales and speeds previously impossible, and paved the way for today's technology. So it's only fitting that over these 2 days, as we explore tokenization, AI, and the digital transformation, we are here in India, and LSEG is honored to be a part of it. This year's summit is focused on disruption in the financial markets as innovation sparks major shifts across the industry. Every day, we see businesses and policymakers using that momentum to drive real change. It is not easy, but it is well worth it. India's unified payments interface is a great example. 10 years ago, India sought a solution to simplify bank-to-bank transfers, and today, UPI is the world's leading real-time retail payment system and operates in 8 other countries, from Europe to the Middle East, a successful, interoperable, and scalable digital infrastructure. UPI isn't just a model for countries building their own digital economies. It is a blueprint for India's next wave of technological ambition, especially in AI. From the recently announced 21-year tax holiday for foreign companies that use India-based data centers to hosting global AI conversations like next week's AI Impact Summit, we are seeing a country not only adapting to a shifting global economy, but shaping it, embracing and accelerating technological change at remarkable speed. At LSEG, we recognize that momentum. India is now our largest global hub, home to more of our people than any other country, including the UK. We see the innovation, the talent, and the determination to harness this new era of technology and engineering. It was no coincidence that in 2024, we opened our largest engineering center in Hyderabad. And throughout this journey, LSEG has drawn inspiration from India's bold, confident push to lead in AI. To many in the financial sector, AI isn't new. But LLMs, agents, and other tools create opportunities to drive efficiency, productivity, and faster, more effective decisions. To deploy this technology at scale across our industry, we need to be able to trust the outcomes that AI produces. And this starts with the inputs, with the data. And trusted data is at the very heart of LSEG's AI strategy. As the financial industry adopts this promising technology, we're seeing an enormous appetite and unrelenting demand for data. Customer demand for our data has risen by about 40% per year since 2019. But the critical element isn't the volume of data. It's about the quality and trustworthiness of the data that we rely on. Most LLMs are initially trained on the Internet's dataset, known as the Common Crawl, which is about 8 to 10 petabytes in total. LSEG alone has more than triple this amount. We have 33 petabytes of high-quality, accurate, and trusted financial data. And in our industry, where decisions are based off pinpoint accuracy, data sets with low accuracy rates aren't just inefficient, they create real risk and errors. Without the right data, even the best models or algorithms deliver mediocre or worse, misinformed results. Poor quality data increases the risk of AI hallucinations, model drift, and unintended bias. And we're still in the early stages of seeing what impact AI will have on the financial sector and indeed on the global economy more broadly. We will need to adapt to new practices, new roles for our people, and new regulatory regimes. And critically, we will have to provide and maintain the integrity of the data that powers artificial intelligence. But AI is not the only technology shifting the tectonic plates of global finance. After several years of experimentation and proofs of concept, we are now witnessing and at LSEG helping to drive the integration of digital capabilities and the growing usage of digital assets across the financial sector. It's estimated that the global issuance of distributed ledger technology, or DLT-based, fixed income instruments reached around $4.5 billion in 2025, almost a 300% increase since 2023. By 2030, that number is expected to hit $22 billion. We are standing on the edge of a massive transformation. Every day, we see different regions exploring how they can successfully deliver a live, regulated environment for issuing, trading, and settling digital securities, from the EU to the UK's Digital Security Sandbox to Singapore's Global Layer 1 initiative. But other nations are not far behind. In the US, the SEC has enabled regulated digital experimentation through guidance and targeted exemption relief. And while India hasn't yet established a market-wide DLT sandbox like Singapore or the UK, it is steadily laying the groundwork from RBI-led pilots on tokenized instruments to SEBI's experiments with DLT. At LSEG, we see DLT in the near term as a way to replace costly legacy infrastructure, improve post-trade processes, and reduce risk. Our digital market infrastructure platform, DMI, already live with its first clients, will deliver blockchain-powered scale and efficiencies for the entire trade lifecycle and across any asset class. But the increases in AI and DLT are not the only changes impacting the markets. Another transformation in market infrastructure is well underway, and that is the growth of private markets and the narrowing distinction between public and private markets. And we will see significant activity there as well. So across AI, tokenization, public and private markets, we will see significant and dramatic change and innovation in the capital markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shwarma, for that address. And of course, as you talk about AI, we're also counting down to the India AI Summit, the AI Impact Summit that is taking place next week. And of course, it'll be interesting to see policymakers in action. They will, of course, be speaking about the diverse aspects related to AI. But let's now shift our focus, Amita, to geopolitics, because the next session that we're going to have is essentially on the India-EU partnership, especially even as the world is in a turmoil. What are the European perspectives on how they really see this partnership coming along?
Absolutely, as the global order is going through a lot of recalibration. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in welcoming on stage His Excellency Charles Michel, who is the former Prime Minister of Belgium and President Emeritus of the European Council. Good evening, sir.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, today we face a paradox. The world is more multipolar than ever, and yet multilateralism is weaker than ever. Old powers are struggling, new powers are emerging, and double balances are being withdrawn. The multilateral system built on the ashes of 2 world wars is every day under attack. Unilateral actions, economic coercion, intimidations are becoming the new normal. I would like to take a few minutes with you today to share my European perspective. In my opinion, we have to take into account 5 major factors which are reshaping the new world reality. First one, the fierce race between China and the United States. Second, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Third, the increased competition in new battlefields. Fourth, the rise of mid-sized powers. And fifth, the irrelevance of the United Nations. there is a fierce competition, even rivalry, between China and the United States. We can see China's ambition rise, assertiveness. On the other hand, America first is put in practice like never before. The second topic I want to mention is the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law by a permanent member of the Security Council in possession of the nuclear weapon. That's not a detail, that's a global threat, and we have to take into account the fact that behind this war there are many other conflicts all across the globe. In particular, we have seen in 2025 a historic rise, reaching the highest number of military conflicts since World War II. As we speak, 59 state-based conflicts are tearing the world apart. More than 1 country in 3 are involved in conflicts outside of their borders. And the third point is the competition, which is intensifying in new battlefields. We are entering in a new era of competition driven by new resources that will define the future. Big data, artificial intelligence have become twin engines of power and tools of domination. And the power of data, when combined with AI, may soon surpass that of oil at a point where I suppose we may even see the rise of an OPEC of data. Because who controls technologies and resources, natural or digital, will shape the rules, the wealth, and the security of tomorrow. The digital ecosystem itself, in my opinion, must build on trust. It should be secure, sustainable, and human-centric. Space. Space is another new arena for competition. It's a lawless zone, and is the object of ambition, strategy, and new technological developments. The military field, the nuclear arms race is back. That's not all. A new battle is underway for generative AI, for advanced ballistic missiles, for cyber and space dominance. Every region of the world has its troublemaker. We can see North Korea in the Indo-Pacific region, Iran in the Middle East, or Russia in Europe. They resort to nuclear threats in an attempt to grant themselves a license to kill and to fit themselves their own rules. The fourth point is a very interesting one. We are witnessing the rise of middle powers, countries that assert their autonomy and promote their interests. These nations are swing states of global politics, and their rise is at the heart of multilateralism. They shape alliances and refuse to simply follow the footsteps of a single great power. Ladies and gentlemen, those tectonic shifts also lead to a reconfiguration of global coalition. Let's take the example of G7 and BRICS. On the one hand, the G7 countries, despite some impact following America First policy within the G7, try to rally some support and try to have with them like-minded partners. Meanwhile, the BRICS have surpassed the G7 in terms of global GDP. They expand their reach, they advocate for more international inclusivity and for alternative financial mechanisms. These interactions are fascinating, and it shows that nothing is written in stone. We cannot change the past, but we can change the future. And in this context, it is promising to see the EU, a G7 member, together with India, chair of the BRICS countries, they conclude a free trade agreement. It shows there is no fatality. It shows our common refusal to be instrumentalized and to be trapped in a pointless confrontation. Finally, the fifth point, which could be a consequence of the previous one, the irrelevance of the United Nations. One said the United Nations was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. Peace and security are not optional, they are essential. But today, the Security Council is paralyzed by a veto power. It has become what I'm calling a walking dead, the Security Council, incapable of preventing or resolving crises. The veto right is a responsibility, is not a privilege. Mistrust is growing, and we can see the West suspecting the UN to be closer to the expectations of the so-called Global South. At the same time, the so-called Global South criticizing the UN for being too close of a practice of double standards that is supposed to be in the side of the developed countries. We need urgent reform, and I know that some will say that's not realistic, but I would like to quote Nelson Mandela: "That's unrealistic to reform the UN until it is not." Ladies and gentlemen, the existing world is over, the new one is not yet born, and today again, two contrasting worldviews are in competition. On one side, a unilateral and protectionist, even imperialist vision, where a good deal necessarily has a winner and a loser. And on the other hand, a cooperative vision, where a good deal is a win-win deal, in other terms, the rule of law against the law of force. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, strong partners make strong partnerships. India's dynamic demography, thriving markets, technology capabilities are solid and valuable assets. On the other hand, the EU is a unique project in history, and our political and economic integration has delivered a lot in terms of prosperity and freedom over the last decade. However, we currently face those challenges, and we have our homework. We are working on the EU side to develop our strategic autonomy, our sovereignty based on a better regulation, more investments. We have to use the full potential of the European Investment Bank and of our capital markets. We have also to diversify our partnerships with the rest of the world. And here, this trade agreement between EU and India is paramount. That's a game changer. The EU and India, we are making history because we are showing to the rest of the world that we can coordinate, we can cooperate together, we can trust each other. And this agreement is offering a lot in terms of vast potential for the future. Why? Because that's not only about commerce, that's more than that. That's about connectivity, that's about making sure that our people will get closer, our students, our researchers, and it's also making sure that in the future we will work together in the field of defense, in the field of security, to protect the maritime security and to work together to counter some hybrid threats and hybrid attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, and I conclude here, we are in a moment where we have to ask ourselves a few questions. What do we want to achieve together as one human community? How do we decide together? And how do we fund our projects together? We want a better world, more stable, more prosperous, more inclusive, and it's captured very well the G20 slogan of Prime Minister Modi: one Earth, one family, and one future. And to get there, we must return to the fundamentals, an international order built on clear principles anchored in the UN Charter, no double standards, enforcement, and a deep reform of the UN Security Council. Ladies and gentlemen, world history is filled with tragedies, injustices, and human sufferings. We are not condemned to repeat the past. Experience shows that visionary men and women, when they act together, when they trust each other, they are able to reverse the course of history, and they are able to build a better future for their community, for their nation, and for the world. And in fact, we just have to ask ourselves what's fair and what's right. More coordination, more solidarity, more consistency, more respect, more ambition, more inclusivity. In one word, more collective intelligence. India and the EU, we are showing the path, we are acting, We are making history. We have financial capabilities, we have talents, we have technologies like never before. Let's use them in a proper and smart way. Let's build a better, a fairer world with more happiness, with more hope, more opportunities for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Charles Michael, and well said. In an era of turbulence, partnerships cannot be transactional, they are structural. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to move on to our second last session of the day. This is a special address by Devendra Fadnavis. He's the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Amita, his address is going to be reflecting on leadership at scale and how to sustain momentum, attract capital, and build durable growth.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, and also inviting on stage Mr. Vineet Jain, MD of the Times Group, to felicitate the Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you, MD sir. Chief Minister sir, the stage is yours.
A very good evening to all of you, distinguished leaders, policymakers, industry captains, and friends. History does not send calendar invites before it changes direction. And we are living through such movement, the 20th century defined by industrial scale factories, physical capital, and manufacturing power. The 21st century, in this 21st century, the question is no longer whether the disruption will happen. The question is who will lead it. Under the decisive leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India has moved from incremental reforms to structural transformation. We have built digital public infrastructure at population scale. We have expanded highways, ports, airports, and logistic corridors. We have strengthened India's global economic positioning. India today is shaping a change. But in this century of change, nations compete and states execute. Global capital is no longer evaluating countries alone. It is evaluating ecosystems. How predictive is governance? How fast is execution? How strong is infrastructure? How deep is the talent pool? In this emerging global order, subnational economies will determine the competitiveness. Maharashtra enters this decade from a position of strength, a USD 578 billion economy, India's largest, nearly 14% of India's GDP, the highest share of FDI inflows in the country, USD 67 billion in exports, 9 million MSMEs driving employment and entrepreneurship. At the recent World Economic Forum at Davos, one message was unmistakably taken. Capital is cautious, but it moves decisively towards clarity, scale, and execution. Maharashtra signed MOUs worth 30 lakh crores and another 10 lakh crore is under advanced discussion. But let me say this very clearly, we are not in the business of announcements. We are in the business of implementation. That is the difference between ambition and leadership. Our roadmap is very clear. By 2030, Maharashtra will become a USD 1 trillion economy. By 2047, we aim to scale to USD 5 trillion. This will be driven by USD 500 billion in manufacturing investments, USD 350 billion in services-led growth, a new industry, investment and services policy placing services at the center of economic expansion. We are not choosing between manufacturing and services. We are integrating them. Artificial intelligence will define this decade. Some see disruption. We see productivity. Maharashtra already accounts for nearly 2/3 of India's data center capacity. We host over 24% of India's global capability centers, employing more than 1 million professionals. We aim to add 400 more GCCs by 2030. Our strategy is very simple. AI will not replace but amplify human capability. That is why we are investing in sector-specific centers of excellences, a dedicated R&D fund, industry-aligned skilling, AI-enabled governance systems, a state-of-art innovation city. The future will belong to the regions that combine intelligence with inclusion. Disruption cannot be handled without physical strength. We are investing over $100 billion in next generation infrastructure. Vadhavan Port, India's next maritime gateway, Navi Mumbai International Airport, anchoring a new economic geography, Samruddhi Mahamarg, integrating districts to global markets, network of metros and high-speed rail systems, industrial townships across 20+ locations, emerging steel and manufacturing clusters in eastern Maharashtra, world-class cities covering spaces of new townships, foreign universities, medicities. Infrastructure is economic architecture, but let us understand that growth without inclusion creates imbalance. We are driving industrial growth in 27 emerging districts. We are strengthening MSMEs with access to credit, exports, and technology adoption. Our goal is very simple. Entrepreneurship in every district, opportunity in every region. Growth must be fast, but it must also be fair. This decade will test our systems. The next century will judge our decisions. Governments must provide clarity and speed. Industry must invest with long-term conviction. Investors must think beyond quarterly cycles and towards generational opportunity. Maharashtra stands ready, not just as India's largest state economy, but as a global growth platform. If you are looking for policy stability, execution, speed, scale, and talent, Maharashtra is your platform. Disruption is inevitable. Leadership is choice, and we have chosen leadership. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Requesting CM sir to please be on stage, sir. All right, because this time we are going to unveil the thought leadership. Maharashtra, which is the frontier for Viksit Bharat, going beyond the $1 trillion dream. Honorable Chief Minister continues to be with us on stage, and we would now like to unveil the thought leadership titled Maharashtra, the frontier for Viksit Bharat, going beyond the $1 trillion dream. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome on stage for this very special unveiling. I would respectfully like to invite the following dignitaries on the stage. Dr. P. Anbalagan, who is the Principal Secretary, Industry Investment Services Department. Join us on stage, please, sir. Shri Dipendra Kushwaha, who is the Development Commissioner, Industries, Investment and Services Department. And Shri Kaustubh Davse, who is the Chief Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister. Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is a very special unveiling of the thought leadership that has been titled Maharashtra, the frontier for Viksit Bharat, going beyond the $1 trillion dream. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, may I now kindly request you to remain seated with patience. Put your phones on silent as we await the final session of this day. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister will be here any moment as we await his address. This is going to be a moment of great significance at the Global Business Summit, and we thank you for your cooperation and understanding.
एक थोड़ा साइड होगा रिफ्लेक्शन. through life, transitions, and generations. In asset management, it's our consistent performance backed by discipline compounding into long-term value. 3 businesses, 1 integrated ecosystem built to serve entrepreneurs, families, and institutions at every stage of their financial journey. It all comes back to how we show up with clarity, with integrity, with a fierce commitment to partnership. Over 2 decades ago, it began as a bold idea, a new kind of financial firm built with one belief that every moment spent with us should compound into something greater. Today, that idea lives across 13 cities, guiding families, founders, and futures. Spark Capital, aligned for the long run.
We are made of the universe. Earth, water, fire, air, and space. They all flow within us. In today's world, we need more than existence. We need balance. For long, healthcare has been about treatment. We believe the future lies in prevention. We fuse the timeless science of Ayurveda with modern research and high-performance formulations. We are shifting our focus from mere therapy to proactive, long-term vitality. Touching over 14 million lives, empowering livelihoods, and ensuring wellness is accessible to every family, everywhere. And we are not stopping there. We are building a future where healthcare is predictive, personalized, and intelligent. Elements Wellness, where technology meets tradition, to protect you before you even need a cure.
Jaro Education, India's most trusted online higher education and upskilling company. Since our inception in 2009, Jaro Education has been committed to democratizing high-quality education, transforming careers, and nurturing professionals across various industries. Jaro Education, founded by Dr. Sanjay Salunkhe, aims to foster the growth of entrepreneurs and working professionals from entry-level to C-suite roles. Our executive education programs are developed in collaboration with the world's leading universities and institutes, ensuring high-quality and industry-relevant education. As a self-funded and profitable company since 2009, we were pioneers in the edtech industry, and over the years, we have transformed more than 350,000 careers. We are dedicated to helping institutes and universities transition their offline curriculum to online formats, bridging the skill gap, and making professionals industry-ready. We have partnered with more than 30 of the world's leading academic institutions, including over 20 top NIRF-ranked Indian institutes and 10 top QS-ranked global institutes. With 16 years of industry presence, we provide both synchronous and asynchronous learning experiences, catering to the varied needs of our learners. Jaro Education has consistently been recognized for its excellence and innovation in education. We have received numerous prestigious awards, including the Times Business Award 2024, Outlook Spotlight Business Icon 2023, EdTech Leadership Award.
I thank you once again for being part of this remarkable day in our company's history.
September 30, 2025. This day marks a proud milestone in Jaro Education's journey. With the ringing of the NSE bell, we celebrate not just our IPO listing, but a new chapter of growth and opportunity.
Every milestone has a story of courage and support behind it. At Jaro, we're not just building classrooms or delivering programs, we are giving wings to millions of dreams.
We want good governance, and that's what we stand for. let your support be there as it is in the years to come. Thank you very much.
This moment reflects our commitment to empowering professionals through world-class learning. Today, we step forward stronger than ever with many more milestones ahead.
Our presence spans 14 cities with more than 23 offices and a dedicated team of over 1,000 employees. This extensive reach allows us to serve a large and diverse community of learners, providing them with the resources and support they need to succeed. With our world-class programs, esteemed academic partnerships, and a commitment to excellence, we are here to empower your dreams and transform your life.
A leader who inspires. A team that turns vision into reality. A moment to encourage me.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are awaiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister, please, I request all of the gentlemen and the people here to clear this area. Sir, please clear this area. This area needs to be cleared completely.
In a world ready for change, every insight is a spark. We turn this insight.
Kind sir, request you to please move inside. This area completely needs to be cleared. All of the individuals also standing there behind, please take your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
We bring together diverse perspectives and skills. Our inclusive culture inspires confidence and empowers change. A reflection of our core values. Guided by innovation and purpose, we help solve real-world problems. Transforming obstacles into opportunity. Because when potential meets opportunities, transformation happens. And that's how we make the difference. This is who we are. We are the firm of the future. KPMG in India.
विकसित भारत के लिए विकसित हरियाणा ये हमारा संकल्प है.
The world is changing faster than ever.
Industries transforming. Economies evolving. Amidst this dynamic landscape, one state has consistently stayed ahead of the curve. Haryana, strategically positioned at the heart of North India. Connected to Delhi, Mumbai and Amritsar-Kolkata industrial corridors, where connectivity becomes the backbone of competitiveness. From agrarian roots to industrial powerhouse in record time, contributing 3.6% to national GDP. A decade of over 10% growth. Per capita income 70% higher than national average. India's unrivaled automobile hub. Half the nation's passenger vehicles. 60% of motorcycles. 2/3 of tractors made here. In Haryana, tomorrow is being built today. 31 industrial model townships across 28,540 acres. Specialized sectoral parks on global best practices. Next generation projects redefining possibilities. From global cities, 1,000-acre integrated township, India's largest multimodal logistics hub at Narnaul. IMT Sona, an emerging electronics hub. Hisar, India's aerospace frontier, attracting 32,000 crore rupees investment, generating more than 10,000 plus jobs. At IMT Sona, ATL is beginning battery production on 175 acres, powering India's clean energy future and reposing faith in Haryana. Maruti Suzuki has set up its landmark expansion project at IMT Kharkhoda, one of the world's largest automobile plants. As India moves towards becoming a $5 trillion economy, Haryana is charting its own ambitious course to become a $1 trillion economy by 2047. Top achiever in business reforms. Single roof clearance with over 230 online services. Over 1,100 regulatory burdens reduced. Visionary policies in electric vehicles, AI, emerging technologies, global capability centers. But this is more than automobiles. Gurugram, India's BPO capital. Panipat, Faridabad, Sonipat, thriving textile hubs. Rohtak, Rai, Saha, food parks feeding the future. 10 new industrial townships rising across the state, from electronics to agri-tech. As India strides toward a self-reliant, globally competitive future, Haryana invites you to partner in this journey. Sharing the Prime Minister's vision of Vikasit Bharat and under the leadership of CM Shri Nayab Singh Saini, the state is working tirelessly toward Vikasit Haryana. Welcome to Haryana, where India accelerates. Invest in Haryana. Invest in the future.
IOTA is totally aligned with the digital initiative of Government of India, and as far as this campus of Noida is concerned, we have this complete campuses of 20 acres with 6 buildings is planned to be developed here in this campus, and each building is planned for the total capacity of 50 megawatts and being supported by the DG as a power backup, and the fuel yards of 3,600 kiloliters for the complete campus. So I would like to mention, as far as support from the UP government is concerned and the local authorities, that the completion of the data center building within the time frame of 2 years couldn't have been possible without the very well structured policies of UP government and support from the local authority.
change, adapt, transform. The pillars that define who we are now guide the ecosystems we are building. Ecosystems that will help shape the world of tomorrow, together, for everyone. SR Group is a global conglomerate operating across energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, and technology and retail. SR today generates revenues of approximately $15 billion, employs over 7,000 people globally. We are also committed to community growth and welfare in sports, health, education at the grassroots level. The DNA of SR is embedded in everything we do. It is the compass that has shaped our journey for nearly half a century and will continue to guide us through the century ahead. SR, transforming tomorrow.
At HCL Tech, we provide technology services and solutions for some of the world's biggest companies. Yep, those ones, and loads more like them. By bringing together the best of technology with our people, we deliver an industry-leading portfolio that spans AI, digital, engineering, cloud, and software. All that good stuff. But it's not just what we do, it's how we do it. We're grounded in what we like to call the art of the possible, which is our poetic way of saying that we make sure you can deploy practical and transformational technology solutions at speed and scale. This is guided by 4 decades of our heritage in engineering. That's a lot of evolving technology. This rich experience helps us to continually adapt and create new tech services and solutions that are fundamentally intelligent, efficient, and business aligned, delivered by our people who are our true differentiators, not just in numbers, but in their ability to create value beyond the expected. And we have a lot of great people in a lot of different places. They collaborate and co-innovate round the clock around the world, day in and day out, working for new disruptors, as well as established Global 2000 companies. From financial services and manufacturing to retail and technology, from life sciences and healthcare to telecom and media and more, across every industry. As a partner of choice for these Global 2000 companies, we are consistently recognized by industry analysts for delivering transformative and sustainable business outcomes. We're imaginative and realistic, creative and pragmatic. Most importantly, we're passionate. Passionate about delivering smart solutions that deliver business outcomes. Passionate about cutting costs and the cutting edge. Passionate about our clients, our people, our communities, and our planet. And that's how we're supercharging progress.
Insurance brokers, carrying the legacy of over 2 decades. India's most trusted insurance and reinsurance broking company. Our dedicated team of experts ensures you get the best coverage tailored to your needs. With personalized services and unmatched expertise, we protect what matters most to you, contributing insurance placements for over 14% of India's power and energy sector, over a majority of roads and highways under private control, over 50% of India's private airports, over 6% of India's realty sector. After 24 glorious years of being an independent broking company, ACE is now backed by Blackstone. We look forward to you being a part of our journey.
बजना चाहिए गाना, बस बजना चाहिए गाना, गाना गाना गाना। मिर्ची सुनने वाले always कुछ मिर्ची सुनने वाले always कुछ
98.3. The power of compounding. It is how small decisions made consistently create extraordinary outcomes. That belief in the power of compounding is what fuels every action at Spark Capital. In investment banking, every deal we close sharpens the next. Every conversation becomes the foundation for trust. And every decision is deliberate, compounding into landmark outcomes. In private wealth management, it's about the trust we build, step by step, through life, transitions, and generations. In asset management, it's our consistent performance, backed by discipline, compounding into long-term value. 3 businesses, 1 integrated ecosystem, built to serve entrepreneurs, families, and institutions at every stage of their financial journey. It all comes back to how we show up, with clarity, with integrity, with a fierce commitment to partnership. Over 2 decades ago, it began as a bold idea, a new kind of financial firm built with one belief, that every moment spent with us should compound into something greater. Today, that idea lives across 13 cities, guiding families, founders, and futures. Spark Capital, aligned for the long run.
We are made of the universe. Earth, water, fire, air, and space.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request everyone to take their seats, please? May I request everyone in the audience to please put their phones on silent mode. The Prime Minister is between us. Namaskar to all our guests gathered here for the Global Business Summit. आज इस हॉल में जो ऊर्जा है वो बता रही है कि वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर तेजी से बदल रहा है. नए वर्ल्ड में भारत का समय
आने वाला नहीं, भारत का समय आ चुका है। बतौर एडिटर जब मैं रोज न्यूज रूम में हेडलाइंस तय करती हूं तो इसे महसूस करती हूं और मैं आप सबके सामने कहना चाहती हूं कि ये न्यू इंडिया आज हम सबके कर कमलों से और एक लीडरशिप से यहां चल रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे बीच में हैं। इनकी एक बात हमेशा मुझे प्रभावित करती है कि इनका स्केल और स्पीड पर फोकस रहता है। पहले हम चर्चा करते थे कि दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन आज दुनिया चर्चा करती है कि भारत में क्या हो रहा है। चाहे वो फिनटेक हो, चाहे वो स्पेस इकोनॉमी हो, हम बड़े सपने देखते नहीं, सिर्फ हम उन्हें पूरा भी करते हैं। और आज मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहती हूं कि ये समय टालता नहीं किसी को, खुद अपनी राह बनाता है। जो आंख मिलाए समय से वही इतिहास रचाता है। Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, welcoming Prime Minister, as I also welcome MD of Times Group on the stage. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हमारे बीच बस कुछ ही पलों में आने वाले हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट में आपका स्वागत है और मैंने पहले भी कहा, अब फिर दोहराती हूं, ये समय टालता नहीं किसी को, खुद अपनी राह बनाता है। जो आंख मिलाए समय से वही इतिहास रचाता है और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ऐसा ही करते जा रहे हैं, हम रोज देखते हैं। I want to request Managing Director of Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain, to felicitate the Prime Minister with a shawl. It's time to invite you to the podium, Mr. Vineet Jain, for your welcome address to the Prime Minister.
Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Excellencies, global leaders, distinguished guests, welcome to the ET Now Global Business Summit. A decade ago, this platform was about exchanging ideas. Today, it is a platform which is helping us navigate a world being reshaped economically, technologically, and geopolitically. The theme for the 10th edition of the Global Business Summit is a decade of disruption, a century of realignment. And at the center of that realignment stands India. I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering at the ET Now Global Business Summit in the presence of our visionary leader, Prime Minister Modi. Today, I speak not just as a representative of the business community, but as a proud citizen of a nation that has embarked on a remarkable journey of transformation and growth. Under your dynamic leadership, India has transitioned from a land of aspirations to a nation of achievements. we have witnessed our potential being realized and our performance reaching new heights. In an era marked by unprecedented geopolitical turbulence, India has showcased its diplomatic acumen by concluding 5 transformative trade agreements within a single year. These agreements with the United States, European Union, United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Oman have positioned India as a bridge builder in a fractured world. The EU Free Trade Agreement alone represents approximately 25% of global GDP, while the US partnership secures preferential access to a $30 trillion market. Prime Minister, your call for Atmanirbhar turned out to be a visionary because it has necessarily evolved from the economic policy into a vital strategy to counter the weaponization of global trade, supply chains, and technology. The physical transformation of India is breathtaking. Our national highways have added more than 50,000 kilometers over the last 10 years. 7 high-speed rail corridors will soon connect our major cities as growth connectors. India's metro network, now the world's 3rd largest, has expanded to over 1,000 kilometers. India's digital revolution has been spectacular. India has emerged as the first major democracy to build population-scale digital public infrastructure, including identity, payments, data, and governance. India today processes more than 100 billion digital payment transactions annually, with UPI accounting for 85% of retail digital payments, a public digital infrastructure unmatched globally. Given the increasing competition and monopolization of tech businesses by global giants, India should target building globally competitive businesses in tech and media sectors, such as digital media, social media, tech platforms, marketplaces, commerce and transactions, enterprise software, and agentic AI. Media provides the foundation for businesses to build brands and communicate services. And foreign-owned businesses currently control over 60% of overall advertising spends in India. It is therefore imperative for India to develop global-scale entities in these areas, including both media and big tech. Also, as social media and AI becomes primary consumption channels, we must establish a regulatory framework ensuring fair compensation for our media industry. India has moved decisively into frontier technologies that define economic sovereignty with the India's semiconductor mission for chip manufacturing and design, and the India's AI and national quantum missions preparing for the next-gen technologies. The National Critical Mineral Mission secures rare earth processing capabilities, while the policy enabling private sector participation in small modular reactors will transform our nuclear power landscape. In renewable energy, we have achieved 50% non-fossil fuel capacity by 2025, 5 years ahead of our Paris Agreement target. With our solar energy driving our ambitious 500 gigawatts non-fossil fuel capacity goal. I truly believe that this is just the beginning. Today, more than 1,700 global capability centers have flourished in India. They are employing nearly 2 million professionals today. It is believed that by 2030, India will be home to more than 2,400 GCCs. Today, young India is not waiting for jobs. Young India is creating them with the third largest startup ecosystem globally and over 100 unicorns. Thanks to the visionary Startup India mission, almost 10,000 startups have raised more than $170 billion since 2014. India has become the fourth nation to succeed in space docking experiments. With over 300 operational space startups, we are democratizing space, technology, and fostering innovation. Since PM's announcement on Independence Day last year, over 350 reforms have been rolled out across sectors. GST 2.0 simplified taxation and reduced compliance burdens. The historic Income Tax Act 2025, replacing the 1961 Act, streamlines provisions and reduces litigations. Implementation of the new labor codes will modernize the workforce and boost formal jobs. These achievements represent more than just statistics. They represent dreams fulfilled, lives transformed, and a nation confident in its destiny. As India moves steadily towards Viksit Bharat at 2047, the defining feature of this journey is not ambition alone, but confidence in execution. Over the past decade, India has demonstrated that democracy and decisive governance can move together, that development and delivery reinforce each other. Today, India is not just a passive participant in the global order. It is an active shaper of it and is guided by continuity, credibility, and conviction. This is India's moment, and it is being shaped with purpose. As the ET Now Global Business Summit completes its first decade, it does so at a time when the ability to institutionalize resilience may be the defining economic skill of our era. Nations that can convert disruption into strength and uncertainty into strategy will define the century ahead. Honorable Prime Minister, you have given India confidence. You have given India clarity. You have given India ambition. India does not ask whether it can rise. India declares to the world that it is rising. It is with immense pride and deep respect that I welcome the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to address this distinguished gathering. Thank you.
आप सभी इस ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट में आप सबका मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। हम यहाँ A decade of disruption, A century of change इस विषय पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। विनीत जी का भाषण सुनने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि मेरा काम बहुत सरल हो गया है। लेकिन एक छोटी रिक्वेस्ट करूं, इतना सारा आपको पता है तो कभी ईटी में तो दिखना चाहिए। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का बीता दशक अभूतपूर्व डिसरप्शन का रहा है। ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक, ग्लोब के अलग अलग हिस्सों में तनाव, युद्ध और ग्लोब के संतुलन को हिला देने वाले सप्लाई चेन ब्रेकडाउन्स। दुनिया ने एक दशक के भीतर काफी कुछ देख लिया। लेकिन साथियों, कहते हैं संकट के समय ही किसी देश के सामर्थ्य का पता चलता है। और मुझे बहुत गर्व है, अनेक डिसरप्शन के बीच भी भारत के लिए ये दशक अभूतपूर्व डेवलपमेंट का रहा है, शानदार डिलीवरी का रहा है और डेमोक्रेसी को मजबूत करने वाला रहा है। जब पिछला दशक शुरू हुआ था तो भारत 11वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था था। इतनी उथल-पुथल में पूरी आशंका थी कि भारत और नीचे चला जाएगा। लेकिन आज भारत बहुत तेजी के साथ दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने जा रहा है। और आप जिस सेंचुरी ऑफ चेंज की बात कर रहे हैं, उसका बहुत बड़ा आधार, और ये मैं बहुत जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह रहा हूं, इसका बहुत बड़ा आधार भारत ही होने जा रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया की ग्रोथ में 16% से ज्यादा योगदान दे रहा है और मुझे विश्वास है इस सेंचुरी के हर आने वाले साल में हमारा योगदान और भी बढ़ता रहेगा, निरंतर बढ़ता रहेगा। मैं मदान की तरह एस्ट्रोलॉजर के रूप में नहीं आया हूं। भारत दुनिया की ग्रोथ को ड्राइव करेगा, दुनिया की ग्रोथ का नया इंजन बनेगा। साथियों, दुनिया में सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद एक नई वैश्विक व्यवस्था बनी थी। एक नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर ने आकार लिया था। लेकिन 7 दशक के बाद वो व्यवस्था टूट रही है। दुनिया आज एक नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की तरफ बढ़ रही है। आखिर ये क्यों हो रहा है? ऐसा इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि तब जो व्यवस्था बनी थी उसकी नींव वन साइज फिट्स ऑल, इसी सोच पर टिकी थी। तब ये माना गया कि वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी कोर में होगी, सप्लाई चेन्स मजबूत और विश्वसनीय हो रहेगी। इस व्यवस्था में नेशंस को केवल कंट्रीब्यूटर्स के रूप में ही देखा गया, लेकिन आज इस मॉडल को चुनौती मिल रही है। ये अपनी प्रासंगिकता खोता जा रहा है। आज हर देश को ये पता चल रहा है कि उसे अपनी रिजिलियंस खुद बनानी होगी। साथियों, आज दुनिया जिसकी चर्चा कर रही है, उसको भारत ने 2015 में, आज से 10 साल से पहले 2015 में ही अपनी नीति का हिस्सा बना लिया था। 10 साल पहले जब नीति आयोग बना तो उसके फाउंडिंग डॉक्यूमेंट में ही भारत ने अपना विजन क्लियर कर दिया था। और विजन ये कि भारत किसी दूसरे देश से कोई सिंगल डेवलपमेंट मॉडल इंपोर्ट नहीं करेगा। हम भारत के विकास के लिए भारतीय अप्रोच को लेकर ही चलेंगे। इस नीति ने भारत को अपने हिसाब से, अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से, अपने हित में फैसले लेने का आत्मविश्वास दिया। और ये एक बड़ा कारण है कि डिसरप्शन के दशक में भी भारत की इकोनॉमी कमजोर नहीं पड़ी, निरंतर मजबूत होती गई। साथियों, आज 21वीं सदी के इस दशक में भारत रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है। और इस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस की सबसे बड़ी खासियत यह है कि हम इसे कंपल्सन में नहीं, बल्कि कन्विक्शन के साथ, रिफॉर्म के कमिटमेंट के साथ गति दे रहे हैं। यहां तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी संख्या में बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट बैठे हैं, अर्थ जगत के दिग्गज बैठे हैं। आपने भी 2014 से पहले का दौर देखा है। जब तक हालात मजबूर न कर दें, जब तक कोई संकट न आ जाए, जब कोई और रास्ता न बचे, तब मजबूरन रिफॉर्म्स किए जाते थे। आप याद करिए, 1991 का रिफॉर्म भी तब हुआ जब देश पर दिवालिया होने का खतरा आ गया था, जब देश को सोना गिरवी रखना पड़ा था। पहले की सरकारों का यही तरीका था। वो रिफॉर्म्स कंपल्सन में ही किया करते थे। जब 26/11 का आतंकी हमला हुआ, कांग्रेस सरकार की कलई खुल गई तो एनआईए का गठन किया गया। जब पावर सेक्टर बर्बाद हो गया, ग्रिड फेल होने लगे, तब मजबूरी में कांग्रेस को पावर सेक्टर में याद आई। साथियों, ऐसी एक लंबी सूची है जो याद दिलाती है कि जब कंपल्शन में, मजबूरी में रिफॉर्म होता है तो न सही नतीजे मिलते हैं, न देश को सही परिणाम मिलते हैं। साथियों, आज मुझे गर्व है कि बीते 11 वर्षों में हमने पूरे कन्विक्शन के साथ रिफॉर्म किए हैं और ये रिफॉर्म पॉलिसी में हुए हैं, प्रोसेस में हुए, डिलीवरी में हुए, और इतना ही नहीं, माइंडसेट में भी रिफॉर्म हुआ है। क्योंकि साथियों, अगर पॉलिसी बदले लेकिन प्रोसेस वही रहे, माइंडसेट वही रहे, डिलीवरी ठीक से न हो, तो रिफॉर्म्स सिर्फ और सिर्फ कागज का टुकड़ा बन के रह जाता है। इसलिए हमने पूरे सिस्टम को बदलने के लिए ईमानदारी से कोशिश की है। साथियों, मैं प्रोसेस की बात करूं तो एक साधारण लेकिन बहुत जरूरी प्रोसेस है कैबिनेट नोट्स का। यहां कई लोगों को अंदाजा होगा कि पहले की सरकारों में एक कैबिनेट नोट बनने में ही कुछ महीने लग जाते थे, महीने। अब इस स्पीड से देश का विकास कैसे होता? इसलिए हमने इस प्रोसेस को बदला। हमने डिसीजन मेकिंग को टाइम बाउंड और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बनाया। हमने ये तय कर दिया कि इस अफसर की टेबल पर ये कैबिनेट नोट इतने घंटे से ज्यादा रहेगा ही नहीं। या तो रिजेक्ट करो या निर्णय लो। और इसका नतीजा आज देश देख रहा है। साथियों, मैं आपको रेलवे ओवरब्रिज के अप्रूवल का भी उदाहरण दूंगा। पहले आरओबी का एक डिजाइन अप्रूव कराने के लिए कई वर्ष लग जाते थे, कई सारी क्लियरेंस की जरूरत थी, कई जगह चिट्ठियां लिखनी पड़ती थी। और ये मैं प्राइवेट के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, सरकार को। हमने इसको भी बदला और आज देखिए कितनी तेजी से रोड और रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बन रहा है। नितिन जी ने, विनीत जी ने बहुत विस्तार से इस बात को बताया। साथियों, एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग उदाहरण बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का है। अब बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देश की सिक्योरिटी से जुड़ा हुआ होता है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, एक समय था जब बॉर्डर एरिया में एक साधारण सी सड़क बनाने के लिए भी कुछ परमिशन दिल्ली से लेनी पड़ती थी। जिला स्तर पर निर्णय लेने के, यानी इसके सामने एक प्रकार से उसको कोई अधिकार ही नहीं थे, दीवार ही दीवार थी, वो निर्णय नहीं कर सकता था। और इसलिए तो दशकों बाद भी हमारे देश में बॉर्डर इंफ्रा इतना बेहाल रहा। 2014 के बाद हमने इस प्रोसेस में भी रिफॉर्म किया। हमने स्थानीय प्रशासन को एम्पावर किया और आज हम देश के बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को तेजी से डेवलप होते देख रहे हैं। साथियों, बीते दशक में भारत के जिस रिफॉर्म ने दुनिया में हलचल मचा दी है, वो है यूपीआई, भारत का डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम। ये सिर्फ एक ऐप नहीं है, ये पॉलिसी, प्रोसेस और डिलीवरी के एक शानदार कन्वर्जेंस का प्रमाण है। जो लोग कभी बैंकिंग और फाइनेंस से जुड़े बेनिफिट्स के बारे में सोच भी नहीं सकते थे, यूपीआई देश के ऐसे नागरिकों को सर्व कर रहा है। ये जो डिजिटल इंडिया है, डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम है, जनधन, आधार, मोबाइल की ट्रिनिटी है। ये रिफॉर्म किसी कंपल्सन से नहीं हुआ है, ये हमारा कन्विक्शन था। और कन्विक्शन ये था कि जिन लोगों तक पहले की सरकारें कभी नहीं पहुंची, हमें ऐसे नागरिकों का इंक्लूजन करना है जिसे कोई नहीं पूछता, उसे मोदी पूछता है। और इसलिए ये रिफॉर्म किए गए हैं और आज भी हमारी सरकार इसी सोच के साथ चल रही है। साथियों, भारत का ये जो नया मिजाज है वो हमारे बजट में भी रिफ्लेक्ट होता है। पहले जब बजट की चर्चा होती थी तो फोकस सिर्फ आउटले पर होता था, कितना पैसा आवंटित हुआ, क्या सस्ता हुआ, क्या महंगा हुआ। और उस दिन टीवी देखेंगे तो पूरी टीवी एक ही, यानी इनके लिए बजट मतलब इनकम टैक्स ऊपर गया कि नीचे गया, इसके आगे उनको देश दिखता ही नहीं है। और होता तो क्या था, कितनी ट्रेनें घोषित हुई, यही चलता रहता था। उन घोषणाओं का बाद में क्या हुआ कोई पूछने वाला नहीं था। और इसलिए हमने बजट को आउटले के साथ साथ आउटकम सेंट्रिक बनाया। साथियों, बजट में एक और बड़ा बदलाव आया है। 2014 से पहले ऑफ बजट बोरोइंग पर बहुत अधिक चर्चा होती थी, लेकिन अब ऑफ बजट रिफॉर्म्स की चर्चा होती है। बजट से बाहर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स हुए, प्लानिंग कमीशन की जगह नीति आयोग बनाया, आर्टिकल 370 की दीवार गिरा दी, 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून बनाया, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम बनाया। साथियों, बजट में घोषित हो या बजट से बाहर, रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस लगातार गति पकड़ रही है। अगर मैं पिछले 1 साल की ही बात करूं तो हमने पोर्ट्स एंड मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म किया, शिप बिल्डिंग इंडस्ट्री के लिए अनेक इनिशिएटिव लिए, जन विश्वास एक्ट के तहत रिफॉर्म्स को और आगे बढ़ाया, एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी के लिए शांति एक्ट बनाया, लेबर कानूनों से जुड़े रिफॉर्म्स को लागू किया, भारतीय न्याय संहिता लेकर आए, वक्फ कानून में रिफॉर्म किया गया, गांव में रोजगार के लिए नया जी राम जी कानून बनाया। ऐसे अनेक रिफॉर्म्स साल भर होते रहे हैं। साथियों, इस साल के बजट ने रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस को और आगे बढ़ाया है। वैसे तो बजट के बहुत सारे आयाम हैं, लेकिन मैं 2 इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर्स की बात करूंगा, कैपेक्स और टेक्नोलॉजी। बीते वर्षों की भांति इस बजट में भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर खर्च को बढ़ाकर करीब 17 लाख करोड़ रुपए कर दिया गया है। और आप जानते हैं कि कैपेक्स का मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट कितना बड़ा होता है। इससे देश की कैपेसिटी और प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ती है। अनेकों सेक्टर्स में बहुत बड़ी संख्या में जॉब क्रिएशन भी होती है। 5 यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप का निर्माण, देश के टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों के लिए सिटी इकोनॉमिक रीजन्स का निर्माण और 7 नए हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, ऐसे बजट अनाउंसमेंट सही मायने में युवाओं पर, देश के फ्यूचर पर ये इन्वेस्टमेंट है। साथियों, बीते दशक में हमने टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन को ग्रोथ का कोर ड्राइवर माना है। इसी सोच के साथ देश में स्टार्टअप कल्चर, हैकाथॉन कल्चर, उसको हमने प्रमोट किया। आज देश में 2 लाख से अधिक स्टार्टअप, रजिस्टर्ड स्टार्टअप्स हैं और ये डाइवर्स सेक्टर्स में काम कर रहे हैं। हमने युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित किया। देश में रिस्क टेकिंग कल्चर को पुरस्कृत करने का भाव जगाया और परिणाम हमारे सामने है। इस साल का बजट हमारी इसी प्राथमिकता को और मजबूत करता है। विशेष तौर पर बायोफार्मा, सेमीकंडक्टर और एआई जैसे सेक्टर के लिए इस बजट में महत्वपूर्ण घोषणाएं की गई है। साथियों, आज जब देश की आर्थिक ताकत बढ़ी है तो हम राज्यों को भी उतना ही ज्यादा सशक्त कर रहे हैं। मैं एक और आंकड़ा आपको देना चाहता हूं। 2004 से 2014, 10 साल, इस दरमियान राज्यों को टैक्स डिवॉल्यूशन के तौर पर 18 लाख करोड़ रुपए, 18 लाख करोड़ रुपए के आसपास ही मिले थे 4 से 14 तक, जबकि 2014 से लेकर 2025 तक राज्यों को 84 लाख करोड़ रुपए दिए जा चुके हैं। अगर मैं इस साल बजट में प्रस्तावित लगभग 14 लाख करोड़ का आंकड़ा और जोड़ दूं तो हमारी सरकार में राज्यों को टैक्स डिवॉल्यूशन के करीब करीब 100 लाख करोड़ रुपए मिलने तय हुए हैं। ये राशि केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से अलग अलग राज्य सरकारों को मिली है ताकि वो अपने यहां विकास के कार्यों को आगे बढ़ा सके। साथियों, आजकल आप लोग भारत के एफटीएस यानी फ्री ट्रेड डील्स पर काफी चर्चा कर रहे हैं और मैं यहां एंटर हुआ, वहीं से शुरू हो गए लोग। दुनिया भर में इसका एनालिसिस हो रहा है, लेकिन मैं आज इसका एक और इंटरेस्टिंग एंगल आपको बताता हूं। मीडिया को जो चाहिए वो तो इसमें नहीं होगा शायद, लेकिन हो सकता है कुछ काम में आ जाए। और मैं पक्का मानता हूं जो बात मैं कहने जा रहा हूं, आपने भी इसके बारे में विचार नहीं किया होगा। क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि आज इतने सारे विकसित देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड डील्स हो रहे हैं, क्या यही काम 2014 से पहले क्यों नहीं हो पाए? देश वही, युवा शक्ति वही, सरकारी सिस्टम वही, तो बदला क्या? बदलाव सरकार के विजन में आया है, नीति और नीयत में बदलाव आया है, भारत के सामर्थ्य में बदलाव आया है। साथियों, आप जरा सोचिए, फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमी जब थी तब कौन हमारे साथ डील करता? गांव में भी गरीब की बेटी को कोई रईस के परिवार वाला शादी करता है क्या? वो उसको छोटा मानता है। हमारा भी यही हाल था भाई दुनिया में। जब देश पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस से घिरा था, चारों तरफ घोटाले और घपले थे, तब कौन भारत पर भरोसा कर पाता? 2014 से पहले भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का बेस बहुत कमजोर था और जिसके कारण पहले की सरकारें भी डरती थी। एक तो कोई आता नहीं था और जरा से भी कोई कोशिश करे तो ये लोग भी डरते थे। और डर ये था कि अगर विकसित देशों के साथ डील हो गई तो वो हमारे बाजार पर कब्जा कर लेंगे, वो यहां अपने प्रोडक्ट डंप करने लगेंगे। हताशा, निराशा के उस माहौल में 2014 से पहले यूपीए सरकार सिर्फ 4 देशों के साथ ही कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कर पाई थी, जबकि बीते दशक में भारत ने जो ट्रेड डील्स की है उसमें दुनिया के 38 कंट्री कवर होते हैं, 38 कंट्री। और ये दुनिया के अलग अलग रीजन्स में है। आज हम इसलिए दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड डील्स कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आज का भारत आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ है। आज का भारत दुनिया के साथ कॉम्पीट करने के लिए तैयार है। बीते 11 वर्षों में भारत ने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम देश में विकसित किया है। इसलिए आज भारत समर्थ है, सशक्त है और इसलिए दुनिया भी हम पर भरोसा करती है। यही बदलाव हमारी ट्रेड पॉलिसी में आए, पैराडाइम शिफ्ट का आधार बने और यही पैराडाइम शिफ्ट विकसित भारत की हमारा यात्रा का अनिवार्य स्तंभ बना है। साथियों, आज हमारी सरकार पूरी संवेदनशीलता के साथ देश के हर नागरिक को विकास में सहभागी बनाते हुए कार्य कर रही है। जो विकास की दौड़ में पीछे छूट गया, हम उसके विकास को प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। पहले की सरकारों ने दिव्यांग जनों के लिए सिर्फ घोषणाएं की, हम भी उसी रास्ते को जारी रख सकते थे, लेकिन ये सरकार की संवेदनशीलता का उदाहरण है। आप में से शायद जो बातें मैं बता रहा हूं, आप जिस लेवल के लोग हैं शायद उसमें फिट नहीं बैठती होगी। हमारे दिव्यांग जनों के लिए जैसे हमारे यहां लैंग्वेज में बिखराव है ना, साइन लैंग्वेज का भी वही हाल था जी। तमिलनाडु में जाओ तो एक साइन लैंग्वेज, उत्तर प्रदेश में जाओ तो दूसरी, गुजरात में जाओ तो तीसरी, असम में जाओ तो चौथी। अगर यहां का दिव्यांग आसाम गया तो बेचारा समझ ही नहीं पाता था। अभी कोई बड़ा काम तो नहीं था। अगर संवेदनशील सरकार होती है ना तो उसको ये काम छोटा नहीं लगता है। और देश ने पहली बार इंडियन साइन लैंग्वेज को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज किया, कॉमन किया, व्यवस्था बनाई। ऐसे ही देश की ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी कब से अपने अधिकारों के लिए लड़ रही थी। हमने उनके लिए भी कानून बनाकर उन्हें सम्मान से जीने का कवच दिया है। बीते दशक में ही देश की करोड़ों बहनों को 3 तलाक की कुरीति से मुक्ति मिली। लोकसभा और विधानसभा में महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण पक्का हुआ। साथियों, आज सरकारी मशीनरी की सोच भी बदली है, उसमें संवेदनशीलता आई है। सोच का अंतर क्या होता है, ये हम जरूरतमंदों को मुफ्त अनाज देने वाली स्कीम में भी देखते हैं। विपक्ष के कुछ लोग हमारा मजाक उड़ाते हैं और कुछ अखबारों में जरा छपता भी ज्यादा है। विपक्ष मजाक उड़ाता है कि जब 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकल ही गए हैं तो उनको मुफ्त राशन क्यों मिलता है? अजीबोगरीब सवाल है। अगर आप बीमार हैं, अस्पताल में गए और अब अस्पताल से आपको छुट्टी मिली, तो भी डॉक्टर कहता है कि 7 दिन तक ये संभालना, 15 दिन तक ये संभालना। कहता है कि नहीं कहता है? गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं, लेकिन ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि निकले हैं तो फिर अनाज क्यों देते हो? ऐसी संकीर्ण मानसिकता वाले लोग ये नहीं सोचते कि सिर्फ गरीबी से बाहर निकलना काफी नहीं होता, बल्कि जो व्यक्ति न्यू मिडिल क्लास में आया है वो फिर गरीबी के चंगुल में न फंस जाए, ये भी सुनिश्चित करना पड़ता है। इसलिए उसे आज अनाज मुफ्त की सुविधा मिल रही है, आवश्यक है। बीते वर्षों में केंद्र सरकार ने इस योजना पर लाखों करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए हैं। इससे गरीब और न्यू मिडिल क्लास को बहुत बड़ा संबल मिला है। साथियों, सोच का एक और फर्क हम अपने आसपास भी देखते हैं। कुछ लोग हैं जो कहते हैं कि ये मोदी 2047 की बात क्यों करता है? 2047 में विकसित भारत बनेगा नहीं बनेगा, किसने देखा? हम रहे या न रहे उससे हमारा लेना देना क्या है? अब देखिए, ये सोच है और ये बड़े बड़े लोगों की सोच है, ये कोई मैं अपने शब्द नहीं बता रहा हूं। साथियों, जिन लोगों ने आजादी के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी, लाठियां खाई, काला पानी की सजाएं पड़ी, फांसी के तख्त पर चढ़ गए, अगर वो भी यही सोचते कि आजादी पता नहीं कब मिले, हम क्यों आज आजादी के लिए लाठी खाए, तो सोचिए क्या उस सोच के साथ देश कभी आजाद हो पाता क्या? जब राष्ट्र प्रथम का भाव हो, जब देश हित सर्वोपरि हो, तो हर निर्णय देश के लिए होता है, हर नीति देश के लिए बनती है। हमारी सोच स्पष्ट है, विजन साफ है। हमें देश को विकसित बनाने के लिए निरंतर काम करना है। 2047 तक हम रहे न रहे, लेकिन ये देश रहेगा, इस देश की संतानें रहेगी। इसलिए हमें अपना आज खपाना है, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियों का कल सुरक्षित रहे, उज्जवल रहे। मैं आज अपनी आज बो रहा हूं क्योंकि कल पीढ़ी को फल खाने को मौका मिले। साथियों, दुनिया को अब डिसरप्शन के साथ जीने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। समय के साथ इनके नेचर में बदलाव आएगा, लेकिन ये तय है कि अब व्यवस्थाएं बहुत तेजी से बदलेगी। एआई से जो डिसरप्शन हो रहे हैं वो तो आप देख ही रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में एआई और भी क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लेकर आने वाली है। भारत इसके लिए भी तैयार है। कुछ ही दिनों में भारत में ग्लोबल एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट होने जा रही है। दुनिया के अनेक देश, दुनिया भर के टेक लीडर्स इस समिट में हिस्सा लेने के लिए भारत आ रहे हैं। सभी के साथ मिलकर हम एक बेहतर विश्व बनाने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास करते रहेंगे। इसी भरोसे के साथ एक बार फिर इस समिट के लिए आप सभी को बहुत सारी मेरी शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वंदे मातरम।
ये तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट बनाए रखिए। मजबूर से मजबूत भारत जिन्होंने बनाया, कंपल्शन से एम्बिशन ने जिन्होंने सफर तय करवाया, विजन और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जिसने दिखाया, जिसको कोई नहीं पूछता उसको मोदी पूछता है। ये भाव जिसने सब में जगाया, उसको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को बहुत धन्यवाद। और ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट पर हर साल आपका आशीर्वाद मिलता है, उसके लिए भी बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन।
Ladies and gentlemen, please be still, be on your seats. The Prime Minister is yet to leave, so the security protocol remains in place. However, dinner that's going to happen just after this day one of the global summit, the business summit gets over, and we are looking forward to having you again tomorrow right here. So it's been a pleasure to have you all with the esteemed panelists and of course a jam-packed room to welcome Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. So please be in your seats till the